The Storm Riders rest in their roost. The Acolytes of the Sacred Flame remain deep in fervent contemplation, and our mech-equipped goblins have yet to suit up, but all of that is about to change. It's day 2 of Group B in the Mythic Dungeon International, and those foes best be ready for a fight. I'm your host, Rook, here with Nagura, Zyronic, and Tettles to kick things off today, and you know, the MDI is bigger than ever, everybody, and while we're on our second weekend, there's tons more to go. So let's look over the roadmap to start things off today so you know how things began for our teams and where we're headed. We have 24 teams this season that qualified through the time trials who were then split into our group stages. Now, we had Group A already. Group B is happening right now for all of you. Group C coming up, and CN region will also be participating. Of course, excited to have them back here in recent seasons. The top 2 teams from each of these groups will move on to our global finals, where they will face each other and our dungeons, all for the shot at a $300,000 prize pool, which is our biggest one so far yet here in the War Within. If you love Mythic Plus, May is your month. Make a note of the dates on your own calendars so you can be part of Season 2's MDI from start to finish, everyone. Now, Nagura, with 24 teams qualifying into groups, has this put more pressure, do you think, on the teams as they look ahead to facing not even 6 but 8 teams in the global finals?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think it's obviously it also allowed more teams to qualify, which is amazing to see so many teams come in and show their strategies and show what they can do. But then on top of that, I do think the split into 3 groups here for the top teams has created maybe some potential issues for the global finals afterwards, because they don't know how the competition is going to be, because they only see a few teams, right? And then overall in the global finals, there's going to be 8 teams. So yeah, maybe it will create some issues for the top teams.
Yeah, it does kind of put them in an interesting situation, right? Where they're having to kind of keep an eye on every weekend, the newcomers, the old faces, and like the veterans that they know are going to be top competition, and then kind of figure out like, okay, when we finally showdown, what's going to happen? And I'm excited. I hope everybody else is too. But, you know, we had some competition ourselves here yesterday, even in Group B, as we started off with Division 1. So, Tettles, could you give us a little recap of what went down yesterday?
Yeah, so yesterday actually was quite interesting. We had Missed Count, and they were the top seed from the weekend, and they were able to put up 20-19-19, an absolutely excellent performance out of them. This is a team that has been trying to win MDIs and TGPs for a very long time, and they were actually quite close last season, and their aspirational goal is to win. And seeing what they had yesterday and the performance that they put up, I think they're in a great position to be able to contend for that MDI championship. I'm really interested in seeing how they're gonna end up performing yesterday, because they were the first team that made it out of the group. Then, basically, there were 3 teams that were vying for that second slot, with Polish Mountain, Ur, and I Do It. Polish Mountain was the higher-seeded team compared to Ur. For Ur, though, they put up that 20 motherload, and they were actually the first team of this group to put up that 20 motherload. Now, the downside is that they took about 2.5 hours to put that up, and I think that ended up holding them back a little bit, because then they were kind of capped as to what their best dungeons could be. They ended up only being able to put up that 20-18-18, and then for Polish Mountain, this was a team that we have seen multiple times in other TGPs and MDIs. I think they were ranked like 6th or 7th seed last TGP. And so we kind of have high expectations for them. Are they going to continue to improve off of what we've seen in the past? The answer was yes. They were able to kind of take down that second slot and make it into Sunday. And then, of course, we did have I Do It, who busted out the prop pout, and were the fan favorite for sure. And it was a very interesting day where Polish Mountain and Missed Count were the 2 teams that we are now going to be seeing on Sunday with their ideal compositions as well.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing how the spec variety rule has kind of brought the teams to this position where they're going, okay, but what do we play here? What do we reserve? Maybe we risk it all and just do meta, but then what does that mean for us in the group finals? And yeah, both of our teams yesterday made it through with a lot of meta classes in reserve. So Missed Count and Polish Mountain, of course, will be the teams that our Division 2 will have to face off with should they make it out and into our group finals. But those teams are also going to have to pay attention to the specs that they have available to them. So let's go ahead and actually touch on the spec variety rule, so those of you just joining the competition have an idea of what we're talking about and why it's playing a role this season. So our spec variety rule this time around in the MDI means that each of the teams basically will have their specs tallied each day. So yesterday our teams had theirs tallied. Today the same will happen for Division 2, and with that it'll be the top 3 specs that they played the most that will be banned out for them on Sunday. Now, of course, the only ones that we tally are actual runs that push pushed their score higher, or that maybe, lowered the amount of time that it took on a run, which can be really helpful in the case of a tiebreaker. So with that, those types of runs, we tally up those specs, and then those specs are the ones that will count. We have tiebreakers as well in case they have some deadlocks, where we will prioritize tanks, then healers, then DPS, and this doesn't apply to the global finals. Now, Zyra, we got to see the teams yesterday, just like Tettles was touching on, sort of see what they could do with the spec variety rule. What did you see from their approaches on day one?
Pretty much saw the whole spectrum of strategies yesterday, right? We saw the two main strategies we saw in weekend one. We also saw I Do It, who were tapped in at the last moment to fill in for the weekend, and they just played comfort picks all day yesterday, and they were still able to get some of these highest keys done with very little practice, so it was definitely impressive to see. But the main story of yesterday, once again, came back to the two differing strategies of our top two teams, Polish Mountain and Miscount, using this very meticulous way of working their way through the day, making sure they're only banning out specs they don't want to keep until Sunday, so things like the Frost DK, non-Disc Priest healers, and notably, they kept their Resto Shaman as well for Dark Flame Cleft on Sunday, making sure they're not banning out their Vengeance Demon Hunter. But of course, that does inhibit your day one a little bit, so that allowed a team like Ur, who may have had a little lower potential based off of their time trial times, to just play their meta comp all day yesterday. And it came down to the last runs of the day, but it was Missed Count and Polish Mountain that made it through to Sunday.
Yeah, it's been so interesting because I think at first a lot of us were kind of like, oh man, I wonder, if you play meta that first day, does that pretty much give you a big advantage? But we have seen across the board teams that step up with their skill, get creative with what specs they're going to bring in, and there's a lot that has actually been showcased that I think works really well in these dungeons, that even up against meta is still more successful. So very cool to see that both of our teams yesterday pushed on using those off meta, and will have that meta at their disposal. But at least one of our teams today has a little hint in their name as to what spec they might be running. But we're going to go ahead and introduce you to everybody that's going to be competing here in Division 2. So, Tettles, I don't know if Method's been spending a little bit of extra time in Priory, but it seems like they're extra holy. Maybe you could fill us in?
Yeah, so straight out of the retirement home and straight back onto the MDI broadcast, we got Andy Brew, Wildy, and Thanner, the main composition of Sheesh in the past. A team that we described as maximum potential. This was a team that was very close in winning multiple TGPs in Shadowlands, and they're kind of working together with Wexy and Fragnets here to create the team Holy Method. They are the 4th seeded team on the entire tournament. They are the first seed out of this group, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see if they're able to capitalize on that potential. But we also have a very, very interesting team as well. And hailing all the way from the Dream Grove, we have Squish Vegan, the Bear Druid extraordinaire, the main creator of 3chess.io, coming to you live from Kunlai Summit. We have Ortimus on that Mistweaver Monk. All the way from the True Shot Lodge, we have Banshers jumping out of the Skyhold. We have Noxiv on that DPS Warrior, and straight out of the Dalaran Sewers, we have Wox, and that is your physical god comp. But then we also have two other teams.
Sure. I would like to apologize to RCG because unfortunately I'm not going to be able to live up to that introduction as Tattles was just providing for the other teams. But we do have RCG, that is an EU team that only formed 2 days before the time trials, which is incredible that they still managed to get the 16th seed overall. And not to mention as well that they also played 2 off-meta picks. They played Devastation Evoker and they played Rogue instead of Unholy DK and instead of Mage. So we'll see if they're going to continue to play these specs, and we also see how they're going to be playing around that spec rule, or if they switch to the meta comp as well. I'm excited to see.
Yeah, and last but certainly not least, we've also got modicum of skill. Actually, a veteran MDI team. They've returned from previous MDI where they played as Lindormy Fan Club. They've added on a couple of new players. I think Pimos and Gordon have been added to the squad. They said that they feel a lot more confident this time around, and we'll see, even though they're the lowest seed coming into today, we'll see if they can potentially play upset here today.
Well, there's always a chance for it, and we love to see it when it happens. They've got some experience under their belt and very good attitudes as well with modicum of skill. So I think they can prove that they have a little bit more than a modicum of skill today. But all of our teams are going to be vying to prove that as well. And they'll have to put it all in line as they face our dungeons and try to push them as high as possible with those keys. So the Priory It's going to return today. Let's take a look at our lineup. Let's see what we've got. We knew this coming in because this time around the dungeons were revealed to our teams ahead of time. So they've been able to strategize, and we've been able to see how this plays out, I should say. Now, Priory, like we said, returning. We've got Rookery and Operation Floodgate today. But having seen some of our teams in Priory yesterday and watching some of the awesome tech last weekend with the Wunderbar, Zyro, what do you think we're going to see with it today? Or are there any dungeons that you think have more tech to show?
Priory is a really interesting one because I think we've seen everything that is possible to be seen there. So if any team has a new idea there, it's going to be very impressive to see. But I think the story of today is going to be what teams can do in Operation Floodgate. The dungeon pool today is secretly very strong. It's very, very difficult. In our interviews that we send out to all the teams, almost across the board, the hardest two dungeons the teams always said were Priory and Floodgate. So those are the two dungeons I'm keeping an eye on. I know that doesn't make you very happy, Rookery, that I'm not talking about the Rookery too much.
Wow,
but
jeez, it's all right.
We kind of saw Wunderbar
just
just destroy that key, right? They put on a clinic in that key last weekend. I think that's probably going to be the easiest of the three keys today.
Yeah, it's all right. You know what? My namesake, the Rookery, it's all right if it's not going to be the most brutal of all, but you're right. I mean, Wunderbar made a lot of things look incredibly easy last week, and if our teams find it about the same this week, I think will be a little bit more of a gamble, but a lot of the teams have a lot to show, and I mean, we will be heading into the dungeons ourselves. I mean, Tettles, I know you're going to be off desk at the start, but do you have any thoughts coming into day 2 about these teams, the dungeons, and what they might be facing as they look to secure a spot?
I think there might be a decent expectation of watching a new strategy kind of unfold for Operation Floodgate that Zyro was talking about. We saw a lot of teams just running to Demolition Duo first last weekend, but if you take a look at some of the top live runs, they're doing some weird stuff where they're running to Big Mama as the very first pull of the dungeon and jamming Bloodlust on that boss. I think that that's a route that hasn't been explored as much during this MDI season. And I think that if teams start to look to do that, don't be super shocked, because that dungeon has 100 different routes that you can play, and they're all still pretty good. It's more about execution.
For sure. I always love those ones that have more of that open space in various areas, or a lot of the routing that you can kind of do. And as we've seen, some of the selecting of what you pull, what you skip, it can make a huge difference. So we will have our team showing their stuff right here, right now. Tettles, we'll see you later. Thanks so much for hanging with us at the opening.
GG's.
Bye.
Let's go physical
All right.
cop, yeah!
Come on! Nagura, take us into our day 2.
Yeah, straight away we do see that physical god comp as Tettles so epically introduced. Of course, they are playing that physical god comp with the Guardian Druid, with the Windwalker, with the Mistweaver, sorry, the Hunter, the Warrior, and the Rogue. So we're going to see how they're going to be faring off here. And another thing, I guess, to note is what they're going to play once that comp is banned. If they make it to Sunday, of course. We'll have to see.
So, something that we were talking about is what the plan for this team in particular was going to be for day 1 of the competition here, because we know, I mean, you can see it in their team logo if you type it in the chat whenever we add that emote physical god comp. They run Bear Druid, Mistweaver, Hunter, Warrior, Rogue. Now, all of the DPS specs, all of those players main those classes. They can play the different specs of those classes. So they could play the off spec today, and then just leave their main spec for Sunday. And again, these guys do the highest level of keys on live with this comp, so they can make it work. The question always came down to what are they going to play for the tank and the healer to make sure that they have their mains available for Sunday. Now, for the time being, they're just playing their mains right now. We'll see if that's going to change throughout the day so they can keep those unbanned for Sunday. But for the time being, looking across the board, we have a whole bunch of different looking routes and dungeons and team comps. Modicum of skill. Looks like they're going for the Ur strategy, where they play their main comp. Holy Method going for more of the Wunderbar Mist Count-esque comp, where they're playing Guardian, Resto, Shaman, and the Warlock. And, yep, Rag also playing the Frosty K, so they're going for a similar strategy there. RCG, completely different strategy there. They've got a Rogue and a Devastation Evoker. Or is that an Aug Evoker? No, it looks like Devastation. Okay. Whew. That was scary. We almost had an Aug Evoker on broadcast. Okay.
Yes, this is what they played in time trials, right?
Okay, yeah.
This is the exact same thing they played, which means that they are just playing their main comp, basically. Which would also mean, again, like, what are they going to do on Sunday if those classes are going to be banned? Because I do know that Cool and Dragon, they are Evoker mains and Rogue mains, respectively. So, as you said, they might play a different spec as well. But yeah, for physical god comp, that's an interesting point that you made about what is the tank and the healer gonna do, because they can't just go on a different spec and still have the same role. That is not possible with those two classes. One thing I was thinking for them, I guess, could be that maybe the tank and the healer, so both the guardian druid and the mistweaver, could play one off spec for one singular dungeon, right? And then the 3 damage dealers would be the specs that would just switch, or that would be banned, right? So as long as they play that same spec that they're playing now in every single key. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they're doing. A modicum of skill here in that 16 Priory, as we talked about numerous times. Wunderbar kind of innovating that pretty crazy strategy that we've seen no other team duplicate or copy so far. We have seen another few different kinds of strategies coming in here. Modicum of Skill did get done with their first pull though, and did commit that Bloodlust as well, which is fairly common. And we do see RCG, as we talked about, with the Death Evoker and the Rogue, that are going to Big Mama first. They did do a little bit of trash, but it looks like that was just trash that they pulled on the top of the boss. So that was this kind of route that Tettles was mentioned earlier.
Yeah, good shout from Tettles here. Unfortunately, Zero Cool does die to the Sonic Boom. I think he was on top of the wall, so that instantly exploded. That can happen on this encounter. Fortunately, Battle Res available for them, but it's not going to be available for the next 8 minutes of this key, so we'll see if they're able to play around that here with this slightly different comp than what we're used to seeing. But yeah, getting Big Mama out of the way first makes a lot of sense, right? It's definitely one of the pain points of the dungeon. This boss is a beast, especially as you get up to the higher key levels. You need to make sure that you're actually dealing with all of these robots as they spawn, and then having to live through the jumpstart phase does a lot of AoE damage, especially if the boss has had that barrier up for a long time, pulsing AoE damage on you. It's a lot for your healer to have to deal with, but RCG, they should be able to get this boss down in the next jumpstart phase if they have the cooldowns available, and it looks like the 2 minutes are back up now.
Yeah, they are looking very strong, and look at that Death Evoker damage coming through as well. Physical God Comp now on that first boss in their Rookery as well. We do have a little bit of a comparison between two teams here, because our top 2 seeded teams actually, Physical God Comp and Holy Method at the bottom right of the screen, they both decided to go to Rookery. So it looks like Holy Method is a little bit ahead. At least on boss percentage, but they're still very close to one another. So we're going to have a good idea of how fast these two teams are going to be in this dungeon with this comp that they're running. And we're also going to be able to compare the route a little bit between these two teams, which is going to be interesting too. Because I'm sure Physical God Comp, that's one of the things with the comp that they're playing, right? They cannot necessarily just straight up copy another team's route, because they are playing such a different comp. They want to maybe not do super insanely big pulls. They want to do maybe more overall pulls, but go a little bit smaller, because of course they have target caps. They don't have as many like AoE interrupts as this quote-unquote meta comp has. So Physical God Comp, not only are they playing another comp, they also have to innovate strategies a little bit more compared to their teams.
Yeah, and again, the thing that's interesting about this is, like, this is just the comp that they play on live, so they'll have most of this figured out already. They're one of the highest, like, actual IO comps in our competition, because they play together on live all the time already, so, you know, they'll have so much practice playing this comp. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for them. Again, it's really going to come down to them just being able to play well on the day and make sure they get those keys done. So we'll have to see how they're able to stack up against our other teams. Now, of course, Holy Method did qualify at a higher seed overall than Physical God Comp, so it shouldn't surprise you to see them, you know, a little bit further ahead here. But still, I think it's going to be very close between these two teams today, regardless of the comp differential.
Yeah, I agree. And then, of course, one more thing to mention about Holy Method here is that this off-meta comp that they're running, Thanner, actually known to be a Resto Shaman main for quite a long time on live servers. So it's no, like, unknown spec for him to play here, which means that he's going to be very experienced in this one. And then, of course, Fragnance as well on that DK has been playing that for a long time. Waxy the Warlock as well, and Wildy, of course, being that mage main. Andy, of course, as a main tank, has been playing all classes, so Guardian Druid also shouldn't be any problem for him either.
Yeah, something I want to keep an eye on today is whether or not Holy Method is also of the same opinion that Missed Count is when it comes to healing comps for the dungeons we have on Sunday. We noticed yesterday, this was also something that Tettles pointed out, that Missed Count was very meticulous about making sure they didn't get the Resto Shaman banned out for Sunday, because they think that pick is actually extremely good specifically for Dark Flame Cleft, which is going to be one of our dungeons for tomorrow. So if Holy Method don't have that available, and it ends up costing them for the dungeon tomorrow if they're able to make it through, we could always come back today and be like, well, they should have kept that pick open.
Yeah, maybe that's also why they're playing that Frost DK, so to potentially ban, like if Thunder plays a different healer in one of the dungeons, and then they could just have the Frost DK, the Warlock, and the Guardian be banned. But then why play the Shaman at all right now, right? At that point, you could have just played Priest, so and just switch to Shaman for one key. Yeah, interesting. We'll see what they're gonna do. Maybe they just want to have like more options open, and then they're gonna decide which classes they want to ban or which specs they want to ban at the end of the day, which is a strategy we've seen lots of teams do, and kind of just switch to the other comp at the very end and just leave all of those high push keys for the end of the day once they can reassess what kind of specs they have been playing so far for the day.
Yeah, for those of you just now tuning in and are wondering what Nagura and I are talking about, we're talking about the new Spec variety rule that was introduced this MDI, where for the first day of competition on the weekend, at the end of competition, at the end of the day, the top 3 specs you played throughout the day, in each key that you increased your score in, get banned out for Sunday. So the teams have to, if they're making sure they want to keep their best classes unbanned for Sunday, they have to make sure they don't play those specs at the highest, at the most amount for the day. And our admins are tallying that up throughout the day, so they have a good idea of where they're going to be throughout the day. But from what we've seen from our top-end teams, your Wunderbars, Miscounts, 07s, they have this exact strategy in mind where they make sure that the 3 specs they don't want to keep through to Sunday are the ones they play the most.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one as well, the spec rule, because of course we talked about the highest seeded teams coming in and trying to preserve their best specs for Sunday. But then at the same time, we have the lower seeded teams who maybe don't have, maybe they're not as confident to make top 2 on that first day, and they might have to pick those higher success comps that they choose. Like either it's their main comp that they've been running all the time, or it's this quote unquote meta comp as well. And then if they do end up making it to Sunday with that comp, but then 3 of those specs are banned, then they're going to be a little bit on the back foot, especially if the top seeded teams coming into Sunday don't have those best specs banned. So it's a little bit of it's a little bit of an interesting game that these teams have to play with that new rule.
Yeah, and I think already we can make a little bit of a comparison between Physical God Comp and Holy Method. Let's see what the timing on the first boss kill is for both of our teams. For Holy Method, I believe I see, 6:43, and they're already on to Stormguard Gorin. But Physical God Comp also making their way down towards that boss as well. What was the first boss kill for Physical God Comp? 6:43 exactly. So it is exact neck and neck between the 2 completely different comps. Oh, I love it. Highest level competition here.
It's actually just incredible to see those 2 teams have the exact same timer with completely different comps. That is so cool. Now, of course, now Physical God Comp is also on the boss. They do have the Bloodlust coming up in just a moment. It looks like Holy Method did use it as soon as it did come up for them on this boss here. And we'll see if Physical God Comp is actually doing the same thing in just a moment once their lust is coming up. They used it a little bit later. And it's very cool to see. The trash percentage was also very similar. Physical God Comp looked like they were playing a little bit more, but just like a slither. It was like 1% or 0.5% of enemy forces that Physical God Comp was ahead, which doesn't necessarily mean anything if Holy Method is going to pull 1 extra mob downstairs in the last boss's room.
Yeah, we'll see what the difference is going to be. But I mean, I love seeing that, the meta isn't as it isn't as rigid as you think it is, right? I think there's a lot more experimenting that can be done, especially with the class changes that we talked about yesterday coming in to play this week. I think there are a lot of different possibilities that are opening up now in the meta, and people should be a little more open-minded to that. We'll see how these teams are going to be able to play throughout the day. A team we haven't talked about much, though, in the bottom right corner, Modicum of Skill, making good progress in this Priory. 0 deaths so far, pretty solid first boss split. We'll have to see what their plan is for the day, because it looks like, again, they're going for a similar strategy to what we saw from yesterday, where they're probably just going to be playing the current meta comp the entire day and just trying to qualify for Sunday, and they could definitely play spoiler if they end up playing really well with that comp today.
Yeah, definitely true. And I mean, as we saw with Ur yesterday, it was super, super close at the end of the day. And modicum of skill. One thing that some of the lower seeded teams have been doing last week was that they stuck to that meta comp because they knew they have a really hard time making it to Sunday. So they kind of stuck to the meta comp and just kind of accepted the fact that some of these specs are going to be banned for Sunday. But they did make sure to preserve some of the specs. For example, the tank. Vengeance Demon Hunter would be the first spec to be banned because it's always tank first, healer second, and then damage dealers if there's a tie between the most specs that they've been playing. But you can preserve your tank if there's just one single dungeon where you play a different tank in. Then the tank, of course, wouldn't be, or the Vengeance Demon Hunter wouldn't be the highest played spec, and therefore the healer and 2 of your damage dealers would be banned. And that's something that Modicum of Skill could maybe potentially do if they want to keep that Vengeance Demon Hunter for Sunday, for tomorrow, and it wouldn't be costing them too much, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, you can see Physical God Comp keeping it very, very close to Holy Method here with the different comp. See if they're able to keep it that close. Of course, the goal at the start of the day here is just to be consistent, right? We want to see 2 chests in every single one of these keys, if possible. Love to see the Parasol gameplay coming out of Holy Method here. This has become the premier strategy in this dungeon, to skip past most of the civilians on the left side and make sure you get up to the Ascendant. Unfortunately, Andy wasn't able to quite get there with the Parasol, unfortunately. But fortunately, we have the Gateway tech from the Warlock to get him up there. I love seeing that Gateway tech come into play. And here's the Parasol coming out of Physical God Comp as well. Do all 5 players make it up top? 1, 2, 3, 4? I think we're good. That's all 5. We're good to go.
It looked like Swish did actually wild charge in human form as a druid, which is very nice to do, but I think potentially Andy does not have wild charge, right? There's obviously a talent that you can decide to choose to pick or not to pick. So maybe it's possible that Andy does not have wild charge, and that's why they had to put up that gateway. But again, good that they have that gateway because they don't have any grip since they don't have the priest in the group. So nice to see that they did manage to use their utility available with this comp to get their tank back up and continue that pull. Now, looking at the enemy forces, we're definitely getting closer at the end of the dungeon here for both Physical God Comp and Holy Method. And I do assume that there's going to be these standard pulls left for them to do. And Holy Method not playing the Arcane Mage, so they might not be doing any kind of shenanigans where they keep some of the trash, some of the trainees kind of CC'd on the side, and some of the civilians, and then pull them in for that extra damage phase in the boss, which is something we've seen for the Arcane Mage comps. So, yeah, not necessarily something that you have to do with that mage. With the Fire Mage.
Yeah. Something I'm interested to see is if anyone else is going to be bringing out the Frostfire Fire Mage at all today, or if that was just a Hearthjack special. I know that's not something that a lot of mages like to play in Mythic Plus right now. It's really something you only see in Raid. And if I'm checking Wildy, Wildy's playing the Sun Fury Fire Mage. That's the more standard hero talent build that you will use for keys, and most content, actually. So, yeah, maybe we'll see that brought out potentially in the Priory. That's where Hearthjax was playing it yesterday. It's something that's a nice mix between the Sun Fury AoE build and the Arcane Mage funnel. It just lets you play a slightly more focused single-target version of Fire. Still have access to Cauterize. It's a pretty nice variation on the mage builds, but obviously not going to be played in this Rookery. We'll see if they potentially move towards that when they get to Priory later today.
Yeah, that will for sure be interesting. Hearthjack's, of course, innovating mage specs for a long time already. So we'll see if Wildy or some of the other mages are going to be doing that later. As Holy Method is the first team to engage the boss in their Rookery. Physical God Comp still has to finish off some of their trash on their side, and then they're going to be following suit in just a moment, though. Looking at the timer, Holy Method not being able to 3-chest this, which, to be fair, would be very crazy to see. Of course, this boss takes quite a while, so the 2-chest is going to be possible for both Holy Method and for Physical God Comp, but 3-chesting is just not going to be a thing here.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're ever going to see a 3-chest at 16. That's a little out of the question. They are pretty close to it, surprisingly enough, but like you said, Voidstone Monstrosity is probably going to take on this key level 3.5 to 4 minutes. They need to make sure that they have all of their damage burns up for when the shield gets broken and the boss takes increased damage. These Crushers, yes, they're there, but they're just going to get cleaved down by that Mage Ignite. Run around jumping on top of people in the meantime. The damage on this fight isn't anything to write home about. Thanos should be able to keep everyone top pretty easily. And we're into the first damage amp phase here. Let's just see how low they can get this boss.
Yep, there we go. The burst is coming out. We do also see some enemy forces missing, but I assume they're going to be... I assume they have this planned and it's going to be pulled in eventually from somewhere. But yeah, look at that. 68% is what they've got the boss to. Now we can get a good comparison with Physical God Comp. Let's see if they are going to be able to get it to 68% or even lower than that. We'll see in just a moment.
Well, it's kind of proc-based, right? The one thing that I know about Marksman Hunter is if they get procs, they can blast off. Lots of procs in that toolkit. Let's see how low they can get the boss whenever this shield is gone. There it is. Here comes the bird to apply that damage amp to the boss. 68% is the mark set by Holy Method. Just how low can Physical God Comp get it with their cooldowns? Ooh, it's not looking quite that good here, but I don't think they had all of their cooldowns available here. I think it was just the Warrior and the Hunter. They're getting pretty close, though. Let's see. Do they match the 68%? Not quite, but still pretty close.
Yeah, definitely super close to them. And as long as they don't get one extra shield, then they're golden anyway, right? Now we're going to see while they move and actually add this extra trash in just a moment, presumably. So that's going to be another difficult point here for Holy Method, where something could go wrong potentially, because of course they do have this enemy forces that they're missing. But they will have to add this, at least while it looked like he wants to go there. It is possible that they just play it safe, finish off the boss first, and then do the trash, because looking at the timer, they are very good when it comes to the 2 chests, right? So maybe there's no reason for them to necessarily risk this and just finish off the boss. Bloodlust is coming up in a little bit less than a minute as well, so they will be able to use that for the last trash pull that they need to do.
Yeah, I think that was
There
the
we go.
Observer POV showing us that they still had trash left to go for, which we appreciate immensely. But yeah, that would definitely be Pot of Greed territory with how much time they had left on the 2-chest timer. They don't need to pull that on top of the boss. They can just finish off the boss and then do the trash pull on its own and still have plenty of time left on the 2-chest. Modicum of Skill, still working away at this Priory of the Sacred Flame, and it looks like their timer is going to be great for the 2-chest as long as they don't heal all of their mobs here. I think that Risen Mage is going to get a heal, but only one mob there. Getting healed by the Lights Bomb Explosion, you'll take it, especially since it's not one of the Paladins. You're going to be totally fine with that. And they just have the one mini-boss, couple extra trash pulls, and they should be good for their 2-chest in the Priory as well here. So far, so good for all of our teams. Even RCG here with the Dav Evoker. Swamp Face will go down, and they'll have about 6.5 minutes to get through Bubbles and get onto Giesel and go for their 2-chest and the Floodgate as well. We know this timer is very, very tight, though, in the Floodgate, though, so that's something we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on, especially if that bubble skip doesn't go as intended, as we've seen so many times already in this season of competition.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on RCG's plus 2-chest timer and that bubble skip as well, as you mentioned. There we go, Holy Method now reaching that last damage phase in just a moment. They won't have an issue to finish off this boss at all, now that he's down to 10%. And then they will move on and to do that trash pull with that remaining Bloodlust that they will have available for that. That will be interesting, because they do this trash afterwards. It is actually very possible that Physical God Comp is going to be clearing their run a little bit quicker in comparison, because they do have this Void Stone as well that will take quite a while to finish off for them. But yeah, they will have enough time for sure. Physical God Comp also missing a little bit of trash, but I think it's just one count or two.
Yeah, one civilian will do it.
Yeah.
That's good. I can just tag that in with a little misdirector. Tricks of the trade. Holy Method, like you said, though, with the Bloodlust, that came off cooldown kind of at the last moment there. Able to use that to finish off this trash count. This is a little bit of a weird route variation, and I wonder what they did differently at the start of their key in order to have to pull that to finish off their count. That's different from the Rookery runs that we saw last weekend. But that is going to be the 2-chest secured for Holy Method. Can Physical God Comp follow suit here with the Bloodlust, with the boss sub 30%? They're able to finish it off and get that boss down. Again, they do need to finish off one civilian to finish their count. But with 2 minutes, that's not going to be too big of an ask here. They should be totally fine, and they will also be securing that 2-chest of their own.
There we go. I am assuming that both teams are going to be moving on. But there we go. We have a replay of a really cool kind of trick that we saw Physical Godcom doing. So we do see a trap and an incap coming in here. There we go. From the hunter and the monk. And what happens is that they're going to pull the boss. And once the CC runs out, once both the incap and the CC and the trap runs out, these crushers will move in. Which means that they will have a little bit of a delayed phase on the boss where they can make use of the extra ads and cleave the boss a little bit more, get more funnel, which is really cool to see them utilize those individual CDs and make sure that they space out the extra ads a little bit on the boss fight.
Yeah, that's nice. Always love to see just extra ways of being efficient, right? Single target long boss encounters are kind of the time killer in high-end key runs, so making sure you can get a little bit of extra trash count in the meantime at the same time is always going to be extremely efficient. It's better to hit more targets than just the one target. On board with RCG here, though, as the timer is dwindling away on that 2-chest timer here. 4.5 minutes left now. I think you're probably going to want 3 to 3.5 for Giesel here, so they have to get through this trash pack very quickly, and then they need to make sure they have time to go for the meld skip on the final 2 jump starters and get on top of the boss. This is looking like it's increasingly less likely, Nagura. This looks like it's very scary for RCG now.
And this is actually going to be pretty tough for them. They do have the Bloodlust available, and presumably all cooldowns are going to be saved for that boss pull in just a moment. Yeah, this is going to be difficult. Let's see. The percentage should be fine, though. Like, once all of this dies off, they should be at 100% enemy forces, and they have to do that skip, as we talked about. There we go. That last... Oh, that Inspector also is still on pretty high HP. Both of the Inspectors, actually. In fact, they did overpull a little. Those 2 Inspectors, they're already at 100%. So they're going to be losing some time here that they wouldn't have to spend. But yeah, as you said, less than 4 minutes left. Shadow Melt is available for their Demon Hunter. So we're going to be able to get that skip done. Hopefully no issues here. That skip can also be a little bit dangerous if you don't do it correctly. There we go.
Scary.
We are through. Yeah, it's
Maybe
going to be
a couple more
like
ticks
3
from
minutes.
the jump starters. Yeah, this is looking increasingly less likely. The meld skip is good, though. That's important. That's step 1. With 3 minutes and 15 seconds and the Bloodlust on pull, the fortunate thing here is all of the cooldowns are available, right? Rogue, the Dev Evoker, and the Incarnation from the Boomkin, all of the cooldowns are active, so we're going to get a big burst of damage at the start here, but 315 on a 16 boss. I just don't know if that's possible, but RCG are absolutely going to give it their all here. One thing's for certain, they cannot afford a single death here. Those 15 seconds would be a death knell for this 2-chest if it happens at all here. So, gotta watch out for every single Thunder Punch on the tank. Gotta watch out for every single one of these Giga Zaps that goes out on the 2 non-tank players. Be very scary if they have a death here.
Yeah, the boss is dropping super fast, but of course that is because of all of those cooldowns that are up at the moment, and that damage is going to slow down right now as all of those cooldowns did run out. So it's going to go a little bit slower, and then once there are a second set of cooldowns, it's going to come back up. It's going to speed up a little bit again. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Boss is on 57%. I feel like they can do it, but yeah, as you said, it's going to be very, very close. And we'll see if they can optimize the damage as well. One of the optimizations you can do here is make sure the Rogue doesn't have to walk too far, and the Vengeance Demon Hunter as well, whenever they have those sparks, right? Just making sure the puddles that are somewhat close to the boss are left for those melee players, and the range go a little bit further out, which of course they do have those, the Monkey and the Priest and the Evoker. Now, Evoker gets a little bit less range than the other 2, but should still be able to leave some of the puddles for those 2 melee.
One thing that's in their favor is that they have the highest single target spec in the game in the group in the form of that Dev Evoker, right? That spec is insane at just pumping out massive amounts of single target damage. And you can see, even though the Dragon Rage hasn't been up for about a minute and a half now, it's still doing Boomkin level damage. And with that Dragon Rage coming off cooldown in 10 seconds, we're going to see them catapult into the lead once again. And it didn't look like it was going to be possible at the start of this boss pull, but that Bloodlust push, they got the boss down by like 40% in the first minute. I actually think this is possible for them to go. They just need to make sure they don't die, right? They have the 2-minute cooldowns. Back off of cooldown right now. The Power Infusion going to be used along with that Dragon Rage on their Dev Evoker, and a huge burst of damage is going to come out, especially with that boss at Execute now for the Assassination Rogue as well. I think they can get this done. 50 seconds on the clock. It's going to be close, but I think they can get it.
I think so as well. We are going to get one more incarnation now for that Moonkin as well. And the Rogue cooldowns are also running. So we'll see if they manage to burst this boss down in the last 35 seconds that they have. The boss is just dropping slower and slower now that the Death Evoker cooldowns are gone, though. Let's see if the Moonkin can get the last damage in with that incarn that I mentioned.
Oh, 0.
Austin's a 6%, 27, 25 seconds left. I think they can do it. Just do not die now. If anyone dies here, it's going to be over. 20 seconds. I think they got it.
They've got it. 2 chests
the amount of damage they were doing, that's absolutely insane. Really nicely done by RCG here.
Wow, this is awesome to see. Really impressive. I mean, I'm curious too, maybe you could jump in a little bit because chat had a question. Makes, who's lurking in chat, sort of answered it, but I thought it was a good one for everybody to maybe hear. But Zyro, the question from chat was from Maba, and they asked, why does it matter if they do chest? Aren't they going to go for plus 18s anyway at some point? So maybe you can explain why it matters.
No, that is a great question, and I'm sure Mix answered it perfectly in chat as well, but just to make sure anyone else that had that thought process and didn't see the answer in chat as well, it's about saving time, right? If you're doing a 16 and you 2 chests, you get to skip instantly to 18. So you get to spend your time working on the 18 instead of having to spend the 25 or 30 minutes timing the 17 and then moving on to 18. You just get to skip straight to the 18. So it's a massive time save to 2 chest a key and be able to skip that level. That's why the teams are so focused on making sure their routes are perfect in the lower key level so they can get as high as possible as quickly as possible. Unfortunately for Physical God Comp, it doesn't look like it's happening in the 18, but we're still relatively early into the key, but this is a 6.5 minute time loss for them. So they're going to have to restart the key and go again.
Yeah, so they'd have Death that they used a Belrus on, and then unfortunately they did not have another Belrus available for that Rogue that went down during the boss fight, and they decided to just go again and reset that key. Holy Method, on the other hand, is also in their plus 18 run, and they have no issues so far, still on 0 deaths. So looking good for Holy Method. As you said, Physical God Comp, of course, losing those 6 minutes, not the end of the world, but definitely do not want to have that happen too often on those 18 keys, because we are going to go even higher than the 18 later on throughout the day, as we're getting those lower keys out of the way first for most of the teams, and then those higher push keys are going to be done at the end. Unless some teams decide to approach it a little bit differently. Like Ur, for example, yesterday, they decided to just push the first dungeon that they were choosing to do, in their case Motherload, all the way up to 20, which caused them to wipe and spend quite a bit of time there. But at the end, it did almost pay off. So yeah, maybe we'll see some of those teams do that same Ur strat as well.
Something else I want to shout out while we're kind of in a lull of start of key runs across the board is, in general, TGP, it seems to be more community focused, and we have a lot of teams that like to stream. So every single one of the teams on your screen right now has people in their squad streaming. But something that's a little different from normal is, if I'm not mistaken, every single member of Physical God Comp is live on Twitch right now. So if you want to watch any one of those classes, if you main one of those classes and you want to see how it's done at the highest key levels, you can check each of their streams out live on Twitch. I don't know if we've ever had a team have all 5 of their players live at the same time during a TGP before.
Yeah, that is very cool. Tettles also said that they were streaming all time trials and practice as well. So if you want to see how they approach their strategy making, their route creation, and all that kind of stuff, then you can maybe check out some of those bots as well on their streams, which is very, very cool to see for sure. As we do know, hiding your strategies and your routes and your practice is usually the approach that we see by most of the higher seeded teams, because of course you don't want to give away anything to your competition. But I guess one of the upsides of playing a completely different comp is that the other teams maybe can't even do much with the routes that you're creating, because they're not playing that same Physical God comp.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anyone really say, yeah, we'll copy that comp, please. I don't think that's something you're going to be too worried about if you're Physical God Comp. So they've definitely got that working in their favor. Let's look at the routing here from Holy Method, though, because I was curious at the end of that 16 Rookery, what were they doing differently that caused them to have to pull that extra Void Stone at the end? This is pretty standard. This is the pull that we saw Wunderbar doing. How much are they skipping after this, though? That's going to be the thing that determines why they have to pull that extra pack after they deal with the Voidstone monstrosity. This pull, even though it's standard, is pretty difficult still, though.
Yeah, it definitely is. I was also wondering if that's actually just their standard route that they're doing, and maybe on the highest key levels they really do pull that Voidstone pack into the boss, which seems very scary, but I don't know, like maybe that's just a strategy that they want to do in the 16 in case something goes wrong, so they still have the possibility to get a +2 in. And if everything goes correctly, they just don't do it. Maybe that's kind of their approach, but yeah, we'll see. As they're moving on, Physical God Comp going back into that 18 that they had to reset earlier because 2 deaths and no battle rest available for the boss. And Modicum of Skill on the bottom right, they did also have to reset their 18 Priory, which they ended up 2-chesting the 16 earlier, by the way, which was very cool. But yeah, they had to reset their key as well as they were wiping on this first pool that they're on right now, and it looks a lot better on that second go.
It's interesting you were talking about...
Sorry.
Oh.
It's my bad.
Unfortunate.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's going to be another resetted 18 here for Modicum of Skill. Again, these resets at the very start of the key, these are like the ideal time for a dungeon to go wrong. Yes, obviously you'd prefer to not wipe, but if you were to wipe, 2 minutes into the key is the best time to do it. It's the least time loss. But of course, you know, these resets, the time adds up over the day. So you need to start worrying about getting that pull done cleanly. But I feel like front-loading all the difficulty into that first pull makes a ton of sense, especially in this Priory of the Sacred Flame, which once again, if you missed the top of the show, almost unanimously across the board, every single team that we've asked, what do you think the hardest key in the current season dungeon pool is? Almost all of them said Priory or Floodgate. And we've got both of those in our dungeon pool today, so it's going to be a difficult day today for our teams.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be rough, so we do probably not going to have too many issues in some of these other dungeons like the Rookery, and that's maybe also why we see 2 of the teams choose to go to Rookery here as well, making sure that they get the somewhat easy dungeon out of the way before they step foot into the more difficult ones. We also see RCG now actually moving on to the Rookery after 2-chesting that 16 Floodgate in a very close manner. So they're not choosing to do the 18, just going to do the 16 in the Rookery first. Interesting approach too. I guess 18 Floodgate, as we talked about, both Priory and Floodgate are hard keys. So maybe they want to switch. I wouldn't say they might want to switch the comp, but this is their main comp. So maybe they just want to leave it for later.
Yeah, it's a tough one, because like 18 Floodgate is where things kind of cap out at that key level. 19 is the like stretch goal for Floodgate for the day, I would say. So 18 is already reaching the ceiling of how difficult that dungeon could be. So it makes sense to move away from that dungeon and leave that 18 for later in the day, maybe when you're a little bit more warmed up and in a flow state potentially. But let's take a look at Modicum of Skill. We haven't given them a whole lot of screen time yet today. Let's see how this Priory of the Sacred Flame is going for them. This first pull in particular, they're actually going for a massive pull in the back of the room here, but the notable thing about this pull is I believe they're going for a 0 night route, so they don't have to worry about any of those bleeds going on with their players. They're losing a lot of potential AoE, but they have so many sharpshooters in this pack that if one range player gets targeted by too many shots or pot shots at the same time, it could very easily one-shot them. There's also a bunch of traps on the ground that they have to dodge, so you could see how this pull could get very, very dangerous very, very quickly. And unfortunately, Thunderclap plus a shot will take out Ovi here, and it's likely going to be yet another reset, unfortunately.
Yeah, so another thing, if those sharpshooters aren't perfectly controlled, like you can see them standing outside, first of all, they're going to die a lot slower. And as Sarah just mentioned, of course, they also do an insane amount of damage to the group as well. But on top of that, if they're not close enough for the Vengeance Demon Hunter to get all of the spells on them, then eventually another ranged player that hits them will get aggro, usually the Moonkin, right? Having those dots and having that Starfall running. And that did happen to the Moonkin just there as the shoot did go on them, which means that they're, of course, going to die with all of that other damage coming through. And then the mage should go down to the Thunderclap in combination with some other damage events happening. Yeah, this is just a very dangerous pull. And I don't know, like most pulls in Priory are pretty dangerous. But yeah, especially that first one where you have all of your cooldowns running. We can see how hard this dungeon is on an 18.
Yep, for sure. We'll be checking in with them. I think that's going to be a pretty tough key to get done. Now, of course, it's a dungeon that they have a lot of practice in, right? All of these teams will have put a ton of work in specifically on that key because not only was it a time trial key, but it's something that's been featured in week 1 and, of course, yesterday in our first day of competition this weekend. So there's a lot of information out there on what the best strategies are in that key. And our teams will have practiced those first several pulls in the dungeon quite a lot. So I expect to see a lot of priority pushing, a lot of high priority keys today from our teams as they try to qualify through to Sunday. Again, the name of the game today is try to be in the top two. Top two teams qualify through to Sunday tomorrow, where they'll play against Mist Count and Polish Mountain, our top two teams from yesterday. And of course, of those 4 teams, our top 2 tomorrow will qualify through to the global finals next month. So that is the prize this weekend these teams are playing for.
Yep, and we'll see who makes it as a Holy Method. Let's take a quick look at them as they just got past that second boss on Stormguard Goran. And we're going to see another just like trash pull first. And then we're going to see the Parasol skip that Andy didn't quite make the last time. So we're going to zoom in on Andy and see if he can execute it this time around. Or if Waxy needs to save him again with that gateway. And yeah, we'll see if they also have that same enemy forces again going down, and if they're going to be skipping that trash pack that they ended up playing after the last boss earlier. So we'll see if that was kind of an intended thing, or if they just had a change of strategy midway through or had to improvise something in that 16 earlier.
Something that I thought was really cool from Wunderbar last weekend, specifically in this Rookery, was the way that they pulled the dungeon allowed them to stay in combat pretty much the entire key. The only times that they ever dropped combat were after the first pull to take the birds over to the Rookery, and then after you kill the first boss, because there's nothing that you can really keep yourself in combat with. And what that allowed them to do is every single person in their group ran Eye of Kazan and stayed in combat the entire key, keeping a 20 sec. Unfortunately for Andy, in combat with the Crushers here on the way down, they were trying to keep combat on their team, ends up going down to the melees from the Crushers while he's parasoling down. And actually, is this something that they do on purpose to keep themselves out of combat with those Crushers? Is this what they're skipping for their count? Because I'm not seeing those Crushers come down. Well, are these the Crushers that come with the Void Ascendant, or are these the Crushers from upstairs? If there's only 2 of them, I'm trying to count, and it's not working. I can't do math. I'm a caster. I'm sorry, chat.
So, I don't think it would, because I didn't see Andy pull anything. Oh, we do see Frag actually go down to a melee. They do have a battle rest that they're going to be using here. But that's the last one, actually, and they have to be a little bit careful. But it didn't look like Andy was pulling anything upstairs before he jumped. At least I didn't see it. So I think that might just be Crushers that either Andy pulled while he was gliding down because he was like really close to the wall and that potentially could have pulled something, or that it was just intentional Crushers that they were in combat with that they wanted to stay in combat with. So yeah. I don't think that Andy dying would have left combat for them, because I assume that everyone else earlier on the trash pack was in combat with them too.
Yeah, they did have 4 Crushers there, so they didn't lose that count. So I was trying to figure out if those are the 2, like, if they were trying to skip those 2 Crushers after dealing with the Ascendant, and if that was the count that they were missing that made them have to pull that Void Stone afterwards, but no, that wasn't it. So I'm still trying to figure out the routing that they're using here. It's so weird to me that they have to pull that extra trash pack, but of course, they're the ones playing the competition. I'm just yapping about it, so they know something I don't know for sure. Modicum of Skill have gotten past that first pack. This is huge for them in this 18. We're on to High Priest Amia here, of course, with that Reflecting Shield. Have to keep an eye on the Arcane Mage to make sure they don't accidentally one-shot themselves to that damage. They also have Chainmail on top of this mini-boss as well. That's going to be leaping around potentially bleeding players as well. So, yeah, interesting strategy here for Modicum of Skill. Have to keep an eye on those bounding leaps at the same time. But yeah, we're good to go. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job of dealing with this pack here, making sure the defends aren't channeled too long for the Footmen.
Good to see them executing that first pull this time around after having some issues there twice in a row. But now they are moving on to those mini-boss pulls, and we'll see if they can do the rest of the dungeon. Unfortunately, they had to use that battle rest, so that means they won't have that available for quite a while. And as we talked about, just many trash pulls in here are incredibly dangerous. So we'll see if they can execute this. At the same time, as Modicum of Skill did have issues, there were also other deaths across the board. RCG did have their, I believe it was their Moonkin that went down during that second boss in their Rookery that they're on. They'd have to use that battle rest as well. And we did see some other battle rests coming through, or physical god comp as well, or death coming through for them. And there we go. Holy Method now dealing with that last trash pack, and I think that's enough. So they don't actually need that trash pack anymore. Or is it enough? I'm actually not 100% sure.
Let's see, they've got 2 Crushers and Ascendant and a Voidstone. This should be enough. Voidstone is 2.5. Ascendant is also a little under 2.5. 2 Crushers, 3. They might be a little short. No, I think they're good. They're good. This should be count. Okay. I thought Wildy almost jumped off there. Yeah, this should be count for them. So, whatever went wrong in the 16 didn't go wrong in this 18. This should be count. They should be good to go. Unfortunately, though, the 18 not going to be 2-chested here, but I'm not sure if they were planning on that being part of their route here. Modicum Guild does have a couple of deaths on this double mini-boss pull that they were attempting here. Starmanity is dead. They don't have a battle res, so they're going to have to out-of-combat res him before they get into their next pull, but that's something that they have time to do here for sure. Meanwhile, Holy Method has dealt with the final Ascendant and Voidstone, and they're on to the Voidstone Monstrosity. And these 2 Crushers, yes, they should be the remainder of the count. They both get 15 count each. That adds up to over 992. They'll be good to go on their trash count.
Perfect. Yeah, so maybe something did just go wrong the last time around with some of these Crushers, as you mentioned earlier. So yeah, shouldn't be a problem anymore moving forward for them. I do think that the 2 chests on the 18, I think even without the 2 deaths would have been a little bit tough, just considering how long this boss fight takes on an 18. And they pulled the boss with like 2 minutes left, a little bit over 2 minutes on the 2 chest timer, which definitely a little bit too rough unless some major things did go wrong for them earlier, which I didn't necessarily see outside of those 2 deaths, of course. One of them being just Andy going down on that skip, which didn't cost them too much as they used that battle rust. And their second death was Fragnance on a trash pool that they used a battle rust on as well, which means that both of them shouldn't have cost them too much outside of the death penalty, of course. And yeah, now we do have that damage phase coming up in just a moment. Bloodlust is available. We'll see if they'll be popping everything on that first damage phase or saving it for a later one.
It didn't talk about this that much this key, but Wildy did swap back to Arcane from Fire in the 16, so they do have the funnel option here, but they don't have the civilians on top of the boss. However, the burst damage during this first phase is definitely going to be a lot higher, especially since they have the Bloodlust for it this time around, whereas in the 16 they used it literally after they killed the boss because it didn't come off cooldown until then. You can see with that Bloodlust, this first damage push is going to be quite a bit better, considering the boss has a lot more HP compared to the 16, getting it down an extra 8% with that extra Arcane plus Bloodlust burst here.
Yeah, that's actually absolutely crazy to see that extra damage coming through by their Arcane. And yeah, we'll see how many shields they have to deal with on this 18. The timer, of course, more than fine for the +1. And the +2 is going to run out in just a moment. Physical God Comp on the bottom right, also in the 18 Rookery, that they had to reset earlier because of some issues at the very start of the dungeon and then the boss fight. So they're a little bit behind now to Holy Method because of it. But they're also approaching the end of the dungeon, moving to that last boss's area in just a moment. And we do know that their strategy earlier worked out fine. They didn't have any of those missing trash percentages at the very end, except that one like the small I think they were missing 1 count. So that maybe does not happen anymore, or it happens again, wouldn't be the end of the world. The timer is also looking very, very good. So they shouldn't have an issue at all with that +1 in their 18.
Good to see. Good to see them just going through it and powering through, but we are going to be doing a swap on the desk, so Zyronic, we will say thank you for now and look forward to having you on later.
Bye!
Bye!
Boy.
And Dratnos is coming in. So, Dratnos, Dr. Atnos, Mathnos, if you will, you go by many monikers. We're very glad to have you back. And, you know, we've been watching a lot of Physical God Comp, and they had mentioned beforehand that they had really been expanding out their specs this season. So, Walks picked up Assassination Rogue, Squish learned Feral Druid, Nox have learned Arms Warrior. But, from your perspective, what kind of challenges or strengths do you think their range of comp has in the competition?
Yeah, I mean, this comp has been working really well for them on the live servers. I've been excited to see how well it's doing. I'm just curious what the plan is going to be around the spec variety rule, because if they play this comp all day today, they're not going to be able to play it if they make it through to Sunday. Now, maybe their plan is just you just end up in the same spot as the other teams and end up playing the meta comp, the Vengeance Demon Hunter, the Disc Priest. But I haven't seen them playing that ever on the live servers. So I was kind of thinking that they would do some work to preserve the comp that they're currently playing for Sunday.
Yeah. So we were talking about this earlier, and I guess one thing that they could theoretically do is have their damage dealers play a different spec on Sunday, right? Because of course all of these players would be capable of doing that. The problem though, of course, is their tank and their healer not being able to play an off spec and still stay within the same role. So what they could potentially do is have their tank and their healer switch to a different class just for one single dungeon. And then the 3 damage dealing specs would be the most played for them at the end of the day. And then they could just play a different spec on Sunday. But then, what do you play on Sunday? I guess you play BM Hunter, Arms Warrior, Assassination Rogue. I mean, it doesn't sound that bad.
It's just, usually you would use those specs on the day 1 and not the day 2, right? Usually that would be the thought process. So I'm curious what they're up to here. Noxiv going down to an Umbral Wave from the Ascendant. But it should be okay for Physical God Comp. They are still looking fine on the timer here, although 2 chest is probably out of reach for them. Holy Method also almost done with the plus 18 Rookery. Looking pretty solid. They're off with a much more... This has been sort of the most common strategy we've seen used around the spec variety rule. Stuff like that Frost DK, that Destro Lock, and of course the Bear Druid and the Resto Shaman have been very common picks for playing around that. Although Wildly on the Arcane Mage, definitely something that they're going to have to juggle around if they want to save that for Sunday as well. Although you don't have to do too much work with that as long as you swap it a little bit. You can let the pressure mostly land on, the Frost DK and the Destro Lock instead.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Modicum of skill now in their 18 Priory. Moving forward, we do see Supernovae on their Arcane Mage. Interesting that she chooses to play that here, as we do know that a lot of mages actually were playing fire in this dungeon, right? We talked about this earlier, that Hearthjacks even ended up playing Frostfire instead of that Sunseeker build that we have seen most fire mages play in this dungeon and all the other dungeons too. So yeah, sticking to the Arcane Mage here, which I'm sure also has a lot of value. There's a lot of high HP targets that do need to be focused on a lot of these pulls, so I'm sure that funnel is also very beneficial in this dungeon as well, though.
Yeah, it is interesting though, because this is like the non-arcane dungeon is Priory, so you would think that would be a place where you would play. Yeah, we saw Ellie Shaman was an option that got some play in there. Fire Mage, as you said. Definitely a lot of choices in Priory and in all the dungeons, as we have RCG now also about to finish off a Rookery. They're the only team that's doing this dungeon switch at the plus 16 level, right? Most of our teams have done at least 16 and then 18 in the same dungeon, but RCG are instead alternating even at the plus 16 level, and they're going straight into the Rookery. The good news for them is that they're also on this 2-chest pace, though, so we should be in for a really good day of competition today, because all of our teams are capable of 2-chesting these plus 16 keys to start things off, which is really, really exciting. That means that our top teams are going to be under a lot of pressure as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting that RCG approaches this a little bit differently. I did also want to mention that Holy Method moved on as well from that Rookery now that they got that 18 on the board, so they're now in that Priory as well. And I would love to see the route they're running in that dungeon, because we have seen so many different ones. But yeah, there we go, RCG finishing off that 16 Rookery and getting that 2-chest as well. We talked about this. The 2-chest in 16 Rookery, not as easy as some of the 2-chests in the other 16 dungeons. So very cool to see that RCG did manage to pull that off. And we'll see if they move on to the Priory or if they continue that 18 Rookery. Rookery may be the easiest key today, which is tough because Priory and Floodgate are just so much harder, and all of the teams think that they're the hardest overall. So generally just a really tough day for all the competitors today.
Yeah, you got to remember as well, with only 5 hours in the day, that only gives you about an hour and a half to allocate to each dungeon, which means about 3 runs for each dungeon. So something like 16, 18, 19 could be all that you have time for as the dungeons are as hard as these ones are. But here's Physical God Comp working on the Voidstone Monstrosity burn phases here.
Actually,
you can see that
really
marksmanship damage. Yeah, looking nice here. I think the shield is going to prevent them from two-chesting. Also, slight issue. You need 992 count in this dungeon, and they have 991. So they are going to need to pull some trash.
Earlier. Yeah, so the exact same thing happened to them earlier, which kind of makes me believe it's almost on purpose. Because all they do afterwards, of course, is finish off one of those civilians at the side that they still have left there, which is not going to take them too much time. But it is interesting. Now that it happened twice, I'm assuming it is intentional. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's something we've seen in previous expansions as well, where sometimes you would just leave a little bit of count for after the last boss, and then you pull a big pack. But instead of finishing off the whole pack, you just finish off one or two of the mobs, which kind of allows you to skip half the pack without having to CC or do any weird kind of skips. So I guess maybe that's their thought process here.
Yeah, we've seen some teams on this boss pull some of that trash in with the boss, but when you don't have something like an Arcane Mage to benefit tremendously from it, it doesn't do as much work for you, so it makes sense to not bother doing that. It's just, it always feels inefficient to be running after the last boss and starting up a pull afterwards, but you're right, that might be what they're up to here. That might be the least bad way to get that last one count that they need, so... interesting thing, we'll have to keep watch on them as they go up to that plus 19 key level, whether they go there now or later. But yeah, their timer is looking pretty good here. They should be on pace to be able to time this key on a plus 19 as well. Meanwhile, Modicum of Skill working on this Priory. This boss is one that the Death Knight does an awful lot of work if they want to here. If they don't mind getting off the boss a little bit, they can hit that anti-magic shell and really help minimize the danger of these sacrificial pyres. Looks like Modicum of Skill maybe angling towards that. Okay, no anti-magic shell off cooldown just yet, so we're saving it for the next one, I think, here.
Yeah, it's a nice little trick to do, and I think you can do it every other AoE phase coming through, right? So the AMS is not available for all of them. So whenever it's not up, you do want to have your tank, or, I mean... You could really have any member do it, but usually it's just the tank that ends up getting those stacks, and whoever might have to help out. But there we go, because Ground Pike does have wings up, we actually have the 5 stack come through, and that's exactly what we saw the DK do now, as Dreadnoughts mentioned with the AMS, just proccing all 5 back to back with the AMS up, which is very, very nice for the 5 stack. Once you have only 3, I guess it's quite a lot easier to just have the tank or anyone else really of the team do it, but once you have those 5 stacks during those wings, it is very nice to have the AMS.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very much safer. You can see after that Castigator Shield comes out, they're going to handle the 3 stack, and they're doing this one a little bit more methodically. The danger of this ability is when you pop it, it does a burst of group damage, and it puts a nasty dot on the person that does the popping. So whenever you are doing multiple stacks in the same time, you're getting multiple hits of that big AoE, and those big hits are going on people that also have that dot. So everybody that actually does a pop is in a lot of danger. But whenever you have Anti-Magic Shell available, none of that is scary, because even 5 pops isn't enough to actually threaten the group. And no stacks are going on anybody because Anti-Magic Shell is happening, so it completely trivializes the difficulty of this mechanic. You can use Death's Advance as well to stop getting knocked back, and you can see they are in a lot less danger than they would be without that. So really nice piece of utility from the Death Knight, helping to make Baron Braunpike not quite as hard as he otherwise would be. Modicum of Skill definitely looking solid on this timer as well. 2 deaths in this run, so it's not perfect, but it's definitely still on pace. And yeah, we're in for a really exciting start to our day here, because, Holy Method, definitely the team that came into the day as the biggest favorites, but all of our teams so far have been really performing.
Yeah, this is actually incredibly nice to see. As you said, Modicum of Skill showing off a really good performance in this Priory, which is one of the hardest dungeons to do at the very start here. So even though they did struggle a little bit at the start of their 18 and having to reset it a few times, that wouldn't be surprising to happen to the higher seeded teams as well. Definitely one of the toughest dungeons that we have here. So yeah, shaping up to be a very good competition today. RCG now in that 16 Priory, as we talked about earlier, them just kind of doing the 16s first before they move on. And Physical Godcom, they're actually doing the 19 Rookery before they move on. So very cool to see that they are pushing that key a little bit further up before they are changing their dungeon. They did have to reset that dungeon once just now because they had a full wipe on that first pull, but of course not costing them too much time, and they're just going again.
Yeah, the exciting thing here as well is Physical Godcomp actually a minute and 15 seconds faster than Holy Method in their Rookery 18 compared to each other. So now, of course, Holy Method are playing specs that they're less familiar with, right? That are maybe less of what they're planning to use going forward, whereas Physical Godcomp, this is their Physical Godcomp. So maybe that's part of the explanation here, but either way, that's a really encouraging sign if you are a Physical Godcomp fan, which, from looking at chat, a lot of people are.
Yeah, no surprise there. I'm a fan of Physical Godcomp as well, especially them just streaming practice, streaming time trials, showing up with this completely different comp, not playing their meta comp is really cool to see. And the fact that they're doing so well, performing so well already, is a very cool team to root for, of course. Holy Method, though, the #1 seed coming in for today, they're also doing an incredible job as they have done that 18 Rookery, as you said, a little bit slower than Physical Godcomp, but still managed to execute it first try, not having any resets so far whatsoever on their side. So we'll see if they can continue this trend with this Priory as well, that they've done 46% enemy forces in so far, and they're now on that first boss. I didn't quite see the pulls that they were doing at the very start of this Priory, but once they go to the higher key levels, I would like to keep an eye on their route that they're running, because as I said earlier, there's lots of different routes we have seen come through for this dungeon in particular. And I also want to take a look at Modicum of Skill, because they are approaching the end of their +18 run, and there's just so many things that can go wrong in that last boss's room, especially with the Brawn Pike pull as well. So let's take a look if Modicum of Skill can execute this nicely. They have the Bloodlust available, so in case they do want to do a bigger pull here, they can use that here.
Yeah, very big options available to them. 2 chest timer, not relevant here either. It's just about succeeding or not. This is a pretty scary pull, but it's not too dangerous. The 1 light spawn in here and a bunch of mages to worry about.
2 light spawns.
The 2 light spawns here and a bunch of mages to worry about. That solar beam is going to do a lot of work against these mages. Got to watch out for when things start dying as well, though, as they do that on-death explosion. Pretty much all the mobs in this pack do something on death that you need to look out for. Either that burst of damage from the footman, or the light spawn doing that big AoE circle. One of them is about to get low enough to trigger that. So you can see a nice movement away, bringing that away, and then, yeah, it's not going to actually heal too many of these mobs. Nicely done. Now those mages and footmen starting to die, and you can see the group's HP is suffering each time one of those mobs goes down. Even 2 of those going off at once would be in danger of killing somebody at this key level.
Yeah, and now they're getting in a situation where the footmen are about to go down, but also the light spawn is, and they might... No, never mind. It looks like they did manage to get all of the footmen out, and now we do want to have that stun or that CC come through on the footmen to make sure we don't get that AoE. That, yeah, okay, if they die 1 by 1, I guess it isn't too bad. We do see the single target stun come out from the DK here to not get that last explosion on the group. And now we do a second light spawn pull here with some of these mages. Again, a difficult pull. Not as dangerous as the double light spawn pull, but still hard to execute, because we can see a lot of them actually did use their defensives and their shadow melts to get rid of the purification fixate from the light spawns on that previous pull. So that means with less defensives available, even 1 light spawn can be dangerous, especially if you get fixated a few times in a row by that purification. Which is nasty. And there we go, as I say it, that the Moonkin has been targeted twice now, the Pain Sap and the Bear Form having to be committed to make sure that their Moonkin stays alive.
Yeah, nicely done by Modicum of Skill. They're on good pace to put this on the board. In the meantime, Physical Godcomp are working on that 19 Rookery, and they've got a fairly dangerous pull underway at this key level. Got a lot of casters in here, and these birds that are just doing so much AoE damage with that localized storm, with those energized barrages fixating onto players as well. So nicely done by them so far. these sorts of pulls as well can be tough ones for the Fury Warrior, because the Fury Warrior really prefers to keep the target count nice and low, and for a while there it looked like they were fighting more than just those 5 mobs. The good news is eventually after you kill a few of them, you're down to 5 mobs, and all of a sudden your Fury Warrior is back to full power, which is always nice. Yeah, this is looking solid for them so far. Just the boss now left in the room, plus 2 more trash pulls. So they're going to deal with one of these pulls. They're sort of angling towards boss here, and yep, boss is getting added to this pull. And they have those casters now off to the side that they're probably going to try and avoid. That fighting those casters with this boss can be really scary if you don't have a good way to keep them like silenced for a while. Because whenever you get that intermission phase and you get pushed by the boss in one direction or the other, it can be really hard to keep those mobs with you. So you can see they are hugging the side of the room here, hugging the edge, so that they avoid getting too close and pulling that pack in, because they'd be just free casting back there. It'd be very hard for them to keep them under control.
Yeah, really nicely executed on the trash skip there. And looks like the last 2 mobs that they still have alive are going to go down in just a moment. This is a pull they had some issues on the 18 earlier, did manage to recover this time around and executed perfectly in that higher key, which is very cool to see. And Modicum of Skill did also manage to get their Bloodlust Brawn Pike pull done as well in their 18 Priory, and they are now approaching that last boss. So very cool to see them executing this 18 pretty nicely so far, if they manage to get that last boss done as well. And now we see 3 teams in Priory on the right side of your screen, while Physical Godcom, of course, as we talked about, working it at 19, where all of a sudden these bosses are going to take quite a while. Looking at single target damage, I'm having a hard time like comparing the single target damage from like the meta comp to this Physical God comp. I'm not sure if you have a little bit of a better idea. Of course, if there's any kind of funnel that is available for an Arcane Mage, then I assume that the meta comp would be doing more single target damage. But if we assume there's no funnel, how close are these comps to one another in like a pure single target setup?
Yeah, I mean, I think the single target from this should be fine. It should be pretty good. Fury Warrior doesn't have to concede much of its single target to play a nice M+ build, which is always good when you end up fighting these bosses. Outlaw Rogue does pretty good single target as it stands right now. It's kind of a hard spec to pick up, and you gotta have good reaction times and understanding of your spec's rotation to be able to do good damage on it. But if you clear that bar, it can definitely perform. And then Marksmanship Hunter does great damage in single target situations as well. A little bit less than the raid build. You play a pretty different build for M+, but it still does some pretty solid single target. So I'm not surprised the Physical God comp are doing well. I mean, they were doing well enough to time these keys at a pretty high level on the live servers, and I do think single target is not the weakness of the comp. I do think it is, giving up that Arcane Mage funnel, for instance, is kind of probably the thing that loses the most time in situations where that would be good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. As we do see Modicum of Skill now on the last boss, 55%, they're gonna get that intermission in just a moment. And yeah, they have 4 minutes, 36 seconds left, which is, of course, more than enough time to finish up this boss, as long as they don't have any major problems coming through. So very cool to see Modicum of Skill being able to get this 18 done, and actually be the first team to get the 18 Priory done, as all of the other teams decided to either go to a different dungeon first or move on from it pretty quickly. So very cool to see Modicum of Skill doing so well. And RCG Holy Method now also advancing in their 16 Priory that they're in right now. Physical God comp now finishing off the boss. And this is the moment where I would say it's probably the scariest moment between the first and the second boss in Rookery. So I do want to take another look at Physical God comp and see how they're dealing with this trash coming up.
Yeah, real quick before we look at their next pull, we can actually look at the start of that boss pull that they did, where they did fight a lot of casters at once here. This is a pretty scary pull. You'd think, okay, we don't have enough kicks for this, but something that's good about their comp compared to a lot of others is they have 5 15-second kicks here, right? All of them, 4 15-second kicks and the Hunter. So a lot of kicks compared to the sort of meta comp, which features a Moonkin interrupt that's a lot slower, a healer that doesn't necessarily have an interrupt if you're playing with the Priest. They don't have one at all. The Rest of Shaman does have a good one when that is teched in, but just look at this kick tracker up in the top left. You can see how many uses they're getting of these various interrupts. only letting lightning bolts through now this late into the pull, and even then only a few of them when they were topped, when there's nothing else going on, really means that they can make this pull work when other groups can also make this pull work, right? You have to use something like Sigil of Silence and Solar Beam as those sort of AoE kicks. But when you do that, you run into this issue of if the pull lasts for more than 50 seconds or so, now you don't have those AoE stops anymore, and now you're relying on like one Arcane Mage kick, one Unholy DK kick, and one tank kick, and that's really a lot worse than Physical God Comp to just have 4 short duration kicks that they can just spam over and over again, no matter how long the pull lasts.
Yeah, this is actually very interesting to see how they're executing this composition, and then the difficulty it adds as well, having to do a bunch of single target interrupts instead of just pressing your AoE buttons, right? Like that is definitely more difficult
it's a lot
for
harder
them to execute. Yeah. So it's very, very cool to see how well they're doing here. And now they are, as I said, moving on to these more difficult pulls of the dungeon where we have these diffusers and the crusher comms coming through, which can just be incredibly dangerous as there's so much damage coming in. They have their Bloodlust available, which I assume they're using for that double diffuser pull that they do afterwards. And that one can be a huge pain point in a dungeon, so we'll take a look if they can execute it this time around. In the meantime, we did have a death on RCG on their 16 Priory. They did use a Battle Rest though, and they are back on track and everyone's back alive. No Battle Rest available for a while though, so they need to make sure that they're playing clean for the rest of their 16. And Modicum of Skill did finish off their 18 Priory as well in the meantime, which is very cool. So they're probably going to be moving on to a different dungeon now. I don't think they'll go for the 19 just yet on the Priory. But, I mean, they could surprise me.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, basically all of our teams are on or starting their 3rd dungeon, so a little bit of time difference between our teams, right? But some of that can be explained by different teams making different decisions about where to go. But Physical God Comp, Arcing Void takes out both of their melee DPS. Now they do have 2 battle reses, both of which are going to be used here, but this is a very dangerous pull that is underway here. The recovery is hopefully going to work out as those players are now back up. Defensives are
Bloodlust
mostly used at this point, though.
Yeah, it's a bit rough because they lost Bloodlust, they lost all of their offensive cooldowns on those 2 damage dealers, right? So this pull is going to take quite a lot longer than they anticipated without those deaths coming through. We do see Shadow Melts being used to avoid some of this damage, and of course, because they're playing a lot of melee characters, they cannot line of sight some of these abilities that we see the Hunter do here. Benjir just making sure he goes behind this pillar, making sure he avoids some of this damage as they're dropping so low, and we do see now their healer and the Hunter go down, which means that's going to be a reset, unfortunately, for Physical God Comp, not being able to execute that hardest pull of the dungeon that we saw so many teams falter to.
You know what would be good right there for the Marksmanship Hunter? Resonating Arrow, the old Kyrian ability back in Shadowlands that let you attack from behind line of sight. That would be a nice spot to have access to that ability again.
Well, but then I guess the line of I mean, it's good for the Hunter, right? But
It
probably
would be,
bad
yeah.
for the melee, because if you line of sight after you get targeted, you kind of stop the ability. But if you already are in line of sight, then you're not an eligible target to ever get targeted, which means that the melee players will be getting targeted
Yeah,
even
they can
more.
deal with that.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be canceling any aim shots or anything like that. I'm hiding back there. It's all good. Here comes Holy Method, though. They're working on Prior's Merprey with more than 5 minutes on the clock, so they are in great shape for the 2 chests that obviously we expect out of them in these plus 16 key levels, but just because we expect it doesn't make it less impressive. It's still quite the feat to be able to reliably 2 chest these plus 16s on multiple different comps as they're playing throughout the day. Wildly also back on that Fire Mage. Not surprised in here. This is definitely the Fire Mage dungeon of the season. He's playing Sun Fury, though, although we did see... it was Hearthjax yesterday that was playing Frostfire Fire in here, which was super cool to see. Those Frostfire bolts. Some really fun spec to play. If you played Mage, you have a lot of different fun hero talent options. I would encourage you to try out any combinations of spec and hero talent that you haven't yet played. If you are a Mage player, they are all fun.
Yeah, not surprised that all mage specs are fun and viable and good.
That's it's one of the core rules of World of Warcraft is you can pick any time in the game's history, and there are multiple good mage options.
Yep. Modicum of Skill now decided to move on. They are now in that 16 Floodgate, so getting the most difficult dungeons out of the way first, which is interesting to see. And Physical God Comp, even though they did have a reset on that 19 earlier because of the wipe, they decide to go to the same dungeon again and attempt it again on that 19. We just saw a death on the Rogue and now on the Healer as well, so maybe they're just gonna reset. It was the first pull of the dungeon, so not too much time lost on this run, but of course overall they did lose quite a bit of time on this 19 Rookery, or in general in the Rookery. So maybe, I mean, I do think they can try this for a little bit more time, but at some point they do have to move on eventually, right? Because not getting those 16 points in the other dungeons would of course be very bad for them. So at some point they'll have to move on. But yeah, a little bit more time can be spent in this 19 before it becomes any major problem for them. As Holy Method is about to finish off the last boss in their Priory and get that 2 chest, as you mentioned, with a lot of time left. And I presume they're immediately going into that 18 afterwards, just like they did for that Rookery too.
Yeah, it's cool. We've got sort of all 3 different theories of the start of the day on display here. Holy Method doing the 16-18, 16-18, 16-18, probably what they're up to. Modicum of Skill also, it looks like, using that strategy. Physical God Comper instead doing the 1 dungeon at a time strat of 16-18-19, potentially in all 3 dungeons, whereas RCG are doing 16-16-16, and then maybe 18-18-18, so all the different ways that you could attack the start of the day here from our teams on display.
Yeah, definitely very cool to see. And something that production just mentioned as well, as we were talking about Hunter specs earlier, and just generally the damage that Physical God Comp can do on single target, you were mentioning that the Raid build is a build where you would do a little bit more single target, but the M+ build is quite a bit different. But it looks like the Hunter in Physical God Comp is actually playing a Dark Ranger build, something that you would usually consider that Raid build and not the M+ build, to maybe get a little bit more single target damage out, which is actually very interesting to see.
Yeah, in terms of representation, across the top Hunter keys, 92% play Sentinel, and only 8% are playing that Dark Ranger, but he's opting for it as well, which makes sense in this setting because it is a lot more single target. You are giving up some AoE, although the Sentinel AoE, in a lot of cases, that's going to be taken care of by something like your Outlaw Rogue, your Fury Warrior, as long as the pull sizing isn't too large for those specs. So yeah, this is a really cool adaptation to see. One of those things that should really help speed up the key is playing. It's not a full raid build, of course. You are still playing some, AoE talents. You're still playing things like Volley, but you are opting for the more single target hero talent, that Dark Ranger, giving you those really cool black arrows as well. It's another extremely fun hero talent that you got to try out if you've got a Hunter on your account.
Yeah, definitely go and try that out, as RCG is now engaging the last boss in their 16 Priory as well. Gearing up to getting that last plus 216 on the board. Looking at their timer, they definitely have a little bit less time compared to what we've seen from Holy Method. So they did decide to pull a little bit of trash onto the boss here. They need to make sure they're being careful with those footmen going down and exploding AoE damage onto the group on top of the other damage the boss is doing if they don't have any of those CCs available, but never mind, they did get that CC through, that's done, and they are managing to move on here. They're missing a little bit of trash actually, which is not ideal considering that their timer is not... I mean, they have 3 minutes left, so I guess they do have enough time to finish off the boss and find that 4 extra count that they're missing. Actually, there was a priest, so I guess the priest was actually just controlled by their priest. So that's the last enemy forces that they need.
It seems almost rude, right? Like, it seems like there should be a truce between priests, right? Where you don't... yeah, like you remember back in... I don't know if you played back in Vanilla, but back in Vanilla there was always this discussion of a druid truce where druids out in the world wouldn't world PvP each other, and you'd teleport to Moonglade and hang out with each other. And I feel like there should be one of those for priests as well, but maybe RCG not respecting that for sure.
I do also, whenever I play any kind of PvP and I hibernate other druids whenever they're in bear form or in feral, I do feel a little bit bad when I do that, yeah.
Big Sigil of Silence going to keep that priest under control as well as it runs up along with these neophytes. Although now it's starting to cast those greater heals from the back. Nice interrupt comes out though from their Dev Evoker, and yeah, nice work here. Getting through that shield pretty quickly. They have pretty good burst damage thanks to that Dev Evoker as well on the shield. Not to mention the Assassination Rogue as well, with those Deathmark Kingsbane moments, although it didn't even use Deathmark on the shield. That's going to be coming up in 20 seconds here. It's actually, so the Deathmark is up, but you don't use it until your Kingsbane is ready. It's a little weird to see them get desynced here, but sometimes that does happen when you have stuff like running from one spot to another, while one is off cooldown and the other isn't, so... should be all good though. One more use in the rest of the dungeon for RCG on that major Assassination Rogue cooldown. I do want to highlight an interesting thing going on for Physical God Comp as well, which is there's actually a Delve Trinket on one of these characters. Do you care to wager perhaps which one is using a Delve Trinket and which trinket it would be? Going once?
No, I have no idea what Delve Trinket they're playing.
It's the MM Hunter using Funhouse Lens, the on-use giving you a bunch of crit or haste for 15 seconds. And it's a 90-second cooldown as well, which lines up pretty well with True Shot. True Shot is technically a 2-minute cooldown, but you play some cooldown reduction for it, so ends up coming up pretty much every True Shot. It's actually a pretty big high roll if you can land the crit. It's really nice during the True Shot. The haste is also good, but the crit is usually what your fingers are crossed for, because True Shot gives you a ton of critical strike damage that further synergizes with that. So it's good enough to play even on the hero track when you have access to all of these infinite myth track options that everybody has here.
And that is very interesting, because there actually are quite a few Delve Trinkets that are pretty good for a lot of specs, right? But usually if you have every single trinket available to you on the highest myth track, then you would probably run those instead. If you don't have those available, then Delve Trinkets are actually very, very nice for a lot of classes. But yeah, it's interesting to see the Hunter is sticking to that. And of course, if you want to inspect any of the players that are currently playing, then you can use that WoW Companion tool and see what they're running, what kind of talents, what kind of trinkets, what kind of items and enchants. Definitely give that a look. And as we mentioned earlier, a lot of these teams, well, in fact, every single team has at least one person that streams this competition, so you can check them out if you want to see anything in closer detail. And as we mentioned earlier, Physical God Comp has every single player of their team actually streaming this, and they also streamed all the practice and the time trials as well, so you can check out how they create routes and how they really approach practice for this tournament, which is, I'm sure, very cool to see.
Yeah, love getting the opportunity to watch that. Another thing that we're going to have the opportunity to watch here is another quick replay from Modicum of Skill as they are setting up this pull onto second boss. This is an interesting one here. So we're looking for them getting past. This is a pretty common skip to get past here. And then there is a life grip available potentially to bring the rest of the group up, maybe on a 3-seater mount. Yep. So there's Human Form Wild Charge and then life grip up. But then they're over to the side here. And watch the Death Knight. Potentially.
Did it quite work? Huh.
Okay. I'm told there's a grip coming here. Okay, grip, CC ads, pull boss. Okay, ads should be coming in at some point here. Where are they? And how were they pulled? Is the mystery.
Interesting. Okay, yes. So what we've seen other teams do is just use any kind of CC plus a death grip from the DK to get these ads up immediately. But I guess what Modicum of Skill was doing is they did not grip the ads up immediately, they just used a CC. Not sure which one they used. It could have been maybe like a root or any kind of CC that puts you in combat, or like potentially something like a sigil. And once that CC runs out, they will be coming and running into the boss and give them that extra damage for their Arcane Mage, which is very cool to see. That's probably also why Supernovae is holding on to her cooldowns here, potentially waiting for those ads to come in.
Okay, so there's the Evocate. So now we're about to start CDs. So presumably this would be when we would have ads joining the party as well. Although I think
production is trolling us, and they're actually never
production may have run the old troll on us, perhaps, because I don't see any ads joining this one.
Let's just keep running this replay until those ads are coming.
The production says just trust, so we'll keep it going a little longer. In the meantime, another fun fact: there is a delve trinket on one of these players as well. Care to guess who?
I'm gonna say it's the mage.
It's the Unholy DK using a suspicious energy drink, the Mastery proc one. So there we go. Okay, so they ran over to the side here, and it looked like it was maybe a double jump throw glaive into Abomination Limb, gripping them as they started to run, something like that, to tag this pack in midway through the fight instead of at the start of the pull. Now, this is not too dangerous of an addition to this. You've got some contractors coming in, but it's weird to pull them at this time because you don't have an awful lot of your big cleave cooldowns. You do have Unholy cooldowns, but the Surge isn't ready for a little while here, which is usually what you said, like you said, something that would delete these ads.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice here to get those ads in. I guess maybe it wasn't actually intended. Maybe it was maybe they wanted to actually get them in earlier and didn't quite manage to do it because they were positioning themselves over there, as we saw. So maybe they wanted to get them in immediately, didn't quite manage for some reason, decided to not waste any more time, go on the boss, and then they tried again later and did succeed. So maybe that's also what happened. We will see once they do the hierarchy levels afterwards if it was intended to pull it late or not. And now that we're moving back to the present, Mythic skill did move on to Big Mama, is already halfway through the boss and had that Bloodlust available. So they're playing this route where you do Big Mama second and you have your second Bloodlust available for the boss, which you definitely need because this boss can be pretty difficult.
Yeah, for any of our people that didn't watch last weekend of the MDI, this is the most common place to lose a Floodgate run is on Big Mama. So it's a very important section of the dungeon. Basically, all routes are designed to give you a good Bloodlust on this, whether it's your first or second lust. And Modicum of Skill, entering that kilo block barrier at 35%, and then quickly exiting it to go into that jumpstart. Instead, a little bit of a missed barrier over there. We've all been there. The barrier over on the terrain on the side. Very common whenever I'm healing one of your groups, look for the barriers or those Spirit Link totems to end up on all kinds of scenery. But Modicum of Skill, not needing it here on the plus 16. No worries whatsoever.
Yeah, the first time I saw a bubble be placed somewhere else, I could see that it was actually like an actual like full circle, like it's a bubble, right?
Yeah.
It's not just a half circle, like you see it usually when it hits the floor correctly, but if it hits a tree, you'll see it's actually a full bubble. So very interesting when I saw that for the first time. Physical God come down on this pull though that they wiped on earlier. This time around, their damage dealers are surviving that initial Bloodlust timer that they had up. So we'll see if they can finish off the rest of this pull. This is just so dangerous, as we talked about earlier, with all of those melee specs that they have, not being able to use that line of sight mechanics to get rid of some of these incoming damage abilities. They have to make sure they're spacing out their defensives as much as possible. We do see another Cloak of Shadows come up here by their rogue, and making sure they mitigate as much damage as possible, as those double diffusers are still up though.
Yeah, this is a scary pull for sure. The Oracles going down helps, as that takes pressure off of their kicks. But yeah, like you said, just the diffusers are so much kind of unavoidable damage for this comp to deal with, not to mention those crushers as well. Nicely done, though. It looks like they are going to get through this time, and this run looking a lot better. We've got a Crusher being trapped here, and Banchers is going to walk on top of it to guarantee that it's in combat. You also saw them incapacitate and do a similar thing on one of the other Crushers. So they are in combat with those mobs now, but they aren't going to actually come until they break CC in a minute. So only 2 Crushers from the other side are coming right now, and then presumably later in this boss fight, once things have calmed down a bit, those other 2 are going to run in.
Yeah, very cool strat here by Physical God comp. And it should work out pretty well for them. They're still only up to this 1 death, so the timer is still looking good, of course. But yeah, still a lot of the dungeon left to do for them, even though they did get past that dangerous pull that they wiped on earlier and had to reset the key on. So yeah, looking really good for them as this boss. I guess another point to make about this boss in particular is that they do not have the DK. DK makes this boss quite a bit easier because you can just AMS the debuff and then it just disappears. While they don't have an immunity like that would be able to do that. Cloak of Shadows, I guess, is like one of the immunities that will work on debuff, but I'm not sure if it completely removes it. And it's not as low of a cooldown as AMS is in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, you do have players that are somewhat durable. When you look at this comp, Your marksmanship hunter, ooh, a beautiful trap there, is going to freeze one of those crushers as it leaps in. The marksmanship hunter is probably the person that you're least interested in, giving them extra sustained damage to deal with. Somebody like your Fury Warrior does tank it pretty well, so you probably want to juggle it around so your Fury Warrior, your healer, and your tank take most of the burden of that dot. And then your Rogue as well can help out, especially when Cloak is available, to just completely remove one. And you probably want to just protect your Hunter from it entirely. But it works out because it needs to jump to 4 people or between people 4 times. And your Hunter can just stay out in range, and then your 4 melee players can juggle it between them. Or you can even give it to your tank twice, potentially, as well, to even further lessen the burden on the rest of your group. Although Bear probably enjoys that a little bit less than some tank specs like Vengeance Demon Hunter that maybe have an easier time sustaining through that kind of magic damage.
Yeah, so they definitely do have different kinds of tools to deal with, and we've seen so far that they know how to use that comp to its fullest potential for sure, so they definitely will be able to execute this boss as well, even without that DK as I mentioned. So very nice to see how they're dealing with different kinds of mechanics and different kinds of boss abilities without the usual way you see it done with that meta comp. Very, very cool. In the meantime, we did see Holy Method having to reset their Priory, and they're just going again. So this is the first reset that we saw Holy Method do. They're still looking pretty strong, of course, in comparison to the other teams, because all the other teams did have some issues here and there as well. So Holy Method not too far behind, of course. In fact, they're still probably in the lead, even if it doesn't look like it on the score, because RCG is the only team that did all 3 dungeons already, meaning that they're, for now, going to be in that #1 spot for quite a while until all of the other teams also manage to get points in every single dungeon.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things you have to be careful of for over-reading into. RCG definitely have had a good start to the day, but really all of our teams have completed a pretty similar amount of work today, right? RCG have done 3 keys, the 3 easiest keys of the day, although, actually 2-chesting those 16s is no easy feat, but the lowest key levels to start the day. Holy Method have also done 3 total keys, and then Physical God Comp and Modicum of Skill have only done 2 each, but they're also both midway through their 3rd, so really all the teams have gotten a similar amount accomplished at the start of our day, and nobody has gotten a real clear lead, or even a huge disadvantage yet. We've seen, 10 or 20 minutes worth of dungeon time lost for resets so far, but nothing huge. I would say Physical God Comp as well. They can take some solace in the fact that, yeah, they may have lost 10 or 15 minutes, but it was in the +19 Rookery. I think a lot of teams are likely to lose some time in +19 Rookery. That's a hard dungeon.
Yeah, I definitely agree that we're potentially going to see some more resets from the other teams as well. So not too bad for Physical God Comp if they manage to execute it now, though. If they end up having more issues, especially so late in the dungeon, then at some point we would be worried about them. But so far, definitely not, as they're now doing that pull right after the second boss, which can be dangerous, but usually teams don't really wipe on this one. So we'll do think that Physical God Comp can execute this one too. And RCG actually doing the Rookery first on the 18. We were wondering what kind of dungeon they move on first after they got all the 16s +2 done. And it looks like they are deciding to do a Rookery. We'll see how they're executing this run. And one more thing I did wanted to mention is that RCG is actually the only team that has taken a break so far. We do have the 20-minute mandatory break that the teams have to take within the 3 middle hours of the tournament day. And RCG is the only one that took 5 minutes. So still 15 minutes left for them and 20 for all of the other teams.
Yep, playing around those breaks is going to be important. So far, we haven't had anybody who missed their break and got penalized at the end of the day, but it is always a possibility, so you have to plan your time around that, and of course you want our teams to be able to rest, recuperate, and not just be gaming all day, even though a lot of us do that normally anyway. But we're going to have a break heading over to Nagura now as well, so you can relax a little bit, sit back yourself, don't get penalized on time before the end of the day, Nagura, alright?
I'll try.
Bye! And we're going to be bringing makes in. So, I mean, obviously, we have been taking stock. We had a great roundup there of a lot of what the teams are sort of doing right now. Have they put all of the lower dungeons on the board? Are they working on pushing some higher? But makes, since we have seen a lot of interesting diversity, I think, with these teams in their approach and the way that they're literally just strategizing, what do you think has kind of been showing some of the team's strengths, or what would you want to highlight about them as you come in for your shift?
Honestly, I've been love watching Physical God comp, and for good reason. So it's not just, a lot of people are very excited because this is a comp that's just a lot of classes you don't usually see in the current MDI. But I want to say that, like, the way they approach that is what gets me, like, really giddy and really excited, because you can tell that they really put a lot of effort into thinking about what works well for their specific comp and how to maybe outplay some of the weaknesses that it has against what it's considered, like, the meta comp. And if more people would be doing this, the World of Warcraft would be a better place. Like, it is so insane to me how this is not normalized and how rare it is to see teams really kind of be like, oh yeah, I want to play this, so what can we do that's strong on this specific comp? And it's been an absolute pleasure to watch, really.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where part of the reason that the meta comp tends to be so overrepresented is that everybody can sort of steal all the knowledge from the other good teams, right? There ends up being this herding around the meta comp, and then you watch teams like Wunderbar playing it, and you're like, oh, this is how you can do this pull with this comp. This is how you can, change your talents in this dungeon. This is a cool piece of tech that you can use here, right? And if you're doing something like Physical God Comp are doing, you're playing your 5 specs, but you don't have anybody else to look at, right? You have to do all of that theory crafting and all of that work yourself. It is really hard, but it's so rewarding, and it's such a good way to improve as a player, as a theorist, as just an M+ expert overall. So I'm not surprised to see Physical God Comp have, after putting in all the work that they have over the years, playing together, playing these off-meta specs, I expect that their success is going to only improve from here, because they've done so much extra thinking, and I'm sure that's going to continue to pay off for them.
Yeah, me too. We're actually getting word from behind the scenes that there is something special that Physical God Comp do here in the Rookery at the final boss as well, and we're bringing in reinforcements because Tettle actually has some information on what exactly is going to go down here. Tettles, is that correct?
Yeah, so Dratnus and Nagura, probably about 30 to 45 minutes ago, we're talking about the single target damage that's presented in this comp, and there was a specialization that they actually kind of left off the list when they were talking about the single target damage, and that's actually the Mistweaver Monk. So at the top of the screen, that's one segment during this damage burn that you actually see on the final boss, where, some of their DPS don't have offensive CDs available, but that Mistweaver Monk is always able to do big damage during those 100% damage amp windows on the boss. At the bottom as well, that's the total amount of damage that's dealt to the boss whenever the boss is in that 100% damage amp phase. And look at this, the Mistweaver Monk is doing the exact same damage as the Outlaw Rogue to the boss itself, and I think that plus the Mystic Touch damage is a super valuable part of this composition, and something that's not exactly talked about all too often. But yeah, that's it. I just wanted to shout out that Ortimus is doing big damn on this final boss and allowing this team to four-phase this fight.
Honestly, I heard you say all that, and I love shouting out, some love to the healers, but what I took away is Noxif is actually at the very top of the damage leaderboard on this boss, which is very exciting to see the warrior top of details every now and then. But yeah, fully agree. Very, very awesome to see that healer damage come out here, especially because Mistweaver hasn't been played too much just in general in this season, even though they're not in a bad spot, right, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, Mistweaver damage is incredible. It's something I'm glad Tettles has pointed it out. It did actually get nerfed once or twice, their damage, but it's still insane, and it's very very bursty, and it really helps with this comp as well, because the comp is playing the Outlaw Rogue. Outlaw Rogue is pretty much the opposite of burst damage, and that would normally be a big weakness on this boss. This boss, with these damage amp phases, it's really important to have as much burst into those damage burn windows as possible, and the Outlaw Rogue is pretty much just always doing consistent DPS, so that's part of the reason why the Outlaw Rogue looks so bad on this fight. But the comp, they figured out how to cover for that weakness using the strength of the Mistweaver instead, and then of course the Fury Warrior just blasting the entire time as well doesn't hurt either.
I do want to call out one more thing, because I believe it was Nagura and Zyra earlier that were talking about it. It definitely seems to be strategic that the count here is missing one, so that is just the route they were opting to go for. It was a little bit of a question earlier on. We've seen it once, we've seen it twice. I think with the thrice time now up and ready here, we can lock in that is just how they want to play this dungeon. But yeah, absolutely insane to see those detail bars. Very cool, and thank you to production for getting that graphic ready as well.
Yeah, extremely cool. You can see they've got the boss already down to 65% HP. Now, having used Lust and Major CDs on that one, I suspect that we are going to be looking at a 4-phase fight, right? Because if you can get it down to 65%, in theory, that would be a 3-phaser, right? You could, if you're doing, 35% every time, that's 110%. That's enough to kill the boss. But unfortunately, without those cooldowns in the future uses, I don't think they get enough damage in execute to make up for it on the last burn. So I think they're going to just have to settle in for a 4-phase boss fight here, which could take a decent chunk of time. But they have so much time on the clock here, I think they're going to be okay.
I think the boss time we're kind of looking for is like 5:45, right? That is kind of the expected timer on the final boss here because it takes so long? Or do you think we're actually going to be going over the 6 minutes on total boss fight timer?
I think you're about right. Yeah, it shouldn't add much more than that because it's not going to add an extra phase, right? It's not like they're going to need 5 phases. So I think they're going to be okay. But yeah, the boss probably going to be picking up a shield. Yeah, you can see 42%, a little bit less damage done in this burn window. So definitely going to be a 4-phaser. Speaking of what's been going on the rest of our comp as well, Holy Method have actually wiped a couple times here in this Priory, so some time being lost by them. And then Modicum of Skill about to start up a Floodgate here. They've got that 16 on the board. We'll see when they decide to start up this next, looks like the 18 of the key. And then RCG also working on an 18 now as they've exhausted all of their 16s, and they've started off with that Rookery already midway through the dungeon. So all of our teams, again, at a pretty similar spot as the day goes on. A couple of mistakes or wipes have happened to various teams, but nothing huge, no huge time losses yet for anybody.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just enjoying, watching this comp deal with the boss, even though it takes quite some time. But even with the 4 phases that we are going to be looking at here, I think Physical God Comp are in a great position. There's another burn that's coming in right now. Like you mentioned, we did have a couple of resets. And I'm just looking across the board as well to kind of look at the strategies of different teams. Because on RCG, we are once again seeing we go into every dungeon once, and then we push it up from there. Whereas some of the other teams, like Physical God Comp on the big screen right now, they're just trying to push up one dungeon all the way, or at least close to where they think it's going to sit, and then move into the other dungeons after. And it's just so interesting to me how that always kind of splits apart between the different teams.
Absolutely here. Yeah, it's a really cool thing. It seems like it shouldn't matter much, but the fact that our teams always do different things with it, I don't know. I'm very curious what the best option is here. Another neat piece of tech, though, to look at is Physical God Comp. Look at their tank just not taking any damage from these Oblivion waves, standing sort of max melee of the boss, and then just dodging to the side every time that Oblivion wave comes out. Not something that a lot of people know you can do, but once this starts casting, you can just dodge out of the way of it. This time around, he actually didn't, because he didn't want to put that wave over near that spire and potentially kill a DPS player, so just threw a defensive at it instead. But most of them were just running to the side instead and not taking that damage at all, letting them save all these extra defensives to, use whenever they want, which I guess will be next dungeon at this point. That boss going down, still a full minute on the clock, and one civilian must die for this timer to end. A skull marker goes out, that mob goes down. And the key is over with 1 minute and 25 seconds to spare. Physical God Comp are your first team to time a 19 today. They do need to start heading to the other dungeons, though. They've used 1 hour and 40 minutes in the Rookery, so it is time to get out of here for sure.
It absolutely is. While that happens, let's quickly mention that as of right now, we've been seeing them on this specific comp for all of the Rookery. If they were wanting to save their tank or their healer from being banned out for the Sunday, they would need to play them at least in one of the keys on another role so that it would be all 3 DPS roles that would get taken out. The best way to do that would, of course, be in one of the 16. So I'm still looking out on whether or not that is going to be a possibility for the Physical God Comp team, or if they're just saying, okay, we'll deal with it. We'll take away the Bear, we'll take away the Mistweaver, and we'll go for something else. I would be a little bit sad. You know, it's so rare we see a full team that comes in on already off-spec roles, that if they get their tank and healer taken, I'll just be a little upset, but I'm curious on what they're deciding.
Yeah, maybe the plan is, okay, Rookery's the hardest dungeon, we want to use our comp for that, and then we'll play the other stuff in the other dungeons. Oh, Monaco's skill actually getting a Harpoon dot, taking out their healer on this fairly early pull. Last Resort has already been used by their tank as well. 4 stacks of that dot on the tank. The tank in some danger here. Health bar going down even while channeling Fell Devastation. Never a good sign. Pain suppression is going to be used here. And a Supernova from Supernovi. Going to keep those mobs in the air for a half second. Letting them make sure to get the pull stabilized nicely here.
Yeah. There was another Harpoon that was really, really close to fulfilling, so a very, very good interrupt there from Supernovi. But they are making headway through that pull, utilizing those CCs, of course, very spread out to make sure that they are not actually DRing these mobs, and it is working out beautifully. A rather big pull, I want to say here, with all of the contractors in there. Our Druid is in tremendous trouble as one of the Harpoons actually does go through now this way around. It might have been a nail gun on an unfortunate player that was supposed to CC there. That definitely has happened before, but this is where it all seems to kind of unravel. Healer goes down, another DPS follows, her tank is gone now, as well as our mage, and that is going to be a reset. Good news, it's only like 5.5 minutes into the dungeon, so we can do a quick little go again. Very cool.
Yeah,
mod.
not the end of the world. Again, a 5-minute loss, not a big deal. Floodgate's difficulty is very front-loaded, so it's not uncommon to see teams wiping near the start. That was pretty funny, though. I think that was maybe the first time we've seen environment falling as the killing blow on one of our players. So that's always a fun little thing to see there. Hopefully not something that happens again to our teams, though. Looks like, yeah, a reset's going to come out, and they'll just go once more in that dungeon. Meanwhile, Physical God Comp in a 10-minute break here. So they're going to be getting half of that break timer that they need to take already taken care of. And then we have RCG nearing the end of their 18 Rookery, and having a death actually to aggro on pull, it looked like, on their rogue. And Holy Method also progressing through that 18 Priory that they've had to reset a couple of times now.
Yeah, I was wondering, we sometimes have nicknames for the teams, of course. Yesterday we saw a team that just had the name Ur. What is the lore behind RCG? Do we actually have information from that? Because I looked at our questionnaire that we gave the team, and I don't think they answered that. Do you know, Dratnos?
I'm going to make up that it stands for
Go
really
for it.
cool gamers. So
It might actually.
production
very,
says
very
that
cool.
maybe it's their guild, so but
Well,
so
then
really
there would
cool
still
guild
be a meaning. Oh,
could be
yes,
what that stands
of
for
course.
then. Yeah.
Maybe chat knows the actual full name of that abbreviation, but very, very cool to see them here. Of course, in today, they're the team that I think is least known, which isn't always a bad thing, right? If we look at the teams that played yesterday, like Mist Count and Polish Mountain, at one point, both of these teams were teams that nobody knew, and it's not that long ago, and now they have kind of built themselves up to be household names. So I'm always excited when there's a new MDI team on the horizon that I don't know too much about, because it could just be that that's like a challenger stepping out of the shadows that will actually do really well. Because if you don't know anything about them, you also don't know how good they are. And thus far, I think they're looking pretty good. We have all of the 16s +2, which is really important. We were talking about that a lot yesterday, as one of the teams wasn't actually able to get them done. And I think their pacing in the 18 here is also pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. I've just looked them up as well. So it's a guild that formed actually midway through Dragonflight, and they are just about in the world. They're slightly outside of the world top 200 in raid progress. That's their goal, according to their Raider.io profile. So next tier for sure, though. They've been ramping. It should be an exciting guild and MDI team to watch going forward. And yeah, a lot of great MDI teams do start this way. So definitely one to keep our eyes on going forward.
It could be ready, check, go, is what some people are saying in the chat. So I like that option. I think I like really cool guild better, though. Maybe they'll still take some feedback on that.
I've been trying to figure out what it means from, I'm checking the Raider.io, checking all the links, but I don't see any explanation. So we get to make up whatever we want.
That's right. That's how the rule works. If you don't tell us, we'll make it up. But they're actually going for the full count before they deal with the Voidstone monstrosity. And I'm actually curious on how this composition is going to deal with this boss. Because, of course, with the Spec ban rule, we did see different compositions come together. But I feel like the compilation of a Devastation Evoker and a Rogue, it hasn't been played in our previous days. So how are we feeling about that kind of damage distribution here on RCG?
Yeah, Dev Evoker should look pretty good at the start of the boss because Dev Evoker, if you remember back in Dragonflight, they did a lot of damage on pull, even without popping Dragon Rage, which you can see no Dragon Rage popped here, because their mastery scales like inversely as the boss loses health, so they do more damage when the boss is high health. Now, mastery's value has gotten reduced into this expansion, so it's a little bit less important. It's a little bit less, it's a little bit less big damage on pull and small damage at the end of a pull. Although it's still true that they'll do more damage on pull, and it means that they can help break this first shield without actually pressing Dragon Rage. And now that the cooldowns are coming out, we can expect a big burst of damage from that Dev Evoker with the Flame Shaper hero talent tree. Yeah, spiking up to nearly 4 million DPS, a couple of huge engulfs coming out. The Power Infusion, a really nice tool for the Dev Evokers as well. They scale so hard with that Power Infusion. And so you can see they're bringing the boss down to 58% here. Now remember that Physical God Comp in the plus 19 were able to take it to 65% on the first burn. 58% means maybe RCG might be able to do this in 3 phases. The downside is that Dev Evoker is going to fall off hard outside of Dragon Rage as the boss is lower HP. But that's the time when maybe your Assassination Rogue can start, helping to fill in. I still expect we are going to see the Dev Evoker on the top of the meters at the end of this pull, though. This spec is so good. It's one of the specs that I'm so glad we get to see at this MDI because it is an extremely strong spec in the right hands.
It made a brief showing in Group A as well, so I'm just really excited to see it as well. Of course, Dragon also an Evoker main, just like Zero Cool is a Rogue main, so right now we're seeing the full potential of the comfort picks, and at the same time, I do kind of want to mention that Holy Method has made it past Captain Dalecry, done with that boss now, and on their way to the next one. I've been taking note of what we're kind of playing on their end. You can see that Lily is actually going to go for Fire Mage here as well, but he doesn't play Frostbite, right? That's something we saw yesterday on Hearthjacks.
Yeah, it's something that, it doesn't change too much how the spec operates with regards to the rest of the team. It is pretty different to play, though, between the two versions of Mage. And yeah, Holy Method, the Sun Fury build is definitely the most common one that we are seeing people use this season. Frostfire from Hearthjacks was a cool but rare adaptation in a similar way to Bancher's playing Dark Ranger on the MM Hunter, where, most people on the live servers right now, of the top Fire Mage keys, 95% are playing Sun Fury. Only 5% are playing that Frostfire that Hearthjacks used yesterday. So definitely a niche pick. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm curious if it's something that catches on. Sometimes you have that one player that just pioneers something, and then other people look at it and go, that's actually kind of smart. It starts to become a thing. What definitely has been a thing is the Fire Mage, and the Priory has been played by a lot of these teams. Not all, of course, by, I would say, the majority of the mages. Similar, of course, we are also once again seeing the Frosty K here on Fragnance, rather than having the Unholy, surely wanting to save that Unholy DK for the Sunday, where they're planning to go. How are you feeling about Holy Method, which of course is a team that consists out of so many players that are well known individually now kind of finding themselves together in this constellation.
Yeah, sometimes you see these high-end raid guild comps, and when the guild isn't called Echo, often they sort of underperform the expectations that you have based on how strong they are as players. But this actually includes a lot of players that have really high-end MDI or TGP experience in the past, in addition to being all raiders in the World 3rd Raid Guild right now. So I'm not surprised to see them come in with as strong time trials as they have, and I won't be surprised to see them, competing with Wunderbar, with Mandatory, with Missed Count for those top few spots at the Global Finals, if they can make it there. I think they're definitely favored to make it to the Global Finals, but to get there, they have to get to Sunday first, and to get to Sunday, they're going to have to finish ahead of two of these other three teams, which right now none of our teams have really shown any weakness. Definitely it's going to be a scary group, actually, for all of our teams. We talked about this entire group this weekend being the group of death, but it seems like today might be the division of death. These four teams all seem so strong.
Oh, interesting development down there in that 16 Priory for the Physical God comp, as the 18 is done for the RCG team, because we were mentioning it. We were saying, what if they just played a different role in one of the dungeons to save their tank and their healer from elimination? And look what Artemis is playing right now. We're not on the Mistweaver anymore. We switched on over to actually playing the Resto Shaman here in that Priory.
Interesting, yeah. So this would preserve, if they played this comp and then swapped back to their main comp for the rest of the day, that would mean they'd be banning Guardian Druid and two of these three DPS specs. But they would be saving the Mistweaver for Sunday if they could make it to there, which they definitely are looking solid. They definitely have a chance of doing that. All of our teams are still in the hunt, so it's not a foregone conclusion yet which ones will qualify, but if Physical God comp were to qualify, it's interesting to me to prioritize the Mistweaver over, say, the Bear, but you could do the Mistweaver in one dungeon and then save the Bear in another dungeon, and then just ban your 3 DPS. Maybe in the 16 Floodgate, they'll instead play, Vengeance DH instead of the Bear and do it that way. But Modicum of Skill, while we've been talking about Physical God comp, have been regrettably wiping once again in this plus 18 Floodgate. Bad news. Again, it's near the start of the dungeon, but this is starting to add up for Modicum of Skill. It's a pretty time-sensitive day. Can't afford to lose all that many 5 or 10 minute dungeon attempts before you start running out of time in the day to just finish your keys.
Yeah, at this point, it's a half a dungeon run that's been lost here with a total of 15 minutes plus whatever it takes to reset, restart, and so on. Definitely something we need to keep an eye on. And you were kind of calling it out there. There haven't been any major mistakes for any of our teams, but there's been some resets. Holy Method resetting that Priory, Physical God comp having some issue in that Rookery 19, and now we're also seeing Modicum of Skill having some trouble in their Floodgate. So it has evened out by everybody just having a little bit of hiccups thus far, and I'm curious on how it's going to shake out. We are nearing kind of our halfway checkpoint of the day. Just a quick mention that there will be mandatory breaks taken by our teams as well, 20 minutes. They can split them up into 2, or they can take them all in one go, but it will need to be done after the first hour and before the last hour of the competition, just to make sure that, our gamers are getting a little bit of break in between. And we are, of course, keeping you updated on how that unfolds, because not taking that break is a substantial penalty that you will be taking.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost insurmountable penalty. Very few teams in MDI history would still qualify even after taking the 5-point penalty that is assessed if you don't take all 20 minutes of your breaks. Although Wunderbar actually would have last weekend, which is goes to show how far ahead they were of a lot of the competition last weekend. So something that's got to be scary for our teams here is just knowing that Wunderbar are there waiting in the global finals if they can make it to that point. Potentially encouraging our teams to push themselves even further.
Listen, that's a problem for in a couple of weeks. For now, the problem is getting to the Sunday. We'll deal with one problem after the other. And I kind of want to come back to what you were saying, because I think it's really smart. If Physical God comp was wanting to save the Bear Druid and the Mistweaver, then I think it makes more sense to just switch one thing from your usual comp here, quote-unquote low-key. So taking out the Mistweaver here on the 16 Priory, and then maybe taking out the Bear Druid on the 16 Floodgate is, I think, how they would approach this. I'm going to be watching once they actually venture into the Floodgate, but of course I think we'll see the Priory pushed up first by this team. So yeah, definitely something we'll need to keep an eye on. Modicum of skill back in that 18 Floodgate. You were mentioning it. The first time they died to the contractors on their way up to the Demolition Duo. The second time the Demolition Duo was done, they actually died to the Kelp. So both of those times, it looks like it was maybe an issue with the coordination of the CC, or maybe some damage lacking when, sometimes when you have procs, the pack is already dead and you don't actually need another CC, but then sometimes things go wrong and you're like, oh, usually this is where it's all gone. We don't need a CC here normally, but now we do, and now what? And then it all kind of unravels from there.
Yeah, exactly. It's in general, keys at this level have so much sort of relying on each other. You have all this dependency on every single person in your group, where as soon as one person goes down, all the things they were responsible are so likely to then kill the other people in your group. So very often we see it being very hard to recover from that first little death that often spirals into more, unless you have some really quick reaction times, some really smart responses from the other players, and usually an instant B-res as well.
And also the experience to fall back on, right? It's a lot of, hey, if something goes wrong, this person immediately taunts and runs, and this person tries to get another CC out. So teams that have played a long time together are, of course, usually better at dealing with unforeseen happenstances, just because they have encountered them more often and therefore have developed a type of system to deal with these. But modicum of skill, back here in the place where they had these deaths the first time around. It was a harpoon that went through the first time and the second time as well, that then caused a full team wipe. What do you feel this team is kind of going to have, or well, all of our teams are going to have as their cap dungeons for the end of the day?
Yeah, so I think something like, I honestly, I think today 19-19-19 would be a really good way to end the day. I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is, I think there's multiple teams that are able to do that, but getting a 20 in any of these dungeons is going to be so tough. They're all such hard dungeons. So I think that might be the place to aim for.
It's so funny, Makes. I was literally about to ask you both the same thing about how high we thought these dungeons would go, because I was taking a look at it, and so we've seen Rookery and Priory, right, go to +20 with Wunderbar, but that was kind of unusual in the sense that, they got all those 20s, and we were kind of amazed in Group A finals. Of course, Floodgate, though, has only been pushed to +19 by multiple teams across the board. So, I mean, Makes, I don't know if you have any follow-up on that, too, given the context of last weekend. I mean, do you think that we're going to see any of these go higher even over the course of this entire weekend?
So I think the big important thing with the day 3 of Group A is that we started on 17s. And even though that is just one key level of a difference between the 16 and the 17, it does make your life a little bit easier if you're able to +2 a 17 and you have that 19 there already. And from there on, it's less runs than it would be from 16, of course. And so I think that played a big part in Wunderbar being able to get the 20-20-20. Now, I will also, of course, say that that was kind of crazy, the fact that they were able to pull this off. It was basically a perfect day from that team, no issues whatsoever. I do think there's a world where maybe the final score on one of the teams could be 20-19-19, but I do think that the 19-19-19 is kind of what everybody should be planning for right now, and the 20 would be more like the bonus run.
If you could do a 20, you could do 20-19-18 as well, right? You could save some time, and that would still beat anybody that was on 19-19-19. So if that 20 is possible, we may see a team go for it to get that tiebreaker advantage, because if you've done a 20 and somebody else hasn't, and you get to the same total points as them, you do have the tiebreaker over them. So that might be something to look out for as well as we get to the end of our day. We may have teams decide to go for that if they think they can, but just because Wunderbar did a key last weekend does not mean that our teams are going to be confident in attempting the same feat, because Wunderbar were, a level ahead of every other team last weekend as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was just crazy. I will say it's very rare that any team has like a perfect day. It just doesn't happen that often. Keys
and
are
I think
always...
all 4 of our teams have already lost, more time than Wunderbar did that day.
For sure. So it's just such an out of the ordinary situation that's why we're kind of glazing it a little bit, I would say. But there's a reason for it, and I think it's definitely true. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody goes for a 20, especially if they have like a really good 19 somewhere. Like that Priory, of course, was a time trial dungeon. It might just be that any of the teams that were sitting really high in the time trials, like Holy Method, say, oh, the Priory is just a dungeon that we're really comfortable in and we know we can easily do a 20, then they would try to like do that in a 1 or 2 dungeon run just to get the benefit on the tiebreakers like you were mentioning. But I am a little bit scared that a team like that could run into the issue that we saw from Ur yesterday, where they prioritize the 20 and lose too much time on that to then get good score in the other dungeons.
Exactly, yeah. I think it's something you want to try and do at the end of the day rather than the start of the day. Something interesting about Physical God Comp here, Banchers has actually swapped up build pretty substantially here off of that Dark Ranger, which was in Rookery for single target damage, back over to Sentinel, which is the more common M+ build for Marksmanship Hunter. And look at the damage here. You can see why these big AoE pulls doing a huge amount of damage, but also look at the healing meter. In 3rd place right now is the MM Hunter on the healing meter. Sentinel provides you, especially in these big AoE pulls, you basically always have a shield for like 10% of your max HP when you hero talent tree, and that's just turning into a lot of free healing on Banchers here. So very cool hero talent build that it is the kind of the default MM Hunter build, but notably in the Rookery was not being used in favor of some more single target damage. So I'm curious what might get used. I think this will also be the Floodgate build, will be the Sentinel one, but I think you could play Dark Ranger in some of the more single targety places like Rookery, like maybe Workshop if we go there. I think there's probably a Workshop tomorrow, right? So that would be an option to use if MM Hunter isn't banned, which as it stands right now, Physical God Comp are in danger of losing access to that tomorrow, so they may have a different plan entirely.
Yeah, that's true. There's definitely a lot of approaches on how they want to get through the dungeons. I was laughing there real quickly because Walks just in the animation was kind of like porting all around the screen, and it just looked really, really funny.
Yes, that's the Outlaw Rogue. That's Killing Spree.
Yeah,
Very fun
exactly.
button.
It's just like the rogue was like popping up left, right, center, over, and left, under. Just look, because it was single frames. But they're dealing with a Baron, of course, right now, and we're tuning in with Holy Method because we were just talking about this, saying that if there's a team who has a really good 19, then they might consider a 20. How are we feeling about the 18 from Holy Method here? Is there maybe something we can take away from seeing their timer here? I think they're going to have like 4 minutes, 0 death in the overall dungeon. How likely do you think is the possibility of a good enough 19 to maybe do the 20?
So the math on this timer is that they could do the 19 but not the 20, but you have to remember they're playing an off-meta comp right now. As they move up to a higher level key, they're likely to swap into their main specs, and that could probably save them a bunch of time. There are maybe pulls or strats that they are not using as well because they aren't on those main specs in this dungeon. But 3 or 4 of these players will be swapping to something else that maybe they practice more of in this dungeon. So I would say, the 19 is definitely possible even without changing the comp. And if they do change the comp and it's something faster, then the 20 could very much be on the table for them as well.
Yeah, I agree. I'm curious on what they're going to be doing because, of course, in the Rookery, they did the 18 and they left. So it could just be that this is also the last Priory we'll see for a while, and they will go to the Floodgate next to also get that up to the 18, and then they log on what they think is the best comp and do the 19, which we were kind of talking about. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is actually their game plan for today. We're going to be taking a look over at Physical God Comp because, of course, we know that Baron Brawn Pike is easy to do if you have a DK. You can just like press a defensive, press AMS, and you take all the 5 stacks. This option is not available for our physical God Comp team, so I want to tune in and see how we're actually dealing with our extra stacks here.
Yeah, they go and bait those Castigator shields off to the side, and then duck back towards the Sacrificial Pyre. 3 stacks on the Bear, 1 on the Rogue, and then there's 1 stack left here. And it looks like it's going to go on the Warrior. Yeah, so they're just overloading their tank here, which makes sense. The Physical God Comp have just been putting a lot of pressure on their tank. It's been very impressive how he's been able to handle it. This 3-stack Sacrificial Pyre is going to be easy by comparison.
This is a brown bear, mind you, and of course a brown bear would have no problem with a guy named Brown Pike, so...
That makes sense.
I think they're doing fantastic here, all things considered. Very, very quick measure with this second boss. And they are on their way to the final one now. We're going to tune back in with them once it gets a little bit dicier. We'll take a look over on Holy Method as they have entered the Floodgate. And this is what Teddles was talking about earlier, because there's so many different options to route through that Floodgate. Here's one that has become quite popular on live, is to instantly go all the way to Big Mama, and that's where you use that Bloodlust just immediately. It's front-loading a lot of difficulty on this particular pull, because as you can see, there's a lot of stuff in there with the soldiers as well, and you get the full value out of, you know, your arcane or fire mage damage that's just cleaving off here as well. Your Warlock, your Unholy DK later on the higher levels is going to be really, really happy about this one as well.
Yeah, both the Arcane Mages and the Fire Mages are happy with this pull. The Arcane Mage is like, oh, I get to do more boss damage because I've got these ads around. Whereas the Fire Mage is like, ooh, some free targets for my Ignite to spread to, so I'm doing some free damage to the ads while doing my single target to the boss. So it's a slightly different feeling, but in both cases it's a good feeling, which is, you know, the Mage experience.
Yeah, absolutely is. I like this. I actually think this route is really, really good just because it is front-loading so much of the difficulty, and Big Mama, notably, is very hard to live on the very high levels as well. So super cool to see this one.
Look at how they're positioning as well. This is a very precise location that they have their entire group standing over here, which means these mecha drones are just dashing close rather than dashing through them and far away, which often, if you've done this fight and you have a mecha drone that's at 50% health when the other 3 are dead, it's a really bad feeling. But the way that they are stacking up is trying to minimize the chances of that happening, although even with this sort of positioning, you can see that it's still pretty tough to keep the mecha drones all within that AoE range.
Yeah, it is. You can see like Tanner running out there with the silence and then getting targeted, sent one the other way, but it can help with the silence as well because everybody is stacked, and so you know that if you have the silence, you're just carrying it away from that wall. You make sure that it's not going to go into the group, no one accidentally gets clipped, so it does help with that organization also, and it's really, really nice. You can just immediately apply this to your own keys. I would definitely take away this strategy if I was you, chat, you know, take some notes, and just in the next time you're in this key, just say, oh, tank, can you like pull it closer to the wall and everybody stack here? It's just very, very good tech to deal with this boss as well. That was another jump start done here as another set of mecha drones does come down. They will need to deal with these one more time, but then that should be the boss fight for them done. And just look at the timer, they're crazy fast.
Yeah, nice first pull. Meanwhile, Modicum of Skill also on Big Mama, but they're on a pretty different path through this dungeon. They're instead coming here with their second Lust. And as long as they can get this boss dead this time, although a lot of danger here, Pain Suppression actually needs to land on the tank. The tank is in a lot of pressure right now because you're getting those Electro Crush dots, you're tanking all these mobs, and the boss is in that kilo block barrier, so it's pulsing some extra AoE damage on the raid. Hopefully you can break this boss into that jumpstart phase before the next Electro Crush, and it looks like Modicum of Skill have done just that. The Anti-Magic Zone and the Darkness coming out as well to help them survive this AoE damage and the tank damage from those contractors as well. And they should be able to kill off Big Mama, not during the jumpstart, but just afterwards, and it is all good here for Modicum of Skill. Third time's the charm here in this plus 18 Floodgate. And now they're going to be grabbing a little bit of extra trash and taking it with them potentially into their next pull. Or maybe this is a... taking it into the next pull. Meanwhile, Physical God Comp, 16 Priory, nearing the end of this run. The 2 chest is what they're aiming for. and they have about 2 minutes to pull this boss to keep that realistic here. It's looking good on that front.
So I'm actually a little bit sad because you can see that in the far left, very far left, there's still a pack standing. And I was kind of hoping that this particular comp, actually in the far right as well, would go for the big pull, everything onto the mini-boss. They have so many stops, they have so many interrupts. They should make an easy doing of just dealing with this pull. But they are deciding to play it a little bit safer here, saying, okay, we are target capped. It doesn't actually make sense for us to do this, makes. Okay, listen, let a girl dream. I was hoping to see it. We're going to be trying to take these into Boston instead. That will also be acceptable for me. But yeah, I was just hoping we see a little bit of a big pull there at the end in the Priory.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pull they did still qualifies as big, but it could always be more. You're right. As,
That's right.
They have to watch out for these mobs dying now and exploding for some group damage. That can line up with the boss damage and be pretty scary here. So hopefully something that they're able to keep under control. They do have some stuns, some effects like Shockwave, Capacitor Totem that can be used to stop them from exploding. If they die while they are stunned or under other CC effects, then they won't actually explode. So look for Physical God Comp to try and use those as these mobs start dying. There's that Capacitor Totem. One footman goes down during that. Shockwave has also been committed here. So a few footmen now may die, although you can time... cheap shot. Beautiful, beautiful Vanish cheap shot out of Walks there is going to keep one of them from exploding as well. That's a nice play out of Physical God Comp's Rogue.
That's right. You do not want these guys to die at the very same time. Just seeing them at the very end, they're making sure they're not exploding is always a good idea, especially if you have single target CCs like that cheap shot. Just very, very good to see these come out. I do want to mention modicum of skill now on Swamp Phase as well. They had some trouble with this 18 Floodgate earlier on, and they're having more trouble right now as their Druid actually did go down here and their DK dropping really, really low. It looks like there's some divers in this pool as well, and one of them seems to have just annihilated her Druid. Gordon's still really low. AMS comes out here to help a little bit, but they need to start dodging. I think the situation is hopefully under control, but some risk still stays. One battle res is still available for now.
Yeah, a lot of danger here. Those Seaphorium bombs are on the ground. So they keep dodging out of these mudslides. A lot of danger there on Supernovi. She gets a pain suppression, though. It should be okay as the group now stands in this barrier during this next Awaken the Swamp. You can see those dots and everybody, but a power infusion lands on the DK. That should hopefully be enough to kill off these divers before the next round of harpoons. Oh, no, harpoons starting to cast. We're kind of out of interrupts here as well, although they are about to recover. And yeah, this is going to include the solar beam as well, which could get a lot of work. The asphyxiate also comes out to stop one of those divers for a little while here. So, phew, modicum of skill made it through the worst of this pull, but you're right, that was very scary for a bit there.
It absolutely was. They, like we mentioned, had a little bit of hiccups earlier on in this dungeon, so even the more important that they get it done this time around to not stay here any longer. We see our tank getting tracked just a little bit, but that's when the chains despawn, so it's all okay for now as they are halfway through Swamp Phase. Still plenty of time in the overall dungeon. I want to take a look and see how they skip bubbles, which I'm expecting them to do after this boss, but we'll tune back in with them later.
We will indeed, and we'll tune in with both of you back again later because you're both off the desk. You're done. You're free for a little bit. So, Mix and Dratnos will be headed out, and we will be swapping in here as we bring in Nagura and Tettles. So we'll see you both later. Bye.
Bye.
Nagura and Tettles coming in. And of course, we've been watching a ton with the teams today. A lot has been going on, but I kind of wanted to focus in really fast on one of the teams that we've been seeing. And Nagura, maybe you can give us some info here because we have Holy Method, of course, back again and full of well-known players that have been around in the scene for ages. Though, speaking of that, when we asked them to describe themselves to us, they said, and I quote, that they were old. So that's how they wanted us to, know that to take away where they're at right now. But in your opinion, Nagura, from what we've seen, are they playing like they belong in the WoW retirement home? Or do you think that they're back in full form?
So I obviously think that they've been playing really well today. Now, I do also want to say that this is, of course, their like division day, and they still have to prove themselves potentially tomorrow if they make it there, and also in the global final. So I guess the fact that they're old could still ring true eventually, but for today, they definitely are performing really, really well, in my opinion.
Would you describe them as old?
No, I mean, they've been around for a long time, but I do think, honestly, for WoW terms, for WoW competitive terms, I would not call them old, right? Generally, as a gamer, yes. But for WoW, like competitive PvE, I think a lot of people are more on the older side because experience is so important. And I do think sometimes being older and playing the game for longer is actually a good thing.
I have bad news. I think most people who play World of Warcraft would be described as old if I had to wager a guess. But yeah, I mean, I think that this is a team that, I mean, we've seen the main core of this team compete many times. I think Andy, Thanner, and Wildy have been playing together since, like, even as late as, like, BFA, which is crazy to really think about. And we kind of always describe them as the team that has a ton of potential. And it's about, like, being able to capitalize on it. Like, I think that there have been multiple iterations of, like, Sheesh, for example, that I think that we were kind of expecting them to win the entire TGP a couple of times, and it's kind of trying to be able to capitalize on those kind of things. Ooh, Holy Method looking like they're actually having some mistakes there in that 16 Operation Floodgate in the bottom right there. Thanner ended up getting meleeed by a Shreddinator while they were trying to grab some of the trash mobs into Demolition Duo here.
Yep, they did manage to recover though and don't have to go again. We do know that the 16 Floodgate is too chestable, and we've seen it happen before by the other teams. But it wasn't as easy as some of the other two chests, right? So don't want to have too many issues moving forward here, as they already have those 2 deaths on the board, to not potentially miss out on that +2, which of course would mean that they would have to do one extra dungeon run in comparison to maybe the other teams that all get the 2 chests. It's not ideal, but the Bloodlust is running now. They did do Big Mama first, as also, at the very start of the day, you mentioned it, right? Just adjusting the route for a lot of the teams here, doing Big Mama first and immediately lasting that boss fight.
It's I'm interested in seeing if they're going to continue to do that once they like get up into higher keys, because that is a route that I feel like it hasn't been explored a ton. Although it might just be something that they're doing in the 16 because they're trying to like 2-chest it, and the lust timing is a little bit better if you just press the first lust of the dungeon on Big Mama. You know, those maybe are the kind of setups that they're looking for in the 16, but whenever they start to do the dungeon on, let's say, a 19 or whatever, you can just Mind Soothe by and just walk straight to Big Mama if you feel like that's a preferred route. And again, it's not one that we've seen explored too terribly much.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see if they're going to be continuing this moving forward onto the higher key levels. Physical God Comp, in the meantime, they are now in that 18 Priory after 2-chesting the 16. And we'll see if they're struggling on this key as much as we've seen some of the other teams struggle on this 18 before, having to reset a few times. Now, of course, with the comp that they're running, they're more looking to do smaller pulls. And I do think Priory is one of those keys where that's not as doable as maybe some of the other dungeons. So I guess it is possible that Priory will be one of their harder dungeons for them, while already it being a hard dungeon overall. But on top of that, kind of hard to avoid doing bigger pulls in there, right?
I mean, they like to cook custom strats. They kind of pave their own path. They don't really copy other people. So I think that what they're doing isn't also really replicatable by other teams. You just kind of see what they're doing. You're like, what in the world is this route? And then you're like, okay, we're never doing that. We'll copy somebody else.
Yeah,
RCG. Oh, sorry. What were you going to say?
I wanted to say that copying other teams' strategies when you're running a completely different comp wouldn't necessarily make... Like, they kind of had to innovate their own strategies, right? Because if you just copy-paste other teams' routes that are playing the meta comp, where you have uncapped AoE, you have an infinite amount of AoE stops, you can't execute that with this comp, right? So you have to iterate your own routes, which is actually a really good thing for them, because it kind of set them up for this MDI, right? Because this is the first time they're competing, right? But because they played on live servers with this like somewhat off-meta comp that most other teams aren't playing, they had to already kind of figure out their routes beforehand, which gave them a lot of synergy and a lot of skills for this kind of competition, which is really working out for them so far, at least.
I think that we should jump back and watch them whenever they start pulling Captain Dalecry here in a couple of minutes, and just kind of talking about, like, again, like you're kind of saying, carving your own path and like doing your own routes. But in the meantime, we do have modicum of skill here on that Operation Floodgate in that 18. Looking like they're actually in a really good position to be able to time this key. They do have 100% enemy forces, and now the only thing that's kind of separating them from being able to just win this dungeon is actually downing this final boss. But this final boss is pretty difficult, correct?
Yeah, this boss can be very hard. You can see that turbocharge come out, which is just an insane amount of AoE damage to the whole group. And then on top of that, you do, of course, have the Giga Saps that can do an insane amount of damage to people as well, especially if the same people get targeted a few times in a row, running out of defensives potentially. And then, of course, you also do have to deal... There we go, the Giga Saps just came out. And then, of course, we also have the sparks that you have to kite into these water puddles, which can cause some issues sometimes if you're not like super coordinated within your group and people are trying to go to the same puddles. But I don't think for modicum of skill that's going to be an issue.
How have you been feeling like they're playing today so far?
I actually am super impressed by modicum of skill. I think coming in as the last seed here, being able to perform as well as they are, I do think it's really good. I mean, they still, of course, have a chance to get top 2 and make it to Sunday. The only problem for them in particular would be the spec rule, right? Because of course they have been playing that meta spec comp in all of the dungeons. So yeah, they would not be preserving any of their specs, at least so far. If they decide to maybe play, let's say, like a different tank in the last dungeon in the Rookery in the 16, then they would at least be saving their Vengeance Demon Hunter, right?
Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. I mean, we saw it with Firmawand last weekend. I think Firmawand and Drive Pug both ended up playing some stuff that they were not playing on day one in that final day, which, you know, like you're kind of saying, it does kind of come back to bite you a little bit, but at the same point, if that's how you make it to the final day, that's actually a super important part. But not to cut myself off here, we did see Nox go down on the side of Physical God Comp. I think a cast ended up going through, but it looks like, ooh, a nice high explosive trap by Banchers there, knocking all of the mobs outside of the light spawn. Unfortunately, Tanner Dualmaul is not going to be able to get out, though, and does get healed up to full, so a little bit of a time loss there for Physical God Comp.
Yeah, not being able to get that one out is very unfortunate for them. But they'll be able to continue. They still have the timer, of course, so they'll be moving on.
Yeah.
Modicum of skill now going down to 42% on that last boss. 4 minutes 40 left, which is more than fine.
They're fine.
So that actually bodes really well for the higher key levels as well for them, right? They would be able to do... they would be able to go higher here. I do kind of assume that they maybe want to move on to Rookery before they go any higher after this 18. But yeah, definitely think they can go higher here in this dungeon.
I wouldn't be shocked if they just kind of, yeah, like you're saying, kind of just move on to this Rookery and no big deal. We'll end up coming back to this dungeon, try the dungeons on 19, maybe that 19 Priory or something like that, after we just get all of these dungeons put up on this 18 and kind of solidify our floor for what our keys are showing today.
Yeah. They are looking strong. RCG on the top right are also finishing off that third boss Swamp Face on their 18 as well. And let's see if they can do the bubble skip. You see their Demon Hunter already positioning themselves to make sure they get the pull here. One thing that you have to watch out for here is, if you're a tank, is I guess you have to wait for bubbles to have fully landed. Some tanks are doing is they see bubbles jump down, and while the animation is still going on, they will be pulling bubbles, but there's a small little landing animation, and if you pull them up during the landing animation, then he will not move during it, which elongates the time that it needs for the mini-boss to move to you, which then causes the other cast to come out earlier, and then the skip is going to fail. So if you're a tank and want to do the skip, make sure you wait for the animation to fully be over, then pull bubbles, and then the skip is going to be a lot easier.
Okay, let's swap back over to Physical God Comp here. As we do see, they actually they elect to pull some of these links into this boss. So something that, if you've ever played with the Marksmanship Hunter, you know this to be true. If you pull 2 targets, they immediately start complaining, and there's just not really much you can do to stop them. They will tell you that they can't AoE on 3 targets, and it's true, they actually can't AoE on 3 targets. So what Physical God Comp actually elects to do on this first boss is they end up grabbing some of those links off to the side with that patrolling pack that also includes double sharpshooter, and then they look to slowly pull some mobs into the boss, allowing them to have additional cleave for this marksmanship hunter and unlocking the 3-target cleave as opposed to the really, really poorly tuned 2-target cleave for MM.
Yeah, that's actually really nice that they're playing around that. Very nice to see as well. We did see CC come out earlier too, right before the links went down. So some more mobs are going to be added. On top, you can see that trap in the right on the back right side.
Yeah.
So that trapped mob is going to come in after the sharpshooter is dead, and they'll just continue to get mobs in one after the other. So very nicely done by the physical god comp here, really cooking up those routes for all of these keys. Really, really cool to see it.
Yeah, you got the last sharpshooter coming in. I think the dangerous part of actually pulling these sharpshooters in is that pot shot ability. So the shoots, of course, Squish Vegan on this Bear Druid can get threat on those mobs, and he'll just get shot over and over again. It's not a big deal. But if you get a pot shot and it lines up really poorly with, say, the Emberland's Holy Radiance AoE, you can actually go down. But that's a really good point to press, cheap shot, kidney shot, leg sweep, any of your AoE CC on that sharpshooter to kind of cancel that cast while that AoE is happening at the same time.
Yeah, definitely can be very, very dangerous as they are getting the last 30% done of the boss. They do have Bloodlust available now, which I guess... Did they do the whole room in the 16? Did you see that by any chance? Because a lot of the teams...
See.
Yeah, okay. So a lot of teams, after this boss, they will be doing the whole Brawn Pike boss room with Bloodlust. But for their comp, that would be... I would say that's a pretty dangerous pull for them to do, with a lot of their classes just being kept on AoE, and that's just an insane pull to do. So I do wonder if they're gonna adapt that pull a little bit and still maybe commit their Bloodlust to it, though.
So the downside, like you kind of shouted out, is just like the fact that they're AoE capped. But one of the advantages is actually the Mistweaver Monk's HPS on a pull like that, especially with Bloodlust, I think is much better than something like the Discipline Priest on a pull very specifically that is like that. So I actually think that they can maybe power through it if they're careful. Now, something that they don't have is, of course, the access to something like a Silent Sigil and a Solar Beam. So I think that they might actually be looking to utilize something like maybe a sap or like a trap on some of those priests if they are doing that full Templar major Paladin pull with their offensive CDs. But I think we're going to have to wait and see right here as to what they are going to be looking to set up on the side of Physical God comp.
One thing we talked about a little bit earlier, though, so even though they don't have those AoE silences and disrupts, they do have 5 really short cooldown interrupts.
That's
so
true.
If they assign a caster to each one, then they actually can interrupt a lot of them. And there we go, we do see that pull come up. Bloodlust is running as well as they're trying to commit everything here. And that damage is going to come in as all of these sacred tolls are coming through. You can see the HPS from the Guardian Druid actually first, but of course the Mistweaver is going to be ramping up in just a moment as the group is going to take damage. Of course, right now it's just a lot of single target healing on the tank that Squish is doing here. But yeah, this is looking really good. They did not pull the whole room. They left out the left, which again makes sense considering. But honestly, and because they're target, because they really excel in those smaller pulls, this might actually not be slower for them.
Dude,
right?
look at this Bear Druid damage. Hold on. He's coming for his
the Bear
DPS.
Druid.
Wait, he's on their tails. What's going on over there? Wait a second.
He's coming for the DPS and for the healer. Like
Oh
that.
my goodness. Hold on, he's taking both of their jobs. Wait a second. Is Bear Druid OP?
It might be. Maybe just Squish Vegan is OP. I don't know.
That's right. For the animals, he says. All right, taking on over a look at Holy Method here as they are finishing up this Operation Floodgate here. It looks like they're making good pace to be able to two-chest this dungeon. That's going to put them up in a great position if they are able to time this dungeon on an 18 as well after this 16, and setting them up quite nicely for, what would you say, like a final 2 hours of the day where they're able to try to push those dungeons all the way up to 19 and potentially even 20?
Yeah, I think so. Now, of course, because of the dungeons that we have for today, I do think that all of these teams are not going to be able to reach as high of a score as we've seen some of the other teams reach. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're like worse. It's just like really this dungeon pool that they have does not necessarily allow them to go super high. But
Yeah.
I do think that I do think that the 19s for Holy Method is doable, and I think we can also see like at least maybe 120. But it's for sure going to be rough considering the dungeon.
I think we gave them probably the most capped dungeon pool. We have seen 20 Rookery and 20 Priory get done before by Wunderbar. So then it's kind of like it is in theory doable. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be doable by all of the MDI level teams, but at the same point as well, Operation Floodgate's a dungeon that we've only ever actually see get capped out at that plus 19 level. And so this is kind of like you were kind of talking about, one of the harder dungeon pools as well, especially since it's like, even though those dungeons could in theory go up to 19 and potentially even 20, that involves you not making any mistakes along the way. That way you have enough time in that 5-hour period to be able to actually get enough attempts to be able to time that max level key.
Yep, and that is the problem, of course, that time restriction that they have. And not to mention that the spec rule definitely slowing them down a little bit as well, because you're not playing, or at least some of the teams are not playing the comp that they think is their best comp, which certainly is going to slow them down a little bit as well. We do see Modicum of Scale is going to take their 10-minute break now, or they've been taking it a while ago, so they're gone.
I think we're about to hit the elusive 3 breaker here in a couple of seconds.
This is very possible.
Rare. Very rare. How have you been feeling about RCG just as a competitive team so far? They have an 18 in the Rookery, and they're about to have 2 of their 18s done with this Operation Floodgate, and then it's just the 18 prior to the Sacred Flame that separates them from all 18s.
I'm also pretty impressed by them. Now, they are playing this like Death Evoker rogue comp, which means that they also have to like innovate their strategies as well, right? They can't just copy paste all of the other routes, considering that they don't have that arcane funnel, they don't have that the DK MS, they don't have a bunch of the grips that the DK provides as well. So they have to innovate and do their own thing, and they've been doing really well. One thing that is really cool about them is that, okay, so Physical God Comp, right? They have been playing together on live servers. They play this like off-meta comp, and they're incredible at it, and they're obviously like doing really well. But RCG, like, they are also playing an off-meta comp. It's not as off-meta as the Physical God comp, but still. And they've only like gotten together 2 days before time trials, which means that they did not have all of this experience coming in like Physical God comp together, and they don't have the synergy that they had built up for like months prior. So for them to perform as well as they are doing today, and not, and like one of the things that happens sometimes with new teams that just form for the time trials is they end up not vibing together, and then the tournament happens and everyone is stressed and pressured, and people like maybe don't communicate properly anymore and end up tilting or something. But so far they're looking really good, so I'm really impressed by their performance too.
Yeah, and just for some more lore on the Physical God comp side, you said that they played together for a while. Now, they actually started playing in Dragonflight Season 3 together, playing this exact same composition, which you might ask, was it good in Dragonflight Season 3? And the answer, absolutely not. It was terrible then. And it just kind of proves that they are willing to play together because they like the dynamic of the group and like the cohesion of the group, and they don't really care about playing the best available composition. They just care about playing together and doing as best as they can, and that's the most important thing for them. And then they're also still just like randomly one of the top teams on NA, even doing whatever they want, and they play these weird custom routes. It's truly a very interesting tale from this team as a whole.
I love this so much because we all know Physical God Comp are the favorites for chat, and all the 3 other teams are on break right now. So we are going to get what chat is asking for. We're going to get a full screen of Physical God Comp for at least the next like 8 minutes or so. So this is amazing. Now we can just full on focus on the team and just making sure they get as much screen time as possible.
So I'm kind of interested in seeing what Physical God Comp is going to do composition-wise with their spec bans. So we did see Ortimus hop on Or Totem a little bit earlier for the 16 prior to the Sacred Flame. I kind of have an expectation that Squish is going to hop on not a Bear Druid for the Operation Floodgate. Now, I do know that he's played other tanks on live. I've seen him play like Prot Paladin even on live, so he's capable of playing pretty much any tank if he wants to. It's more of a question of like, what did they plan strategy-wise for getting specs potentially banned going into that final day, or are they going all out to just make it to day 3 and they'll figure it out as they go?
Yeah, I mean, if Squish is going to play something else, right, then that means, because so far, as far as I could see, they were playing the same 3 DPS specs, right? They never switched to Arms, they never switched to As a Rogue, they never switched to any other Hunter spec. So if Squish does play something else on that Floodgate 16 you mentioned, then that would cause the 3 damage dealing specs to be banned for Sunday for them if they make it there. Which that means that they can still play the same comp on Sunday, but all of their damage dealers would have to play a different spec, which would not be the end of the world for them.
So,
it would obviously not be ideal, but I mean, we've seen Zero Cool play as a rogue in almost all dungeons, right? So that's definitely a very viable spec to play too for the rogue at least.
So Wax played Assassination during time trials. He's played it on live before. Nox, I have seen play arms, and he's also been playing arms at least sometimes in their practice. The DPS spec that I'm actually more worried about getting banned out is this Marksmanship Hunter, because I do think MM is the preferred hunter specialization over something like Serve and BM. Vantress has played both Serve and BM in the past, so he could absolutely bust out like whatever he really wants to play. But I do think the MM has a slightly higher DPS cap in some situations, kind of depending on the dungeons, of course. But that's one of the things. It's like, you know, for Theater Pain, I would really love to have this Marksmanship Hunter, but it looks like it's gonna kind of be inevitably getting banned out.
Oh, but what if Squish just gets the Guardian Druid banned? So what if they just get the Guardian Druid banned?
No, there's no way.
The Fury Warrior and the Rogue, right? Because then Squish could play, I don't know, like a Vengeance Demon Hunter well, it wouldn't actually fit really well into their combo Vengeance, I guess. What would be the second best? Like Prot Paladin, I guess.
Paladin, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess we could see the Prot Paladin, then keep the Mistweaver, because they played the Shaman, so it's not banned. Keep the Marksmanship Hunter, and then go Arms and as a Rogue.
I'm done.
I'm
done speculating on lobbing the Druid. We have to keep him.
Okay.
He's one of us. I'm overthinking. I'm overthinking about getting rid of him. We need him.
All right. Well, then they'll have to bring out the Prot Paladin, and we're just gonna have to see the BM Hunter or the Surf Hunter tomorrow.
It's gonna be
it is
some.
what it is.
It's gonna be some other flavor of Hunter. I think it's gonna be a little bit worse than Marksmanship. Unfortunately, is the truth of what's gonna happen. This is a team that actually, so they're the 9th seeded team coming out of time trials, and they one-shot their 20 Dark Flame Cleft during time trials. I actually think that this is a team that could pretty heavily play spoiler if any team, say they make it to day 3, if any team has a bad day 3 and they play, you know, like the consistent gamers they are, I think they could upset a team pretty reasonably.
That's actually very cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, the fact that they're so consistent, that they have so much synergy with each other, that would make sense that they would be able to have an upset there, potentially. Yeah, we'll see how they're doing as Modicum of Skill is now back from their break, and they're going to that last dungeon that they haven't played yet, that 16 Rookery. And we talked about the fact that if they don't want their full comp to be banned, they would need to play, or if they want to protect at least one of their, like the tank, or if they want to protect anything, they would have to play like an off-spec here in this dungeon they haven't played before, which would be the easiest to get it out of the way because it's the lowest key left that they can do, but they're not playing anything else. So that means that very likely, if they don't do anything else moving forward for the rest of the dungeons, it's very likely that Vengeance Demon Hunter, Disc Priest, and one of the damage dealers of their choosing is going to be banned for tomorrow, which would mean the Modicum of Skill would have a little bit of a hard time competing tomorrow against all of these other teams that did preserve some of theirs.
I'm so happy that we have 2 NA teams on today. This is great. We got Modicum of Skill here. I feel like this is a team that hasn't necessarily been playing together for a very long time. I know that Lemmy and Starmanity have been playing together for a hot minute, at least at this point. But I don't think that this group has like a full 5-stack, actually have a ton of experience together. But I actually think that they've been overperforming their seed and their own expectations. They do a lot of live keys together, and I don't know how much practice they necessarily have put in on these like super ultra high keys. But I feel like, you know, this team has actually looked great so far, even though they are playing what they find to be super comfortable compositionally.
I agree. I do think they've been doing incredibly well today. So it is, as I said, very possible still that they would be making it to top 2. Just would be a little bit hard for them tomorrow because they're really not playing around that spec rule. But I guess one of the things that they were thinking is like, we just like, if we make it to top 2, if we make it to Sunday, like that's our goal, right? So they're like, you know what, our chances are going to be the highest if we just do this. Because if they switch to another tank for the 16 Rookery and end up depleting it or something, and not to mention the fact that you would also have to put practice time into another spec comp, right? That's something we haven't really talked about yet, right? Obviously, these dungeons, they are practiced by these teams a lot. They don't just go in and just like do them on broadcast. They are practicing these dungeons runs a lot. And if your plan is to save certain specs for Sunday for the spec rule, you have to practice it. You can't just go into a 16 Rookery and say, oh, let's just play Prod Warrior for this one, right? Like, they would have to practice it, which means that it takes away practice time from the hierarchy comp they would be running in a Rookery. So you have to practice Rookery with a Prod Warrior, for example,
with
and
comps,
with Avengers Demon Hunter.
Yeah. It's one of those things, too, that it's really difficult to explain how hard it is to go and be like, yep, we're going to one-shot all these dungeons with this composition that we didn't practice, and then we're going to jump on this completely brand new composition for a 19 or a 20 and try to be able to make sure that we are as consistent as possible. And I think that that's kind of why whenever we were watching Wunderbar last weekend, it was just so impressive, the performance that they put up, because they basically had no mistakes playing the complete optimal strategy. And that's why whenever we watched them, we were like, oh, they're back. Oh, this is going to be crazy.
Yeah, it can't be understated enough, honestly. Like, if you switch your comp like this, it's different damage profiles, different utility that is available. And yeah, Holy Method now back from their break too. And they're going to do this 18 Floodgate, immediately walking to Big Mama. They're having a nice, fast skip to the boss here. Very cool. Only needing like 20 seconds to get there.
Their comp is really interesting. Look, they still have their DPS on these quote-unquote off specializations, but they've swapped it up and have Andy and Thaner now on the more traditional Vengeance Demon Hunter and Discipline Priest. So allowing I think it's going to be a situation where the Frost DK and the Fire Mage are probably going to end up getting banned out. But kind of like you pointed out, they ran straight to Big Mama as the first pull of this dungeon. I wonder what their strategy for potentially even this 19 is going to be looking like. Is it going to be something similar, or are they going to be looking to change it up? I really like this as the first pull of this dungeon. I think that this is probably going to be the strategy that we're going to see more adopted in global finals as teams kind of continue to feel out what the different routes are in this place.
Yeah, I definitely like this as well. And yeah, I'm not sure how many keys they plan on doing, right? But switching to that more meta comp, I do think it makes sense if they think that they're not going to be doing more keys with this tank and this healer than they're doing with the other specs, right? As you said, they may be banning out different specs. But yeah, now we're getting to this territory, to this key level, where we're going to see the top teams also stick to their best comp in their opinion, right? And not going to play around that. Well, I mean, still playing around the spec rule, of course, but making sure that it's not going to get banned out.
Yeah, it's a spreadsheeting thing. Like, so since the teams know the dungeons coming into the day, they predict what their highest level of key is going to end up being, and then they also kind of predict how many times they're going to have to play this specialization and this specialization, and they can carefully calculate like who's going to get banned out on what. It's kind of like whenever we saw it from Missed Count yesterday, where AJ played Holy Paladin, Disc Priest, and Restoration Shaman. It's very clear to me that they did not want the Restoration Shaman banned for the Dark Flame Cleft on Sunday. So then AJ, of course, ended up having to play Holy Paladin, but then you're like, okay, now we have to make sure that our DPS are getting banned out in this instance.
Yep. Different approaches as well from most of the teams to the spec rule. It's very cool to see the thought process coming in and how they're approaching it. One thing to mention, though, I guess, is the key levels at the end, right? Because you can kind of guess what your highest key levels are at the end of the day, which determines how many dungeons you run in total, which you need to know to be able to spreadsheet out the specs. But in the end, you don't know if that's actually going to happen. Like, your plan going into the day might not actually come true, right? You might miss a 2 chest. You might not be able to time one of the highest keys that you could time in practice and thought you would be able to time on tournament day as well, but ended up not being able to. And then all of a sudden it throws off all of these plans and all of the math that you have been doing on paper. So you do need to like leave a little bit of room for these changes for the end of the day. And that's why most of the teams try and save the highest keys for the end, because that's where you want to have the leeway of switching to your main comp to play specs that you have played the least for the day, right?
Can we actually pull back up that Priority of the Sacred Flame split chart? I actually thought that was super interesting that we had there just for a brief moment. Look at this. Physical God comp in the 18 Priority of the Sacred Flame. We kind of talked about their team as target capped main team. They actually put up the fastest Priority of the Sacred Flame, which is a pretty high mob density dungeon. A very impressive run. And it looked like in the split screen that they were getting ready for the 19 already as well. So they're just blasting on through. They don't really care about what's going on, whether or not they're target capped or not. They're like, yep, we're going to put up the 19.
That actually is pretty crazy to see how fast they are in this like super mob density dungeon. That's crazy to me. And now, yeah, there's the 19 coming through the physical god comp. This
custom
is super
strats.
Nice
they
to see.
They do what they want. Like that's literally it. They literally they pull what they want. They go, you know what, this looks good for me, and they're like, all right, well, we're holding W.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane to see. I love this. All right, well, see. I mean, they look so solid in the 16 and the 18 that I think they can do this 19 pretty easily, right? As Modicum of Skill unfortunately does have a death here on their Moonkin. They are just using that Mass Rest to get them back up. It looks like it was maybe on one of the skips, so it wasn't costing them too much time. Yeah, they are entering this area where there can be more issues with the trash coming in.
Can we stop and eat some mage food real quick? Like, we're just sitting there at 20% HP out of combat and our Disc Priest can't heal us. Hold on. Somebody please help our healer. Can we please drop some food?
I did see that as well. Just didn't want to mention.
Yeah. The healer's just sitting there.
Tapped out to look at their spreadsheet for the spec rules.
Oh, Star managed to go down
no.
again for the Archie by the Void Diffuser. They didn't press bloodlust. I was going to say, is this going to be a wipe for them? I don't think it's going to be a wipe for them, but this is a huge damage loss from them.
Yeah, this is a big damage loss. They did not have that last available, which they will have on the higher key levels, but because it's the 16, they're a little bit too fast and won't have that. And Physical Godcom, unfortunately, the rogue dying to an impale, as they did pull one of those knights, which is one of those mobs that can just be super difficult to deal with. So did have this one death come through. And now we're trying to get that rest up on the rogue. I think that first rest that they were doing did get interrupted somehow, as it was an out of combat rest. There we go. Did we now release or get the rest?
No,
he got.
Okay, well, we're going.
Oh,
yeah, we'll just restart. By the way, since they are playing their own route in this place, let me be the first to say the knights are demonic mobs, and I understand why they're pulling them. I also very clearly understand why pretty much every other team is skipping every single one of them if possible. Like, those mobs do the most damage. And then, for some reason, they put an 18-second long dot on you that just does 3.5x your health bar over the 18 seconds. Like, that mob is just insane.
I do agree. Knights are banned. Whenever you can ban them, you should indeed avoid them.
Banned.
At all costs. Absolutely banned. Holy Method, in the meantime, is, again, still doing their 18 Floodgate, switching their comp. They did a 16 earlier with that like Warlock comp that they were running with the Guardian Druid and the Rest of Shaman. And now they switched back. After they took a break, they were probably discussing this as well, right? They took a 10-minute break, discussed what they're going to be doing moving forward, and they decided, and probably also like planned this a little bit beforehand, that the 18, in their opinion, is difficult enough for them to switch back to this more meta-based comp. And they're going to continue probably with this comp for maybe the rest of the day even, potentially. Modicum of Skill now on that second boss fight, looking pretty strong still. Their timer. So the 16 2 chest is, like, it can be close. We've seen it be pretty nicely done and pretty easily done by Physical Godcom, for example. But we've seen some teams struggle if they have like smaller mistakes here and there earlier. And we do see those 2 deaths for them on the board. So we'll see how it looks later.
I actually think that they're going to be fine. And it mostly comes off the back of the fact that they're playing this mage. This mage specialization, Arcane, is stupid OP for the final boss. That is like the spec, the most important spec for Rookery, because it allows you to be able to, first off, all the funnel damage in the very final area is huge value, and secondly, it allows you to 3-phase the boss, and most other compositions actually can't 3 damage burn the final boss. You most of the time end up having to do like 4 or 5, but the Arcane Mage with Arcane Surge is just so valuable. You just play around the fact that their minute 18-second cooldown is going to be 100% of your damage, and you just like, all right, yeah, we're just going to commit to 3-phasing it. But at the same time, we do have Holy Method here. not to talk about the Rookery too much, in this Operation Floodgate. And while they are doing this route where they started off Big Mama first, this requires them to do a little bit of backtracking, which is generally the argument against this route, but it allows for this pull to be slightly bigger than what you're seeing from other teams. Most other teams aren't grabbing that additional Hyena pack that you saw Holy Method run into on their way into this room, but for Holy Method, they're able to grab that pack and still grab those mobs that are in that grass off to the side and do just a massive pull into the Shredinator 3000. Then the only thing that you can really die to here is the easy throw dynamites from the Surveyors. And if you press a cage on the Surveyors, just make sure that the easy throw dynamite isn't synced up, both of those happening at the exact same time, it should basically be easily killable and basically not that risky.
Yeah, definitely looking really good for Holy Method here with this backtracking route. One of the things to note as well, that it looked like the Shredinator was not dropping, as it is the highest HP target in this pool, and usually with the Arcane Mage, you'd be focusing that one down and felling it down quite a lot. But it looked like it was so much, it was alive for so long and so much HP, but now they did manage to focus it off, and it was not the last mob to die, which is perfect. And they didn't have enough single target focus damage to get that done. And that's it for that pool. They are moving on. Bloodlust available in just a moment, so we'll see where they're committing that second one. I do believe that's
Demo Duo,
where is the
probably?
second?
Actually, it's probably just about to get pressed like on CD here if I had to wager
Yeah, maybe
a
this
guess.
Architect pool, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be the Architect pool or the Demolition Duo with Trash, right? That's also...
So in the 16 they did it on Demolition Duo, but that might have been just a byproduct of like where it came up. At the same point, I don't really know, because some of the teams that are going Big Mama first on live are actually doing a different route than this, where they are getting the Bloodlust on Demolition Duo at 10 minutes, but they're... Whenever you saw Holy Method kind of get on those gliders and shoot themselves towards that second box area, most teams will actually just go across the water and then backtrack later on. It's very interesting because there's so many different paths that you can take in Floodgate, and none of them are right and none of them realistically are wrong, assuming that you're not just losing too much time. It's just more about where you feel the most comfortable with your offensive CDs and where's the most consistent route for you here.
Yeah, there's just so much variety in routing when it comes to Floodgate. It's absolutely crazy, and people are just reinventing the wheel every 2 days, and then someone else has cooked up. Oh!
Very rare.
Okay, we've never seen this before, right? Like a second Architect pool coming in here by Holy Method. This is something that usually skip because, I mean, Architects are just not mobs you generally like having. With the scaffolding coming up, you're having to change target, making sure the scaffolding goes down. And these Architects, they just seem... they just take so long to kill. And they do a lot of damage to your group.
As I say, this pull is actually very dangerous survivability-wise, because not only do you have the Architect dot from the nail gun, but the Surveyors, we have double Surveyor again, where I called it out in the first a couple pulls ago, where the double easy throw dynamite can kill somebody off. Now, you don't even have to have double easy throw dynamite. It's if somebody has less than 100% HP because they have that nail gun dot on them and they get hit with the easy throw dynamite, like Wildy just had happen right there, you immediately proc your Cauterize. And so that's why that pull is completely demonic. It's because just the combination of mobs that are on that pack are just very, very dangerous.
This is so interesting. Like, I do wonder why they're pulling this. Like, I wonder what it is they're skipping to have to do this pull. Because this is really not something that is like a requirement, right? Because you can obviously just walk past this trash bag. You don't have to do any crazy skip here. So this is very interesting.
I think what they're skipping is a lot of the stuff that's at the very end. If I had to wager a guess, I think it's going to be most of the stuff that's at the very end, including some of the jump starters and whatnot. Those pulls are typically seen as like less efficient than some of the stuff that's in the overworld here. And so I think that that's probably the most likely candidate. Now, Holy Method here. Banner walking by with Fade, talenting into that double grip, life gripping 2 players in, Fragnus pressing that Abomination Limb as Andy tags the pack through the wall with that Sigil of Flame, and Fragnus able to grippy hands those mobs with the A-Bomb Limb all the way into the boss, allowing them... Okay, I was going to say the Mage more funnel. He's playing Fire, but in theory allowing an Arcane Mage more funnel, but not in this composition.
Yep, and there we go. Now all of the mobs are on the boss. They're still holding on to this Bloodlust. This is very interesting. They're holding on for it for quite a while now.
What's the situation here? They'll be on Swamp Face probably at minute, what, like 18, if I had to guess? So they just have a disturbed kelp pull to deal with, and then it's, yeah, probably Swamp Face around minute 18, so maybe just Swamp Face on pull. Are they going for two? They're not going for 2 chests, right? I mean, unless.
I doubt that. Well, unless.
Unless, yeah, exactly. It's like, pressing on Swamp Face on pole is just like, yeah, it's good. Honestly, it's better than pressing it 50% of the way through the boss. At the same point, you're losing a lust to do that.
Yeah, and this pull is also pretty good value, right? You have the 2 bosses and you have the trash pack, so it's not like a low value bloodlust, and it's also pretty difficult to do the start of this pull with all of the damage coming through. One thing that I guess could have happened is that maybe while they did press lust and didn't have it available when maybe it was still on cooldown for the team, but yeah, I doubt that.
And then nobody has drums.
And
yeah,
nobody
that's a good
has
point.
drums.
Yeah.
But
This is the pug classic right there. Is that the person who's supposed to be lusting definitely doesn't lust at the right time. My Ellie Shaman has been a little bit of a criminal with that, mostly due to my own inadequacies, honestly. Okay. Let's take a look at physical god comp here in this 19 Priory of the Sacred Flame. So they are continuing on in the Priory. They have made it through probably what I would describe as the hardest part of the dungeon. Once they end up getting off Tanner Dual Maul, they are going to be able to go into Captain Dalecry with all of those lynxes that we were kind of shouting out earlier. I think that the first couple of areas, whenever they have to deal with those knights, whenever they have to deal with those impales, and honestly, this pull right here with that mini boss that Physical God Comp does with the double light spawn, that can also cause a pretty substantial time loss if you're not careful with the light spawn heal, that burst of light, like big AoE heal. And so making sure that Physical God Comp had that clean and consistent, those are probably the biggest points of this dungeon that they could incur huge time losses on.
Yeah, I did. As you were saying that, I was quickly looking at the score, because I was thinking, like, how close are we to the end of the day, right? I mean, there's still 2 hours left, but looking at the score, like, all of the teams are so incredibly close to each other when it comes to the amount of dungeons they've timed, right? Yeah. This is actually absolutely crazy. Looking at the 16s, because obviously it looks like a huge difference. Physical God Comp and Modicum of Skill, they are quite a bit behind, but in a little bit, once Modicum of Skill finishes off the 16, and once Physical God Comp finishes off, well, actually they still have to go to the Rookery, right? But once they get those 16 points on the board, then all of the teams will be within like a point of each other. So all of these teams are really, really close, and any of them can make it into top 2. Like, we can have any combination of top 2 here at the end of the day. And Star Humanity does go down. They do have a Battle Rush available. Just came up, actually, too. They have to be very careful here. And they're missing the 2 chests, unfortunately, as well.
Yeah,
so that means they're going to have to play at 17.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty bad for their time on the day. Of course, there's still opportunities for them to be able to make it to Sunday, but that does set them pretty far back. That's a great point. They actually could 2 chests to 17, and then if they time the 19, then it's like no harm, no foul. It's actually like they lost no time with the difference in dungeons. Now, it does require them to time the 17, which I don't think is particularly easy, but if they don't have the 4 deaths, if they say go deathless, it should be definitely doable. But something that you were saying as well, whenever you're talking about the scores, I think it's kind of the difference between going wide versus going tall, where Physical God Comp, they're going tall with their dungeons, where they're trying to do close to what they believe the cap of the dungeon that is required from them to be able to qualify to Sunday is, and then they will then move on to the next dungeon, where teams like Holy Method or RCG are going wide, where they're trying to put up scores in each and every single dungeon, and then they'll move on to the next dungeon. It's just kind of a difference in strategy.
Yeah, it is a difference in strategy for sure. So I guess it's going to be hard for us to be able to tell who's going to make it until the very end, once we do see Physical God Comp actually move to Floodgate. But yeah, there's the Bloodlust. 18 minutes.
With divers?
Oh, wow. Divers is actually somewhat interesting on Swamp Face here.
So that's great if you have an arcane mage, because that would be just excellent funnel. So you see teams pulling trash into Swamp Face pretty consistently, whether it be the Crocs or whatever. Also sometimes pull crab bombs at like 20% HP. But the divers, those are pretty rare to actually have into the boss. Now, they do have anti-sync on their kick, but if you end up missing a kick on this, that diver probably wipes you.
I'm going to take a second here. I'm going to grab Makes and bring her in. And Nigura, we are going to actually have you leave the desk, but we'll see you later this weekend. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye. Tomorrow. Enjoy.
Bye. All right. Makes, get in here. Dovetail in. I know you had something you wanted to add into the combo.
Yeah, it's actually not the first time we're seeing this today, because Modicum of Skill did exactly that same pull with the divers onto Swamp Phase, and it added tons of difficulty and danger to them, as they did lose one of their players, but they were able to pull it off in the end, which seems to be the same story for Holy Method here as well. So seems like that's a new trend among our teams to get the divers in here on this boss, after we did see the Crocs before, right?
It's yeah, exactly. We have seen the Crocs and we have seen the bomb shell crabs at, like, I would say like 20 to 30-ish% is when those mobs get pulled in. But it's normally an arcane mage thing, but they don't have. Where's the arcane mage? Like, we're just doing the divers.
It might just be that this is their route, and because they didn't want to change it for the 18, and they know that that's what they're planning to do on a potential 1920, that they're just pulling it like that, even though it doesn't add as much value as it would with the Arcane Mage. Of course, I mean, Vildi is going to be really excited about his Ignite spreading onto those divers regardless. It makes numbers go big, and players love to see that.
That's right, that's right. You know what? And by this logic, Wexy as well could just pad on the divers and get, what would we call it? Nature's Vigil funnel? Yeah, we could heal with Nature's Vigil. That's good. That's, yeah. That's a good
so you just have to like lay it out in a way.
So like if you're playing a Ret Paladin as well, Divine Storm, every single time you press it, it also heals. So yeah, you know what? That's not pad. I'm converting that to HPS.
Hey, if the mobs need to die, it doesn't count as padding. It just counts as ethical AoE damage. That's how I see it. But you're welcome to disagree in chat. Just a quick mention, because unfortunately, one of her teams was not able to put the 16+2 on the board. And we were talking about that earlier, saying how important it is to get the +2s, because it saves you from needing to run the 17, and these teams are trying to push the key as high as possible. Modicum of Skill not able to get the 16+2 in the Rookery here, and of course we also know that is something that they were trying to do. Hopefully that will throw them back just a little bit.
Yeah. Physical God comp here in this 19 is also on a bit of a heater. They had Captain Dalecry killed off in 1248. That tends to be on like the pretty long end of Dalecry. You want to normally have around a 12-minute first boss split, especially whenever they are 3-pulling this area. Some teams will elect to pull this part of the dungeon, but I think that Physical God comp, their plan is to play more consistent than the other teams and go deathless in this dungeon. If they do so, at 1248 Dalecry is absolutely possible to be able to time this key with the route that they're playing. But again, it's going to require that level of commitment to being clean throughout the entire thing. You can't afford any major mistakes from here on out.
That's right, and everybody else was able to get the 16+2s on the board, right? I mean, of course, Physical God Comp hasn't ventured into that Floodgate just yet, so that is still out, the jury's still out on that one, but every single dungeon out of the other teams was +2'd on the 16, so that just throws you back so much right now, and in a group that is already as close and as tight as this one, I feel like that might actually set you up for a potential gravity mistake, but we're going to be seeing how
mistake.
It plays.
That's a good point.
Right, grave mistake. I was thinking about the word. Come on, Teddles.
I'm
Be
sorry.
nice.
I tried to sit in here, but I gotta do it. I gotta stop it. Dude, he always does it to me, so whenever I can do it to somebody else, I'm sorry.
Straight up rude.
Listen, I only speak one language, so you got me there, at least.
I mean, I'm welcome. I'm happy to switch to languages here as well, but I don't think chat would enjoy it too
Moving
much.
on to Holy Method here. We got them in the 18 Operation Floodgate. They're actually making great time. A 2111 Swamp Face. You tend to need somewhere around like a 24-minute Swamp Face to be the minimum amount of time that is required to actually be able to time this dungeon. But Holy Method with a 21-minute Swamp Face, they're making great pace. Now, they aren't going to have Bloodlust for Giesel Gigazap. Nagura and I were kind of speculating as to where their lust is supposed to be whenever they go and do this dungeon, potentially on a 19. Still absolutely have no idea. Like, is it supposed to be pressed on CD at that 10-minute mark? Are they actually saving it for Swamp Face for minute 19 in the 19? Maybe? I feel like it's unlikely, but it's certainly possible.
I think it'll just work out on the higher levels in like a nicer way
jam it
than
on
it does
CD.
right now. I think they're just too fast for where they're planning to. I think that's also the same like we were talking about with the divers, where it's just like, yeah, that's probably just how their route looks on the higher levels, and they didn't really bother to do something different for the 18 since what they're doing works. And so we're getting a little bit of like weird situations with where that lust is sitting and where some of the polls aren't as efficient as they would be on some other characters. And I think that's just precisely showing you that these routes were not made for the 18, they were made for the 19 and the 20s.
Ooh, a nice skip here by Holy Method. So that skip, whenever you're doing it with the double jump starters, is actually very, very dangerous because they immediately start pulsing on your group for a massive amount of AoE. So you have to actually press defenses or go into bear form, or you could potentially even pre-mass barrier that, like you actually saw from Wildy there, to make sure that they are able to deal with that skip. On top of that as well, Standard can't press Penance whenever the jump starters are pulled, because Penance does this thing where if it's like casted as like a heal Penance, it will target the jump starters and combat them. And so your disc actually has a really hard time of doing that skip, so that's why it has to be done as fast as possible there.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We are looking good on the overall timer here as well. I am glancing across the board to see how it is looking for everyone else. I am always a little bit worried when I see yeah, exactly, production is catching up on it. When I see non-DK teams. Oh, good job, Tettles. When I see non-DK teams in this dungeon here, we were talking about it a fair bit in that 18 as well. A lot of the dots just get kind of laid off onto Squish, but it's like a lot of danger he's in every time he soaks those.
Yeah, and you would think, oh, they have a rogue. Their rogue can surely cloak these, but rogue cloak works a lot worse actually than AMS, where you have to soak the dots and then you cloak it off after the fact, which means that you'd have to take like 3 or 4 stacks of that dot and it would be ticking on you before you're available to cloak it off, which is what you caught Walks doing there at the very end. But kind of like you pointed out, a Squish having 2 stacks of that dot, it makes him take just so much more damage than having that nice, comfy DK being able to AMS each and every single time.
Absolutely does. He even went up to 3 on the 18, so I think that might still be a possibility with the 5er stack that they do, because it's like Squish takes 3 and
this
then
is the 5, I think,
the
isn't
Rogue and the Warrior take 1 each. But yeah, that should be the one. Let's look how they play it out. Squish takes the first one, takes the second one as well. Wax has 1 on him. Noxy goes in, and I think Squish takes the third one as well, but yeah, we'll see.
He'd probably let the 2 stack expire, so you have 25 seconds.
Yeah,
before...
see, and there we go. Okay.
Wow, this is tough. I'm gonna level with you guys in chat. This is really hard.
Yeah,
this is twice as hard as any group with the DK.
Oh, careful. I'm always scared when teams already move towards the soak puddle before the castigator shield comes out, because you can overlap these in like an unfortunate way, and then you need to wait a long time before you can soak them. But it all worked out here for Physical God. What's kind of the timer we're looking for, Tettles, here on the Baron Brown Pike split? It's of course still a 19, but I think, I was talking a fair bit with Dratnos about this, I think 19-19-19 is probably safe for Sunday, and then if any team wants to do a bonus run, it would be 20-19-19.
Pulling it up. So a nice Baron Braun Pike splits around like the 20-30-ish mark. And that I would describe as like the minimum available time to be able to time the key. Anything past that, and you're looking, it's going to be really tight. I think a 20-30 allows you to be able to clear out the room. And assuming that you don't make any major mistakes, don't miss any kicks, and no volleys go off, you should be totally fine. And they are right up against that 20-30 mark that I called out.
Yeah, I think it's like 32 in the end there, but we are, of course, going to check back in once they're in the big room.
Yeah, really quickly, because you two touched on it a little bit, but I wanted to also ask, so, Tettles, yesterday we saw Ur, who went with the same kind of, as you like to sort of phrase it, Ur pushing vertically, right, as opposed to horizontally, so trying to push each individual dungeon up as high as they can. But it seemed like yesterday with them, they spent a little too much time doing that, right? We had like 2.5 hours or so spent on pushing up to 20, and that did cost them at the end of the day. So in your opinion, Tettles, how does Physical God Comp's push for plus 19s kind of compare in pacing to what they did yesterday?
So they did spend a little bit more time in the 19 Rookery than I think they would have wanted to. I think they ended up resetting probably twice in that Rookery 19. But I think that they are in a much different situation than what we saw from Yuri yesterday. First and foremost, they only have an Operation Floodgate left available to them after they time this Priory. Assuming that they time this Priory, but after they time this Priory, they only have that Operation Floodgate, which we know is capped at a 19. And I think that ultimately as well, this day is a lot lower ceiling on some of the dungeons than we saw yesterday, with that 20 being able to be the highest level for that Motherload. What ended up happening? Was RCG wiping?
RCG, yeah, they had some deaths there. We might need to call for a replay on that. I only caught it at the tail end as some of the nameplates were actually already on their way out of the dungeon, but that was quite a long time that they were there. Okay, here we are, 16 minutes into the dungeon. You can see they're dealing with this big pole, and actually their tank just getting meleeed by the Templar, and that unravels the entire pull that they had going here. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it does happen, but I mean, those are kind of the problems that you can face in this dungeon. It's why whenever we saw Wunderbar on, I think it was the final day, we saw Genji like body pulling trash mobs to make sure that they had fewer of those Templars in that pull, because they just do so much damage to your tank. I think it's really difficult to understate just how much damage that they can actually do to your tank.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. But that's, of course, a big time loss. And you were just mentioning how tight this group is. I feel like out of all of our groups, this one is like so, so incredibly close. Group B in general, but then specifically this split of 4 teams are just all kind of neck and neck. And every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, every 15 minutes that you lose throughout the day might actually be what does you in for at the end. So these teams really can't afford too many of these mistakes.
What do you think Physical God Comp lusts here? Do we think they're taking a trash pack into Sir Braunpike, or do you think they're going to do Sir Braunpike solo? Kind of an interesting decision point.
We were talking about this when they were here in the 18. I, of course, don't know if that's what they're going to be doing in the 19 as well. But I was saying, I was hoping they would go for the big pull onto the mini-boss, onto Braunpike. But they don't actually do that. They leave both of the packs that are next to the stairs open. Mm-hmm. And then they take those into boss. But they finish out the mini-boss before with one of the light spawn packs, I think. So it is still big pulls that they're doing, but they have them kind of spread out a little bit differently. Partially probably also because of the target cap that, of course, their comp is a little bit more affected by than some of the other comps. So it does make sense that they're pathing a little bit differently through that room. So I'm actually curious where that timer is going to be sitting, but we did see one of their players actually going down here. I believe it was the Hunter that died for Physical God Comp, is now on their way back to the rest of the team.
Yeah, and on the big screen here, we have Holy Method starting up their 19 Operation Floodgate, and they are going straight into Big Mama as the first pull in the dungeon. I absolutely love this. I think the really more interesting point is, where is their second lust going to be? Is it going to be on CD? Is there like a architect pull that they're going to be looking to press that lust on? Is it going to be maybe one of those box pulls that they're looking to press their lust on? I think that this is absolutely a phenomenal pull as well. And on top of that, it's a great way of learning this dungeon, because Big Mama is actually just so difficult for your tank. The tank damage that is applied to this boss is absolutely insane. If you give me a second, I can actually look to see what Andy is wearing trinket-wise. Okay, so he's playing double DPS trinket still. He's playing the Eye Kazan and the Sephorium Pacemaker. You could, in theory, wear the Mud trinket, and I know the Mud trinket is really OP versus this boss if you're ever actually scared about the fight. But at the same point, Andy, knowing how much damage he's going to be taking and just making sure that he overlaps his defensive CDs perfectly, hopefully he's able to live through this fight, but it's still very dangerous because of those Electro Crushes.
Yeah, I love this because not only are they taking a lot of trash into the boss, they're immediately slamming that lust. They're pathing through this boss fight really nicely, where they're always hugging the wall, making sure those doom storms aren't actually spawning exactly on their team. So they're making their life a little bit easier with dodging that as well.
Is Physical God Comp playing trash into Sir Braunpike with lust? Is that what's going down right here?
Yep.
Hold on, Mix. We got a movie going on here, and look at Banchers here standing maximum range as well to not be casted on by any of these light spawns or anything else. It's a very heads up play by their team. Yeah.
So the purification that the light spawn does is very, very nasty. It's a lot of damage, and notably, hunters are not the most steadfast class on the overall scale of things. So Bancher's just saying, okay, I don't actually want to deal with it. I'll go max range. I'm not going to take any of that damage. But yeah, I feel like they've been relying a lot on the utility that the hunter brings, which usually is not something you would say in any other scenario.
Our timer's tight. I'm gonna level with you. I think our timer's gonna be pretty close here. In theory, I think this fight's only supposed to be without lust around the 4:50 to 5 minute mark, but they do have fortunately enough 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. But that kind of starts getting chipped away if you end up having to commit any of your damage into like AoE, and it's like inefficient AoE if you're using like pad AoE globals. But I think Physical God Comp should be on the good side of the timer here, assuming that they're not going to get blown up by these footmen.
Yeah, they need to be really careful with that. We saw earlier in the 18 how Wax was actually using cheap shot to make sure that nothing was going wrong there. You can see the kill streak there coming in as well, just looking so cool on that rogue. But I agree. I think they need to be a little bit careful with their timer. We're going to see where their pacing kind of sits once they're actually moving up. You can see Banchers here re-trapping that priest, or trying at least. It didn't work. It's back in the group here, but it was trapped before. And they are finishing out on the footman here as well. And I think that's all of them now down. The group has taken significant damage, but I think all of them have been finished. It's only the priest that is in there right now, and they can push the boss now.
They have actually pretty good inner fire and blinding light timings here. So the inner fire is kind of weird as to when you want to be kicking the cast, the Holy Smite on Prioress Murpray. And if you lock it out at the right time, you typically need like a 6-second lockout. You need like a mage lockout normally to be able to guarantee it. But if you actually just let these Holy Smites go through most of the time, it will actually allow that blinding light. You see on screen right here, this blinding light to happen prior to the inner fire AoE, and that reduces the amount of damage that's taken on your group by a tremendous amount, and it turns that blinding light from an ability that can potentially kill you off to an ability that can no longer kill you off under any circumstances.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I just love seeing it. I think they dealt really quickly with all of the footmen as well, given that we were talking about like how their timer is kind of looking and how their time is kind of tight. I don't think they're like way under, but I think the timer is good for this comp as they are now moving up. Prioress Murpry should be phasing any second now, and we'll see how quickly they deal with that shield as well, while we are hopping over to Holy Method, who have finished out Big Mama on that 19. It's the first 19 floodgates that we are seeing here today, and it's interesting to me that Holy Method decided to like start in the Priory, then go to the Rookery, then go into the Floodgate, and here is where they're actually going to be sending that first 19, because of course now they're also on the main specs that we're expecting them to go for on the Sunday.
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of those situations that they don't... The only way that they could accidentally get something banned that they didn't want to is if they ended up spending, like, say, too much time trying to prog the 19 Floodgate or try to prog the 19 Rookery without having put up times in the prior to the Sacred Flame or Floodgate, for example. And so it's one of those things that they make sure that they put up that baseline 18 in every single dungeon on the composition or some of the specializations that they want to get banned, and then they start to do those dungeons on 19 with the specializations that they want to maintain for Sunday. And I think it just makes a lot of sense as to how Holy Method has done this strategy, and it's kind of similar to what we saw from Mist Count yesterday or Wunderbar last weekend.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think we kind of need to look back to Physical God Comp as that dungeon timer is getting closer. They have 2 minutes and 24% on the boss. Nice little turtle there, helping yourself a little bit while you're running out of the beam in the back. You're trying to also clear the space next to the altar. It's good if you have like a little bit of an agreement on that, of like, oh, we're trying to like save this specific spot, especially if you run as many melees as Physical God Comp is, you know. You don't want to be moving the entire boss all of the time, so...
We call those traffic rules, like the loosely required rules of how you're doing that. And something that I actually see is super interesting, and I see Bancher's doing it quite often, is I think that he's able to LOS the blinding light AoE on these little pillars that are off to the side. Is that actually what he's doing? Because I saw him doing it earlier in the 18, but I didn't recognize the fact that he wasn't taking damage from the blinding light AoE.
Oh, maybe we get to see it one more time. Yeah, he is hiding here, but...
It looks like he took damage, no?
It looks like he took damage. Yeah, maybe it's only working when she's closer to the side, or maybe it's just so he doesn't actually have to turn around. That might just be it. Because, like, if you are hiding, if you're not in line of sight, then the blinding light also can't hit you. So it might not be for the damage, it might just be for the effect.
Yeah, could be. Very interesting, but at the same point, Physical God Comp put up their second 19 of today. Being able to put up that 19 prior to the Sacred Flame puts them in a great position to be able to make it to Sunday. Now they only have to do is make sure that they actually take their break, because if they have to pay a 5-point penalty, bad news, they will not be making it to Sunday.
That's right. We still have a couple of breaks that need to be taken. Just to keep you updated, it looks like they are going on break as the team card does come up. They have 40 more minutes to take these breaks, so all of the teams that are in runs right now are safe, but they should be taking them after the runs that they are in right now. Holy Method still needs 10. Physical God Comp still needs 10, which you're probably taking right now. Modicum of Skill also needs 10. The only team that's done is RCG. They don't need any more breaks still, and that allows us to take a little bit of a closer look at the other 19 that is being done right now, which is our Floodgate.
I actually love what Thanner did right here, and it was actually kind of subtle, but he went and jumped on top of this box, which allows you to not have to move from these saw blades underneath your feet, and then he goes and grips Wexy. What this allows Wexy to do is then it allows their Moonkin to stay planted the entire time and not have to worry about moving out of the way of these saw blades, and allows him just a little bit better uptime on this. Whenever I'm playing with the Disc Priest, anytime they grip me on top of the box, I am just fist pumping the air. Like, okay, this is the greatest day of my entire life. Like, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. It's a subtle thing, but it's actually a pretty large damage gain for the Balancer to be gripped up here. And look at this. You see Wexy's doing 15 million DPS, and it just kind of proves that while it is obnoxious for your priest to do that for you, it's still pretty valuable.
So the way you get on the box is actually by utilizing the little chain machine that you can see on the left there. You have to get up on the wheels of it, and then you can jump on over to the box, and then you can jump on the higher box, which is what the priests are doing. Just in case you're wondering how to replicate that in your own keys, this is the path you have to take.
You can actually jump from it from like the front, but it requires like a very specific angle as well to be able to jump at it from. But if you can get on it just at all, it's one of those things that it's a huge time save. So where is Holy Method lusting? So their Bloodlust has just come up. We are at 11 minutes and 50 seconds into the dungeon. Are they going to be pressing this on CD makes? What do you think? Are they going to be holding it for minute 19 for Swamp Face on pull?
I mean, it doesn't look like they're pressing it here. I think if you're not pressing it here, you have to hold it. Yeah, at this point, I think it's just okay, we need it on Swamp Face. It is kind of dicey to have the divers into Swamp Face, which I'm very much expecting them to do. So it's just, they think it's higher value there than slamming it on cooldown, it looks like.
Yeah. Very, very interesting from Holy Method. At the same point, you know, whenever they're doing the divers into Swamp Face on pull with that Arcane Surge and Bloodlust, that is a pretty big damage gain. It might actually end up being a bigger damage gain than gaining the additional lust over the course of the entire dungeon. It's a conversation as old as time. Would you rather get better lusts, or would you rather get better lusts, or would you rather get more lusts? And typically you go for more lusts, but sometimes the really big value lust is the most important one here.
I think it's partially also because Swamp Phase is a very hard boss,
dude,
so it also helps your healer. What is it?
This pull right here is demonic, by the way.
You need to be so careful with these. You can see like how low their ranges are dropping. Every single of these pinches, if it goes on to anyone that's not a tank, you are crying.
Well, Wildy's a nice cold here. It's a situation as well where it's double Surveyor with the Easy Throw Dynamites and the Architect with the Nail Gun dot over and over again. And there are situations where particularly the Clothies can get like 100 to 0'd if they're not careful, or if the mobs aren't desynced easily. So you can cage them to try to desync the Easy Throw Dynamites against one another. You can potentially press like Asphyxiate, I guess would be the only other really good single target CC here. But it's actually a very dangerous pull and not one that's super common. That Architect is at a sliver of HP. That's like what? 1.5% maybe? So
yeah, that's how it sometimes is. It's just sometimes they get that. I feel like at a certain percentage, maybe we can pitch this, at a certain percentage they shouldn't actually be doing that, but yeah, 11 seconds, I don't think so, Tunnels.
Oh my god, they're gonna be like 10 seconds off on this 2 chest. Nagura and I were talking about this before you joined, like Modicum of Skill only 1 chested their 16, and we're like, Actually, it's not even that big of a deal if they two chest the 17. They can actually get up to 19 rather quickly. But the fact that they're only one chesting the 17 puts them in a very difficult position, just in terms of time that's required for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, that's right. The +2 on the 17 would have been kind of redemption for losing out on the +2 on the 16, right? You only ended up being here because it was like 6 seconds that they missed on the 16. So one death less could have just saved that whole run. Didn't happen. Now the 17 also not going to have that +2 means yet another run they will have to do to maybe catch up to the rest of the group. And slowly but surely, we are seeing some separation between a group that seemed incredibly tight. Quick mention, Tanner also going down here for Holy Method as they are working on the Demolition Duo, but was battle rest up. And we're also seeing the adds up here in the boss, which is something we've been seeing a lot of.
I really like the trash pull into the boss. I know that we first saw this last weekend by Wunderbar actually grabbing that trash through that gate, but it's such an easy way of being able to get a little bit of bonus count and have that great funnel. What exactly does Unholy DK get funnel-wise? I know they get some strength whenever they drop their Defile, right?
Yeah, you can just, as long as everything is in the Defile, that's always the issue with, especially a boss like this one, right? That's where you start crying a little bit because Bront does not want to be with the rest of the group, but at least the ads are there, so that's also why you often see the melees just cleave off of Kiza and hope that the rangers are focusing Bront for the most part, unless he's close to the other boss.
It's the Moonkin's job to not de-target Bront ever. Like, I'll target that guy and I just, like, never click off of him. And then anytime he comes... It sucks because the Arcane Mage also wants to cleave off of Kiza, especially if there's funnel on top of that mob, so... Kind of a weird situation where you can actually get the mobs poorly aligned HP-wise, I guess is probably the best way of describing it, if you're not careful. But oh my god, Holy Method with a absolute banger of a charge from Bront, being able to get pretty much every single mine and then just charge it over and over again into the wall. A Melee's dream charge.
It is, yeah. We've been seeing a lot of it where they just try to keep it next to Kiza as well, even if there is another bomb, because they know they get one more gel just to dispel that last bomb, and they value, of course, the cleave damage and having Bront near Kiza much more than having the charge deal with the bomb. They just know they can move out with a kinetic gel and just deal with it by a normal mechanic, as you are seeing with Wexy on the background there. So just really good traffic rules that are implemented by Holy Method here. And once again, just look at that. 4 of the bombs taken down in one run, and the second one takes the rest. And they're getting a lot of free damage there that they can just cleave onto Bront and Kiza.
Okay, Mix, I got some news from production. There's only one team that is left to take a break, and currently, Holy Method needs 10 minutes of break here. Now, how are you feeling about their break situation? Obviously, they're 17 minutes into the 19 Operation Floodgate. Do you think that this is not a big deal? Is this something that you should be maybe concerned about? What's kind of the situation with the breaks?
So, the dungeon timer does not exceed the potential break-taking timer. So I think we're good here. So long as after either they finish this run successfully, or should anything go wrong, they immediately slam the break. They cannot afford to have something go wrong here and then immediately go back into the dungeon. That would mean they get in trouble with either their dungeon timer or the break timer and risk the 5-point penalty. But so long as Holy Method, whenever they phase out of this dungeon, immediately go into break, I think we are on the safe end for all of our team seed. And I'm sure they will not forget this, as teams are usually quite painfully aware about the break rule.
The admins do a good job of making sure that they're always aware of like what the break situation is. Additionally, as well, if you were a keen-eyed viewer, you might have caught this, but Holy Method had Wexy run ahead in stealth in that prowl and click that additional box that spawns Swamp Face. That allows them to save around 10 some odd seconds prior to Swamp Face spawning to make sure that they're missing out on that RP. But a really, really cool strategy, even though it is something that's like pretty commonly seen in the MDI, it's still like a subtle thing that you can do that's a huge time saver.
Our production is denying that the admins are helping them, but I know they do. So.
Okay, helping them and telling them what their break situation are is two very different
you
things.
still need to take these amount of breaks usually, so But yeah, we'll get another look here by a team that's not actually running that DK in the Priory on the higher levels. We're in the 18. We're of course expecting all of our teams to hopefully reach the 19s. But let's see how RCG is dealing with those stacks here, especially on the 5 stack.
Vengeance, and then what? He's gonna let it fall off? Where are we sitting here? Okay, we go. One of the priests
took it.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh my god, our tank is about to die. He does have cheat death up available. He hit probably what 5% HP there.
Yeah, but listen, if you are going to be going for last resort, you might as well proc it. That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
So it's just calculation. If you want to save those defensives for something else, maybe this is just, this is where you proc.
Here's the 5 stack.
Let's see how it goes. We have our Vengeance taking the first one immediately. It might be that they're doing the inverse from what we saw in Physical God Come. So they're actually waiting out the first stack, and then the Vengeance Demon Hunter going in twice, but it looks like Ziracul actually took 2.
This is unfortunate. We actually can't see their Cloak of Shadows because we have Vanish being tracked in because of Assassination Rogue's cooldowns. We see Vanish Kingsbane and Deathmark, and so we actually can't see the Cloak of Shadows. But yeah, he definitely soaked multiple and then pressed that cloak there to be able to cleanse them off.
Yeah, looked really good. Very nice little tech that you can do if you are bringing a rogue, but those double stacks on the Vengeance Demon Hunter are looking painful. Look at that.
How are you feeling about this Evoker in placement of the Mage?
Dude, I feel like Evoker has been blasting. To me, it's a little bit in a similar spot like Mages, like Warlock is. Where it's like, it's a really, really good DPS to bring. It's a range DPS, it brings a lot of utility, and depending on dungeons, it's just absolutely insane and does really good damage. We were talking a little bit earlier about how it's also really helpful on Priory's Rookery because it makes really quick process with the shield at the end there, but I'm very impressed with Devastation Evoker. I think they look fantastic.
It's also mad OP on the first boss of this dungeon, Dalecry, because that bleed that they put on the tank so consistently is pretty dangerous. What I'm gonna say about RCG's run here, I'm a little bit sketched out about their timer here, Makes. This is looking a little bit slow, but they are a little bit higher on count than I think other teams are. I think that the
So you were saying it's 2030? Or what was the timer we were trying to be under?
2030, but I think they're higher on count than other teams have been in the past here. Let me take a look.
Okay, we definitely need to keep an eye on how the tail end of that dungeon plays out for them. It might be very well possible that because of them running that Devastation Evoker and that Rogue, they are pulling a little bit differently, similar to how Physical God Comp are dealing with it.
They're about, what I would say is like, I think they can skip 3 trash packs in the final area, if I'm looking at this right. So their timer is a little bit worse, particularly for the first boss, but I think they might have gotten... I think they're maybe going -2 pulls in the last area. So I think that their timer's okay looking at how they're situated with their count, because their count, again, their count is really high. It's maybe 10% more than is what is required to finish out this dungeon. But it's going to be close. I don't think that they're in a situation where they're going to be absolutely blasting this dungeon or anything, which makes me worried about their ability to be able to time a 19 that we've seen from Physical God Comp already.
Yeah, we'll take a look at what exactly they're skipping in the very last room and how they're pathing through it. In the meantime, I was going to mention Holy Method just finished out Swamp Phase as well. This is where that Bloodlust was slammed, so it just looks like they are valuing this so much. We were having a couple of questions about that. Now we're going to be seeing them skip bubbles. That is something that hasn't always gone right for our teams in the past. So let's take a look here as Holy Method attempt to do just so. Andy is going to pull bubbles back. The rest of the team is going to run on by. And then Andy, being a Vengeance Demon Hunter, will jump on over, meld it off, and then hopefully all will have been skipped. But it is always a little bit scary because Bubbles walks back to the initial position, so you never know if it's actually working. But it looks like they don't care. They trust that it has worked out, and they're actually also pulling the jump starter here as well.
Yeah, there's weird fake combat with Bubbles as well whenever he casts the Bubble Burst, so it's kind of difficult to tell whether or not you are in combat with it or not until the mob like completely resets and you see that you drop combat, which is why you're seeing Thanner, Fragments, and Wexy all on those Nelfs as well, to be able to make sure that there is no possibility of them just making a major error, and they'll also just like sit in that shadow meld right in front of the trash pack to make sure they also don't body pull any additional trash. It's a really smart way of trying to make sure that skip is as consistent as possible, because if you end up wiping 25 minutes in this dungeon to bubble skip, like that's actually just such a mood killer.
It is. That's not something you want to have happen, especially in a competitive setting, right? If it tells you in a pug, imagine how it feels like for these teams in the NDI. So definitely not something where you want to be, but it has all worked out for Holy Method here. RCG is on their first pull in that last haul in the Priory. Physical God Comp, back from their break, has entered the 16 Floodgate, and I quickly want to mention something because we were theorizing, do they save their tank? Do they run a different tank on the 16 Floodgate to make sure that Bear Druid is unaffected by the spec ban rule? The jury's in, and it doesn't look like that's the case. It looks like they are just taking care of the Bear Druid being banned. We know that the healer is protected, so Mistweaver should still be available, and then it is going to be 2 of their DPS specs that are getting banned out for the Sunday, because I don't think they'll make any major changes on the later levels of the key.
What happens if they, like, hypothetically reran like a 16 or something like that at the very end of the day and played something unique for that? Then what happens? Say, reran a 16 for time, in quotation marks.
That doesn't work, right? It needs to be the highest key that they have for time, I'm pretty sure. So you can only run a dungeon for a time improvement that you currently have on the highest level. So they would need to run a 19 for time, which I think is going to be very unlikely to do.
Well, I don't know. I've seen Squish play Vengeance and Paladin at like a really high level. Like he's gotten title on both of the specializations before, so it's not like it's something that's unplayable by him. I just didn't expect for them to actually let the bear get banned out, I guess is the more surprising thing here.
I'm also surprised because in the first dungeon of the day, we saw them all in their mains. And then in the second dungeon that they ventured into, in the 16, we protected the healer. And so my bet was kind of on the Druid being protected here in the 16 Floodgate, but seems like they disagree. Seems like they want to do just that.
I'm less worried about the Bear Druid. I'm more worried about the MM Hunter than anything else. Because I feel like that MM Hunter is just... because Wox can play Assassination at a world-class level, Nox can play Arms at a world-class level, Vantress, of course, can play all specs of Hunter, but I think that Marksmanship is just really, really good right now, damage-wise. And so it's like... I think that there's a noticeable drop-off between BM and Serve compared to where that MM potential is.
That might just be the reason why they're saying, okay, let's take out our Bear Druid instead. And so they're going to get the Rogue and the Warrior and the Bear Druid into the spec bans rather than offering up their MM Hunter, because they get to choose, right? It's tank on the priority. That's the first priority if something is tied. Then healer. They save the healer by doing one run without it. And then between the DPS, we are actually gracious and we're letting them decide. Maybe. So it could just be that they protect the MM Hunter.
Yeah, maybe they are protecting the MM Hunter by letting the Bear Druid get banned, but then Squish is on something else. Oh, I guess we'll see tomorrow if they make it that far. They're actually in a great position here. Actually, I think they're probably in the best position to be able to make it a Sunday, if I'm going to be honest. Even though they're at 38 score, the fact that they already have 2 of the hardest keys timed on that plus 19 level, I think it puts them in great position, assuming that they don't choke and like get stuck in Operation Floodgate for the next hour and a half, and are like stuck on like a 16 or 17.
I agree. I think they are looking really, really good. Speaking of, I'm kind of squinting at Holy Method there in the bottom right, because of course that is their 19 Floodgate. That's the first one we're seeing today. And I think the timer is okay. 4.5 minutes on Giesel Gigazap. We have full count. They're chilling.
We're going to be 2 minutes under. Like like you said, we were chilling. Okay, maybe a minute and a half under. But we are chilling. Like we're in a great position here for Holy Method. They just need to make sure that they don't have any deaths. They do have that Bloodlust coming up as well in 57 seconds. That's going to line up quite nicely with that Arcane Surge that you see there from Wildy. And I think that they're going to be sending this boss home the moment that they press this Bloodlust.
Yeah, I agree. I really like that they're also getting that Bloodlust come back. That was kind of something I was worrying a little bit about with them holding out Lust for Swamp Phase and then routing through the rest. We know a lot of the groups actually skipped the last 2 jump starters as well. So I was wondering if they would get it back up, but it looks phenomenal. 30 seconds still to go. You're going to be getting a full Lust here with cooldowns available as well. And it's just going to be a big dam for Holy Method. You said they cannot afford any deaths. I concur. They also cannot afford to forget about their break timer. That's the big thing I'm looking out for here. So as soon as they are done, if we see them go to any other dungeon, I would start to be very nervous and maybe a bit alert.
A 5-point penalty is certainly the lose case for them. They're in a good situation where if they are able to get all these dungeons timed on 19, they still have a decent amount of time. Basically, they can do 3 full runs of dungeons if they don't have to reset anything. Even with the break timer, the lose case is 100% them not taking that break, though, like you called out.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that, as they have the last couple of percent. It would be. I don't think it's going to happen, but we have to, of course, call to it just for the odd off case that it eventually ever happens. We did have a team come really close with Mandatory in their Knockout Offensive a couple sets ago, but Holy Method, their Bloodlust is now over. The last percent are all natty damage, 6% still to go, 2.5 minutes on the timer, looking phenomenal here in that 19 Floodgate, but from here on out, it doesn't get easier. They still need to do the 19 Priory, they still need to do the 19 Rookery, and now they need to do their 10-minute break, which allows us to focus on another team. And I would take a look at RCG. I don't know if you agree, but this 18, we are rather close on the timer.
Yeah, like I kind of called out earlier, the timer is going to be pretty tight here. I think that they're probably going to be 15 to 20 seconds under on the timer, but it's still a little bit closer than I felt like it needed to be. And I think that they're going to need to be able to time this dungeon on a 19 if they are looking to make it to Sunday.
Yeah, it's something I feel like we can talk about now, because we have 1 hour and roughly 15 minutes before teams need to be in their final run.
Yeah.
And now it is starting to be really close, right? Of course, there's still one team that has a little bit of a fake score with 38 on Physical Godcom just because they haven't put that 16 on the board just yet. They will make a big jump once that 16 is done to be on the same overall score as the rest of the teams, but I don't think anyone is just out yet. I think there's still like not a lot of leeway.
I think 19-19-18 is probably a score that allows you to get to Sunday. I think 19-19-19
really?
guarantees that you're going to be making it to Sunday, though.
Oh,
but
interesting. I was thinking 19-19-19 is you probably advance, and 20-19-19 is you're safe.
I think that Holy Method absolutely can put up 19-19-19, but they're going to have to kind of get into gear rather quickly. Whereas I feel like Physical God Comp is like the team that is in the best position to be able to put up triple 19s. I don't know if you feel differently though. And then you see RCG here, they're kind of working from the outside in, where if they can time, say, Rookery on a 19 and Floodgate on a 19 pretty quickly, that puts them in a good position to be able to play spoiler.
Yeah, so I think I agree with the split of Holy Method and Physical God Comp looking more likely to do this. If you think about it, you probably have like 3 more runs into today if you are like on a good timer where you're like rather fast in them. And then you can do like 1 more in the overtime. Now, the overtime dungeon run, historically speaking, is not a safe one. Often the curse of Dratnos strikes, and then teams immediately wipe right after the clock kind of hits the bell. Oh. So that's not a dungeon run you rely on, but if you're able to pull it off, of course, then it is really, really good.
The Curse of Ra might be in full effect at the end of the day today as well, since it's Zyro, myself, and Dranos. Once more. Just the clock strikes the end of the day, and then immediately teams wipe.
Yeah, it definitely has happened before, I think, but hopefully not today. You know, we're all love watching, right? Press 1 in chat if you're love watching. I know
I'm hate
you're not a
watching.
fan of that, Tettles, but...
Type 2 if you're hate watching.
Oh, no. I can't believe you just said that. But something we need to look out for is the +2 on the 16 here for Physical God Comp.
We do need to look out for it, but we also need to look out for a swap that's happening right here and now. We're actually going to be...
Whoa.
Yeah, look at that smooth transition, Tettles. Tettles, we're going to need you to transition yourself off the desk. We're going to be getting Zyro on the desk. So, Zyro, you know, here we are, end of day, right? We're looking at the last runs. We're looking at how things have kind of panned out. So, can you maybe give everybody that's watching right now a little bit of a roundup of your thoughts on the team so far today or what they're trying to accomplish here at the end?
Beautiful. That was actually going to be the first question I asked Makes when we covered this, so you covered that for us. Yeah, no, exactly. You know, hour and 15 minutes left in the day, of course, before the final runs are locked in for the day. And we actually have, like, a very, very close day between all 4 of the teams. Like Mix and Tettles were talking about, I do think even though Physical God Comp, as you can see in our scoreboard in the bottom right-hand corner there, does have the lowest score, the fact that they already have 2 of the 19s time sets them up really well for success for the end of the day here. They just have to work on this Floodgate, get this up to an 18 or a 19, and then they'll be in a pretty solid spot for the end of day, can start going for some 20s. Modicum of skill in RCG, I think they're probably the least likely based on probability based off of what they've already done today to make it through, but like they're only within 1 dungeon run of the top right now. They can easily qualify into the top 2 if their end of day goes well, or if one of our other teams falters a little bit at the end of the day here. In Holy Method, I think they're right there with Physical God Comp. They just have to make sure they keep it consistent in these 19s at the end of the day.
That's right. I have a very important question that has nothing to do with what you just said, Zyro, but I need an answer. Are you a love or a hate watcher?
Oh, man. I mean, you want the
I'm
real
gonna put
answer
you
or
on
you
the
want the
spot
fun,
here.
fun
Yeah.
answer?
Well, no, I want the real answer, Zyro. Be honest with chat and me right now.
I love to hate watch.
Oh no, another one. I can't believe it. We just booted off Tattles for that same reason, and here you are.
What about you? What about you? Makes and Rooks, what are you guys?
I'm a love
Are you?
watcher.
Oh, love
Okay.
watcher, 100%. Makes and I'll bring that
Okay,
good
well,
love
then it's-
energy.
It's 50-50
Listen.
between all 4 of us.
When I find myself on the desk, I look at our teams and I think, okay, what could this team do to maybe still make it? No matter where their position is, I will try to find like the most possible way for them to still get the qualification to the Sunday. I love to love watch. It gives me a lot of joy just to root for a team and try to help them get on their way.
I mean, but seeing somebody make mistakes, it makes it so that when you make mistakes in keys, you can be like, yeah, but they made that mistake in MDI, so I'm not that bad at the game, right? If they make the mistake and I make the mistake, I'm just as good as they are, right?
Man,
Right?
that's some insecurity talking right now.
At least that's what I see in Twitch chat all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound like Twitch chat, I have to say. Alright, enough of this. I'm back to love watching, and one of the teams that definitely deserves a little bit of that is RCG. We were talking about how close Modicum of Skill and RCG are both to the other 2 teams, but there is like a little bit of a split between them. To close that gap, RCG need to have all of their 19 attempts go really well. They don't have a lot of time left in the day. They need fast dungeons and they need clean dungeons. Any do-over that they have most likely sets them up for an unfortunate position here. So if you are a fan of RCG or you're just like me, a little bit of a love watcher, you are rooting for them to just have flawless runs from here on out.
Yeah, if you are a level watcher, that's what you're looking for. Honestly, like, for me, I think the thing that I enjoy the most about high-level competition like this is seeing people overcome the odds and actually just come up with insane runs. That's why that 20 Motherload that we saw yesterday from Ur, where it looked like, by all counts, they had no chance to time that key. They actually went over the key timer, but still were able to get the timed key because of the way that dungeon mechanics times works. That was a sick moment for me, and I think that's really fun. So, you know, I got a little bit of love watch in me, too, but...
All right, you're coming around.
I think I will,
we welcome
I'll
you.
default to the hate watch.
Oh no. All right, let's take a look at Modicum of Skill here, because they don't even have all dungeons on the 18 just yet, but they're halfway through one of them. So with a very fast timer in their dungeon runs, they could still make it, dropping very low here on Lemmy. But it looks like they have pulled it off.
They lost last resort there, so no cheat for Lemmy for the next 8 minutes. I mean, the skip worked.
You skill it to have it, yeah.
You use it early and often, I guess. A good spot to have that death would be for this pull, which is probably the most difficult pull left in the key. 2 Void Diffusers on top of all of these Crushers. 2 Oracles in there that are going to be casting Void Bolts on players. Any of those Void Bolts go off at the same time as any of the other AoE damage. You can easily go down, just like we saw from Pimos there, dropping to 10%, but able to shield themselves and top themselves right back off. This is, of course, the Bloodlust pull. They're going to have an Arcane Mage blasting one of those diffusers down as quickly as possible, using that focus damage to try to single target it down, but these Void Diffusers are still alive, and it looks like both of them are going to be getting another AoE cast off here, and here they come right now.
That's right. It's a lot of damage that is going out on the team. So you can see they're also utilizing these pillars here to line of sight, make sure that they are not overloading what their Disc Priest can do. But the Crushers are falling slowly but steadily. First one is down, second one will follow, and the third one goes down. Now only the Diffuser remains, and that is a perfect use of the Bloodlust as well, as it just stopped when the pull was finished as well. We are going to be taking these Crushers into boss. That's the second spicy part of how this routing has played out for the teams that have been pulling it like that. And so the danger is not over, but it is paused temporarily until this pull is underway again.
Even on this key level, that there's so much damage that can go out over the fight, and like if you don't have personals or externals planned for every single one of the overlaps, where you have Dot plus Crush Reality coming in, this is a large burst of damage on the group. You could very easily have a player die off, and of course, double Crusher on top of the boss. Plenty of opportunities for AoE damage overlap to go out here. Sorry, triple Crusher. Mind me, there's 3 of those in there that they pulled in. Very scary. I think this is actually where I think the Physical God comp had an insane strategy for this boss in particular. We showed a replay of this earlier on today, but they trap and paralyze 2 of these Crushers outside of the boss room, so they only have to deal with 1 or 2 of them at a time, and after a minute, when those CCs run out, then they'll come in on top of the boss and provide a little bit of extra safer cleave later on in the fight. I like how that different comp from Physical God comp works out in a certain way to make this boss a little bit better for them versus what we're seeing from Mordecai Skill with the, the more typical meta comp.
Well, but you also have to consider more nameplates, better funnel, and so the difficulty that is layered on with the Crushers, if you can live it, you are getting more damage out of this one if you have an Arcane Mage, which they do have Supernovae on that Arcane Mage, and she is pumping that boss, so I think it works out here for modicum of skill. 2 of the Crushers are down, 1 remains. I do like staggering it out for safety, but, if you want the more DPS tech route, I think it's good.
Yeah, very clean, and those Crushers have gone down there, so none of these overlaps have really caused any issues for them in the 18, and this timer is looking fantastic for them, getting through this boss at about the 16 or 17 minute mark, which looks like that's where we're going to be whenever they end up finishing the boss. But Physical God comp, they're in the dungeon that they have yet to time a key in, but it looks like they are blasting through this key. The 2 chest timer actually nowhere in sight, 3.5 minutes away with the boss still at 65%, and they even have the Bloodlust locked and loaded for when the next cooldowns come out of the squad here in about 30 seconds or so. Actually, they've just now popped it because Nox have had the cooldowns available, and that'll also overlap with the True Shot that's up in about 10 seconds. So we're going to get a big burst of damage out of Physical God comp, and they're well on their way to getting to those triple 19s that I was talking about here. This 2 chest will set them up for the 18 pretty well, and as long as they're able to get that consistently in the next 30 minutes or so, they'll have a couple of attempts at the 19.
Do you think, so I was actually going on with Tettles a little bit about that right before we had a caster swap. Do you think the guarantee for Sunday is 19-19-19, or do you think it's 20-19-19?
Well, I mean, looking at how much time they have left in the day, in order, for either Physical God comp or Holy Method to go for 20-19-19, they would actually have to one-shot all 3 of the dungeons in the hour and change we have left. Healer Death here from RCG. They've already used their battle res on a previous pull. We're 8 minutes into this dungeon. They want to try to finish off this boss if they can, but 23% on this boss is a lot of HP to chew through, especially with the damage cadence of this boss. Yes, there's not a lot of damage all the time, but there's pretty big hits about every 30 seconds or so. using a couple of their tools to live through that AoE overlap. There will be another... No, they're about to go to the intermission phase right now. Can they live through this intermission phase with no healer? Every single tick is going to do about 25% of the player's HP. We're seeing Renewing Blaze on Dragon here to try to keep himself topped. Dial's going to have to heal themselves. Rogue...
no.
It's going to be scary. Can they live through 2 more ticks? Okay, last tick. They're through. Next big hit is going to be AoE circles coming out from the boss. Stylo needs some self-healing here. Hopefully they have it. Otherwise, this Crashing Thunder will take them out. No! That's going to be another death. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be... Yeah, this key is called here. They're going to reset, jumping into the hole in the middle. It was a valiant attempt from RCG, but that's 10 minutes gone for them. They're going to have to go again. In the meantime, Physical God Comp did finish off that +2 chested 16 Floodgate, so they're well on their way to go for that triple 19.
So we are looking at a replay here as well from Modicum of Skill. We did have their tank actually go down towards the end here of Stormguard Gorn. Can they somehow clutch it out? Supernova kiting it out together with their Disc Priest. The Dark Gravity comes in clutch last second to maybe help them in a very, very tough situation. 3 deaths, but the boss is also dead, so they have managed that. I did want to come back really quickly to RCG and that 10-minute time loss, because I don't think that was 10 minutes they had. They were already with the back against the wall, so it's very, very unfortunate for them. If you are rooting for this team, this is where you turn into hate watching, because you're now hate watching both Holy Method, Physical God Comp, and actually Modicum of Skill as well, just hoping that anybody else falters so you can sneak in, maybe. This is where it turns around, yeah.
The hate watch side is fun. Join me. Yeah, like you're saying.
The power is no longer in your own hands.
RCG's theoretical cap now at this point is triple 19. With the amount of time left in the day, they'll have time to go for 2 runs and then start a 3rd run right before the end of the day, and then they'll go overtime with that run. If they're able to one-shot all 3, they can finish on 57 score, but that's if they have a perfect day for the rest of the day. That is their theoretical potential best. Holy Method, on the other hand, they already have a 19 done, so they could do these 2 19s if they're able to one-shot both of them, and then have time for an overtime 20. So Holy Method's still in the driver's seat, so to say, along with Physical God Comp. Modicum of Skill and RCG really need to have a perfect end of day to be able to challenge them here.
How are you feeling about Physical God Comp basically sacrificing their bear tank for the Sunday? Because of course there is a spec ban rule. Top 3 specs get taken out for the Sunday. We know that the Mistweaver is protected because they did a run with a Resto Shaman earlier, so that's not going to tie in the numbers. But it's basically the Rogue, the Warrior, the Hunter, and our tank Druid that are going to be on tie for most runs played. And because the tiebreaker is tank, healer, DPS, that bear Druid is going to be, well, sacrificed unless they do one more run with a different tank. I'm very sad about that, and I'm also a little bit worried because it is Mark of the Wild that you're losing.
Yeah, they won't have that Mark of the Wild available at all from the tank position tomorrow, right? If they're able to qualify through. They technically could swap to playing a Boomkin or a Resto Druid, but that would mean that they would have to play a Brewmaster for their physical damage debuff instead of the Mistweaver, and we already have seen that Ortimus did play a different healer spec for one particular dungeon just so they can keep that Mistweaver available for tomorrow, so I'm not sure if that's going to be in the plans for them. That being said, this is their comp, right? They know more about it than just about anybody else. I think if they're okay with sacrificing the Guardian Druid, we should be okay with them sacrificing the Guardian Druid. As much as we have liked seeing that bear thrashing around and, like, keeping up with the DPS on AoE pulls, and even out-healing the healer at the same time on some of those AoE pulls in Priory, it might just have to be the sacrifice to make it through to tomorrow for them.
Listen, in our production channel, our director is saying, all caps lock, Feral Druid, physical comp. What's the chance of that?
We haven't seen one yet, have we?
No, it would go great on her trying to tick off all of the specs kind of graphic that I'm hopefully getting at some point eventually.
That being said, like Tettles has alluded to many times today when we've talked about this, Squish is an insane Mythic Plus tank, and while Guardian does fit the comp the best, they can just as easily swap over into a Vengeance Demon Hunter, or a Prot Paladin, or even a Prot Warrior, although they don't get the Warrior buff, so probably not that, but I have full confidence in their ability to pretty much play any of the potentially good Mythic Plus tanks and make it work for their comp. See what happened here to Holy Method, and unfortunately we're talking about their cap for the day being 19-19-20. This wipe might actually spell the end of that. They might actually just have enough time to do 2 one-shots and 2 20 attempts, but that window is definitely starting to shrink for them.
Yeah, it definitely is. Like you're saying, I think we're like right on that. Any issues that arise from here on out are going to spell trouble. And something that hopefully isn't spelling trouble is the finishing of Big Mama, because the way Physical God Comp is routing through this dungeon is to go immediately here, press that lust together with the soldiers, just annihilate anything in their path, and then hopefully quickly finish out on Big Mama. We saw that their timer looked really good on the 16, so I have high hopes for their potential to go high in this Floodgate as well. They are maybe getting another set of Jumpstart, unfortunately, so that is something that they still need to chew through. But well, on the overall, I think their pacing is looking pretty good here.
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, the thing about this particular dungeon, right? As long as you're able to get the first boss down, you're set up for a pretty successful dungeon. The only other thing that we've seen really wipe people in the Floodgate, well, there's actually a few things, but usually those are arcane mage related, which they don't have a problem with, so that's not really too much of an issue. The bubble skip is really the only other thing that I'm really worried about, right? We've seen a lot of runs fail at the bubble skip just because someone doesn't have Shadow Mode because they used it for the boss ability, or...
Well, but they have Shroud, so...
They do have Shroud. That helps a little bit.
Yeah.
But, oh, well, okay, so technically there's another way that you can skip past bubbles that I don't think we've seen done on broadcast, unless it was done while I wasn't casting and I missed it. If you have enough of a speed boost, you can actually just sprint and run past bubbles before bubbles spawns. But it requires a very consistent speed buff, like a double Windrush Totem, or maybe a Roar into another AoE. Now, I don't know if just one Roar is enough to do it, but maybe if they had the Rogue-Playing Subtlety and they had the Speed Shroud, that would be more than enough to run past the RP starting. That'd be kind of cool to see. Interesting.
All right, we'll see. We'll take another look at it. We'll try to catch it on Physical God Comp once you're actually at bubbles. I'm pretty sure I saw Shroud earlier, but it could have also been on RCG's end. We do need to tune in to a modicum of skill, though, because this boss fight, notably, takes quite long. We have 4 minutes 40 still on the clock, and that Bloodlust is running right now, so we are currently melting the boss. I do think our timer is okay, but they cannot have any other mishaps here. Just because of that 15-second penalty, I think it's going to come like right down to it eventually.
Yeah, this is very tight. Now, you're thinking they have 4 minutes left to deal with just 60% of this boss, but like we saw from Wunderbar last week, this boss on the higher key levels definitely takes a long time. We saw Wunderbar engaging the boss with 7.5 minutes left beyond the 20, and they still just barely timed the key. So on the 18, you can expect this to be a pretty long boss still. They've already used the Bloodlust, and they only got it to 60% in their first damage push here. And you can see they're actually waiting on purpose to break this shield. They're waiting for that Arcane Surge to come back off cooldown so they can have the perfect burst for the next damage amp on the boss. This is actually super smart, and if they play their cards right, if they get the boss below 35%, in this particular push, they can potentially actually just kill the boss in the next push with all their cooldowns, plus the execute that's available to their comp with the Arcane plus Unholy combo.
That would be really, really good here. We're gonna see that push entered basically immediately. So let's take a look on how it goes for a modicum of skill. I'm just, at the same time, just glancing across our screens as all of the other teams are working away on their respective dungeons, but all is well there. And checking back in with modicum of skill, you're down to 30. Ooh, yeah. How low can we go? Yeah, around 30.
That's good. Okay, so they did 60 to 33 with no PI, no Bloodlust, just the Unholy plus Arcane cooldowns, and I think Starmenity had a charge of Incarn there as well. So if they're able to do the same damage, but with the addition of PI and the boss being an execute, this boss could die 33-0 very easily next push. They're going to be waiting for their cooldowns here, though, so this shield's going to take another minute or so. In the meantime, let's check in with some of our other teams. RCG back onto Kyrios. This time they have their healer alive. Very important to live through some of these abilities, and we should be on for a solid run. But yeah, no battle res still. They ended up using it earlier on in some of their polls.
Yeah, we already lost 2 players.
Yeah.
And that is the same situation they were in that previous run as well, so they need to be really careful here. They cannot have another repeat of what we just saw. They're basically starting this dungeon run with their back against the wall already, having used that battle res so early on, having already 30 seconds against them.
Yeah, but at this point, right, you have to go with this run, because in the situation RCG, and we've already talked about how their theoretical cap is a lot lower than the other teams at this point. If they're perfect from here on out, they can only cap out at 19, 19, 19. They need to make this run work so they can then potentially move on to the other two keys and go for those 19s. Here's the final push here for Modicum of Skill, though. They actually need to kill the boss in this push. Look at the timer on the key. Minute 30 left. If they don't get the boss dead on this damage amp, they'll get another shield, and I don't know if they have the damage to push through that shield, so the boss needs to die here. And I think with the Execute Burst, I think they've got it. Makes just finish the boss, and there it is. 18 Rookery. Done for Modicum of Skill, and one of those dominoes has fallen for them. They need to keep pushing, though, and they need to get these 19s on the board because, again, their theoretical cap is kind of the same as what RCG is right now. They need to have a perfect rest of the day to have any chance of challenging Holy Method and Physical God Comp.
That's right. I am curious on which of the dungeons they're actually electing to go for in the 19s now that they have the 18s across the board. We know Holy Method are basically one step up. They're working away on the 19s now that they have the 18s already done. Priory is the current one. I'm expecting them to immediately go into the Rookery as well as soon as the Priory is done. Although, they could also opt to go for a 20 Priory just to save themselves on the tiebreakers as highest dungeon wins. But I don't think they need to do that. I think it's easier and, safer to just go for the 19 Rookery, as they know they can absolutely do that with not as much risk as maybe the 20 would be. So I am expecting them to venture into the Rookery as soon as the Priory is done.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, I definitely think that's the correct play for them, right? Get the 19s done across the board, give yourself the solid baseline, go for the easiest key first so you can put yourself as far as possible away from RCG and Modicum of Skill. Once you've done that, then you can worry about going for the 20s. I think that's 100% the correct play. Let's check in here with Physical God Comp, though. The Bloodlust is available for this particular poll, but we're not using it yet. Wonder if we're trying to get this to line up perfectly with CDs? That has to be the potential play here. I mean, this looks like a perfect pull to use it on, right? You've got an Architect, nice and focused target to go down in a pretty big AoE pull with a couple Surveyors that are blasting a lot of damage at Banshees here on the Marksman Hunter. There's the Bloodlust. We were waiting for it. They wanted to save it just a little bit to make sure it lined up with one of their CDs, and it's going to be Rogue CDs, which are up pretty much all the time, in addition to the Warrior CDs that just happened. So, yeah, little bit of delay on the Bloodlust, but there's a little bit of leeway in the key, right? With the timer on the key, you have a tiny bit of room to mess around with that Bloodlust, and you'll still get 4 in the key. But man, look at the damage going out on Banshees here. Even having to use the Life Cocoon just to help him out a little bit.
Well, it's not the most steadfast of specs, the hunters or classes, I guess, in general. Even though they were male, sometimes it feels like they don't. So I think the Life Cocoon doing good work here as they are finishing up this poll. How are you feeling about what we saw from Holy Method earlier? Because they basically don't use Dislust, right? They lust immediately on Big Mama, and then they don't lust again until they are at Swamp Face. They lust Swamp Face, and they lust Giesel Giggle Zap towards the end, which means they're sitting on their lust for quite some time.
That's interesting. That must be something that they've done like specifically for low keys, because when you're pushing keys sitting on lust for a long time, it's really inefficient, right? Usually you want to craft your route around making sure you're getting a good lust as close to cooldown as possible. And maybe, I don't know, if they did it on 19... They did that on 19 as well?
They did it on a 19, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, okay, is that a Loki now?
I don't think I don't have a good explanation for that. Maybe they're just better. They actually are just better. I don't have to say maybe. I know they're better. So I can't really call that into question. I don't know why it's better, but clearly it is for them. So that's an interesting strategy. Normally you don't see that from very many teams.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because Heddles and I were looking at it thinking like, okay, if you don't press it now, you are basically sitting on like a free lust for so long. And then they did exactly that. They sent it at the beginning of Swamp Face and decided not to use it for any of the polls in between Big Mama and Swamp Face at all. We are, of course, getting a little update there. Modicum of skill. We were wondering which of the 19s that they would go for. They're actually running it back, which is interesting to me, because I felt like there was a lot that happened in this Rookery 18 already, and the timer wasn't super free. They had like 1 minute left in the 18. So maybe they just want to show that they can do it cleaner and that the 19 is well practiced and possible, but I'm a little bit surprised by that decision.
Yeah. Maybe there were some issues that we didn't see in the 18 for them that made them think the 19 is the easiest one to go for. You know, based off of what we've seen in previous weekends, Rookery has looked like it has the most room available, as long as you're playing the key safe. But unfortunately for Modicum of Skill, this first attempt at the 19 is not going very well. That's a wipe to the second AoE pull of the key, and they're going to have to go again, which is really unfortunate, because right after working their way up a rung of the ladder in order to potentially qualify, they've slid back down a little bit with that wipe. I'm not sure if they have time to get 3 runs in by the end of the day here. We're at about 50 minutes left now. Yeah, no, I think they're just in the room of just 2 more runs, only 2 more potential chances to increase their score now. So 19, 19, 18, I think, is their potential cap now. Or 20, 18, 18, if they think they can go for that.
I mean, if they really think they can go for that, do you think they should? Because, again, it is tiebreaker. Highest dungeon wins. So
I think
if they had 20, 18, 18 is what you're saying, they would still be lower than teams that are able to do 19, 19, 19. So I don't think it's worth it at that point.
That's really unfortunate. That was Energized Barrage going into their Unholy DK, and at the same time, he actually pulled aggro on this Curse Storm Rider as well. So after channeling the ability on him, it also just bopped him in the head and took him out. Well, that's just Unholy DK thing.
Rude.
Sometimes the blood is life, and it explodes, and you
Sometimes.
even though it's been nerfed by 50%.
It giveth and it taketh. That's how that works. Can we maybe check in with Holy Method? Because I kind of want to see what they are up to, as they just finished out Dale Cry under 19 Priory. So we are checking in with their timer. And I think they are a little bit slow on the Dale Cry split. But we'll see how quick they can deal with this. Tails was shouting out earlier, the Baron Brown Peg is kind of what we're looking for, is 2030. So it might just be that they did a bunch of extra trash here early on, but we'll of course keep an eye on that.
First boss with typical routing that we've seen in the MDI routes, usually you want to be in the 1130 range. Like you said, Titles said, Baron Brown Pike timer, you want to be 20 to 2030, so this definitely does look like it's on the slow side. But again, we don't know exactly what their trash routing was here, but this is a big make or break point of the dungeon for them. This massive Paladin pull has to go well, and even though there's a ton of Paladin AoE going off on the group to where you think the group damage is going to be the dangerous part, it's really the tank that's in the most danger. We have seen many a Vengeance Demon Hunter die to this pull, to the AoE damage, plus all of the melees that these Paladins do. Tons of tank damage, but I think with some of those Paladins starting to bleed out here, starting to go down, it's a sacred toll from one of the last Paladins taking out Wildy. Fortunately, to have the Battle Res in the back pocket in order to instantly get him back up, but that's 15 seconds off the board. That's one of your Battle Res is gone, and if this timer does look as bad as we think it is, I don't think they have a lot of room for deaths like that.
I'm quite curious on this timer, because in terms of percentage, I think they have a little bit more than most of the other teams as soon as they are finished with these 2 packs. And so it might just be that they can skip some of the packs in the last haul as well, but it is something we'll need to keep an eye on, of course. And like you mentioned, those extra 15 seconds definitely not helping with a timer that is already looking a little bit tight. They had some issues earlier in the Priory, but the 18 went really well for them. So I'm a tiny bit surprised that it is looking as tight as it is right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this pull goes, right? This is the last trash in this area. They went for a very, very large first pull. I think it was literally all 4 packs in one go, and now this is both of the 2 remaining packs. So they've done very efficient pulls on this trash. Of course, the damage is going to continue to ramp on the group here. That power infusion instantly being sent on the mage, who is the only one left in cooldowns right now. He does have a charge of Incarn, but I don't think that's going to be expelled right now because this trash will die before that ends if he does press it. So they want to save it for boss damage at this point. Let's see if that's the correct call, as there's still quite a few paladins left alive, and they're about to go through another round of Sacred Tolls here after these Consecrates get cast. Does Thanner have the buttons available for this? AMZ is pressed to help mitigate a little bit of that damage.
Has buttons.
Oh yeah, it's the DK buttons, not the healer buttons that they're going to live through. And I believe they've done it. The trash pack is gone. They've gotten through the trash in this area. Baron Prawnpike will be quick to join the group here in just a moment. And if they're able to deal with this boss in about 4 minutes, I think they will be on pace. But again, very tight timer in this key. Prior to the Sacred Flame, even though it was a time trial key, it is consistently one of the most difficult keys as voted for by the teams playing in our competition. So still enough dungeon left to where we can't say this one's in the bag quite yet.
It isn't, but I took the freedom and liberty to grab their timers from the 18, just to give us an idea on how their pacing looks like in the dungeon in general. And on the 18, they finished out Dalecry on 11:11, and Baron Brownpike on 18:09. So while they are a little bit slower with that first split, they seem to be really fast with what we just witnessed. And like you were saying, I think they could catch back up here. So I am expecting them to actually be under the 20-30 or right around that 20-30 marker as soon as this boss dies.
Yep, we'll have to see. In the meantime, though, while they're dealing with Baron Braunpike, we know that they have the comp that's able to deal with this boss. That DK will comfortably just AMS, walk into the shield. They'll be happily okay there. Let's check back in with some of our other teams. I believe we have Physical God Comp now, who is dealing with Swamp Face. And you can see that Bloodlust, it is going to be back up and available during this boss here, so they can hit it right on cooldown, get the 3rd one off, and then that 4th one will be available for the final boss. How does the Mistweaver deal with this boss, though? Because something that we've kind of gotten used to seeing over the course of the competition is that Disc Priest will stand way outside of the group, try to bait some of these mudslides away from the group. I don't know if that's something if that's an option that's really available to the Mistweaver, though.
Well, some healers don't like to play on easy mode, and so Artemis is going to stay right here with the rest of the pack and dodge with them as a group. They're in this together and they're serious about this. They also have the divers in here, which is something we've been seeing a lot of from their teams, but now you can see it kind of like stepping to the side, trying to maybe bait that mudslide, but it didn't work in their favor here, unfortunately. Divers are dying off. You can see that the Bloodlust is available, but it's only now getting pressed after the divers are done. We were probably just waiting for those cooldowns up top, but a little bit unfortunate. You would have ideally wanted to have it when you are also in fight with the divers, of course, just to make your life a little bit easier. But either way, they're going to make a quick process with this boss here and then move on. I definitely don't want to miss their bubble skip. That's the big thing for me. I want to see what exactly they do here.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see what the plan is. Like you said, the Bloodlust being used almost instantly. It's more of a just tempo lust, right? You hit it right on cooldown just so you can perfectly get a 4th one off near the end of the key. They'll have a couple minutes of wiggle room in which to press that and get all 40 seconds of active time. Unfortunately, the Bloodlust, I think, runs out right before the True Shot comes off cooldown here for Banchers. But with the boss at 10%, I don't think you press this True Shot. You might actually want to save it for the next pack with the Jumpstarter plus the Inspectors. So yeah, in the end, I think it's going to be totally fine for their timing as long as they're able to finish off the boss without too many issues here. In the meantime, let's just quickly check in with Holy Method and see what their timer's going to look like.
Oh, you need to be
like
really
quick.
So quick, Zyro.
We got it.
Speed running.
Holy Method here. Oh man, they are right on that timer we're talking about. 20 to 2030 is where we want to be in order to time this key. They are going to be right there. 10% left on the boss. It's going to be close, but we know they can go back there. Let's go back to Physical God Comp, though, and see what this skip is going to look like for them. We've got Ortimus setting up the skip. They have that personal transcendence down. Going to wait for the cast, transcend back, roll away, hit the Shadow Meld, have to do it before the next cast starts, and they've done it. Great skip from Physical God Comp, using that port class to make it quite a bit easier. Very cool.
All right, now we can go back to Holy Method, because I think towards the end they took a little bit longer there on Brown Pike, but 2030, like you were saying, that second split just really, really fast. I quickly, because we got info from our admins, want to go over how the Spec ban situation is looking, because I know a lot of people are kind of wondering about that, what's going on with it, and so on. So a quick little rundown, if you will. Modicum of Skill have been playing the same composition for all of today. If they make it to Sunday, they will not have access to the Vengeance Demon Hunter, the Discipline Priest, and then one of the 3 DPS of their choosing. When the DPS players tie, we get the teams to choose their own to decide what they want to take out. For RCG...
We just had a mistake happen. They popped the Bloodlust literally on pull here, and I believe their dragon died in the Bloodlust. So they lost the cooldowns. They used their final battle res here, but at least they're getting a decent-ish push on the boss, but the timer is so tight for them, and they don't have the right specs to really make active use of every single cooldown window on the boss. That Arcane Mage is carrying a ton of boss damage on this boss damage for other teams, especially in those burst windows. And I'm not sure if with 3.5 minutes left on this boss, they're going to be able to get this boss dead. They're really only going to have time for 2 more damage amps on the boss, I think. This is going to be really close, Makes.
It is going to be really close. And while we're on the topic of RCG, here's a quick little replay of what exactly happened. Yeah, so... The Bloodlust was pressed after the rest came out, so not too much that was lost there, fortunately. They are going to go into the next squeeze in a second. Quick update on their spec bans, should they make it to Sunday. They're losing out the Vengeance Demon Hunter, they're losing out the Disc Priest, and then one of the 3 DPS that you are seeing right now. Once again, they get to choose, because all of the classes are tied, or all of the specs are tied for this team. Now, let's take a look at their boss squeeze here, Zyro.
This is the second push here, 2.5 minutes left. They were actually broke that shield very, very quickly, a lot faster than we typically see the Arcane Mage teams run, because that Arcane Mage outside of Surge doesn't do a whole bunch of damage. But that being said, again, the damage push here, not very good. They didn't have the 2 minutes active, so they weren't really able to do a ton of boss damage. Something that they do have access to, and I'm pretty sure you would spec into it for this key in particular, literally only for this boss, is there's a really strong shield breaking ability that dragons have. Wait a minute, no, their tank was in the water! They're resetting! Was that on purpose?
Oh no! We're gonna need like a rewind and slow-mo of whatever just happened there. That was just absolute fatality towards the end for them there. Their tank was with them.
They have to have
The
called
squeeze was going well. And then it just all went wrong so quickly.
They had to have called it. They really only had the cooldowns available for 1 more boss damage push. You saw the 2 minutes were back off cooldown, but they only had 2 minutes left on the fight.
Here's a replay.
Yeah, let's see. I think this is just a call. Yeah, you can see Yeah, they're calling it.
All right. A called end.
Okay.
I was so worried on how that all happened there, but yeah, it was a decided situation here. Unfortunately, didn't have enough time to deal with this boss. How unfortunate.
Hate to see it. In the meantime,
Holy Method.
Modicum of Skill still working on this dungeon, but let's check in with Holy Method. What just happened for us here? We had a death. Sorry. We had a death on Wexy. I think I double-clicked. That's my fault. Death on Wexy from one of those purifications, but unfortunately, you can just release and kind of run back up to the group pretty instantly. I think we're good to go here. They didn't even actually expend a battle res for him, so they still have 2 of them available, although this timer is starting to look quite tight here. We only have 1 more trash pull left and 1 boss left, but remember, as this key ramps up, the HP and damage on all these mobs is incredibly high. You can see Andy in the background setting up the pole here. Going to be just one priest and a bunch of footmen into these two priests in the middle room, plus Sir Braunpike. They've got that one priest imprisoned off in the corner here. A lot of AoE damage going to be going out on the group from Sir Braunpike, and you can see they've opted to use that third Bloodlust here just to try to help counteract that, give Thanner a little bit of extra utility in order to keep the group topped, and also just to get through this poll as quickly as possible. Big thing to look out here for, though, we've seen wipe teams before. These footmen, as they die, explode for extra AoE damage on top of what Sir Braunpike is already pulsing on your group constantly for, so you have to have perfect stuns and CC as they die, just so you don't go down. In the meantime, they also have to make sure they don't let any extra casts go off from these three priests that are in the group, because one heal on Sir Braunpike, that could pretty much end the key for them.
Yeah, it is absolutely lethal, and you look at this poll and you think like, oh, it's going so well for them. This doesn't look like a hard poll. I assure you it is. There is so much damage happening, and now we're actually in the major danger territory. You can see all of these footmen in the back there so low, and in comes stuns, in comes that AMZ to help with the extra fall of damage there. Will they actually proc and cauterize here as well? Darkness helping out a little bit towards the end as Braunpike does go down, and they're on their way to the boss. 6 minutes still to go. That priest is going to get tagged in as well, as we can easily deal with that while we are dealing with the first phase on Prioris. Of course, as soon as it is getting interrupted and moving towards the boss as well. And while we are looking at this first phase, I do want to give a quick update on their Spec ban situation, because right now, Holy Method are of course looking very likely to make it to that Sunday. The one spec that's definitely getting taken out is the Frost Death Knight that Fragrance was playing earlier on. And then across the other specs that they were running, the Guardian Druid is getting taken out, and the Restoration Shaman is getting taken out. Oh. At least that's how it is looking from their current ties. It might, of course, still be that there's something that changes with some math that hasn't been done yet. But as of right now, that is how it would look. I think with this run, though, the Fire Mage is going to succeed over the Resto Shaman, and it will be Frost Death Knight, Fire Mage, and Guardian Druid eventually.
Okay, I think that's smart, because one of the conversations we had to start the day was this thought process about what the teams want to ban out, knowing the dungeon pool for tomorrow. Now, of course, Dark Flame Cleft is in the dungeon pool for Sunday, and we know that there is one of the most difficult healing checks in the game in that dungeon on Candle King, right? Disc Priest can struggle with that encounter, so we've heard missed count. AJ just specifically thinks Resto Shaman is better in that dungeon in general for it, so they made sure to keep it unbanned for tomorrow. And one of the questions we had coming into today, would Holy Method also try to keep the Resto Shaman available for tomorrow? Looks like if the Fire Mage does overtake the Resto Shaman here, they will have done it. We'll have to see, though, and make sure our numbers are up to date. They are making great progress onto Prioris Murpre here, though. They have 4 minutes left in the key. Boss is about to go into that first intermission phase. They don't have the Bloodlust, and Andy is dropping pretty low with no Last Resort available. But I think if they're able to keep it clean, we will have this 19 timed, and they'll be one step closer to qualifying through for tomorrow.
I agree. I think they're looking still pretty good on the timer. Phase does come in here as well. If they're really fast, they can still milk that cast a little bit, as we say, to maybe get some extra damage onto the boss. As a last order of action, I do want to give a quick update on where Physical God Comp is standing on their spec bans, because I know, of course, a lot of people are wondering how that one is playing out. So, as of right now, they're tying their Guardian Druid with their main DPS specs that we've been seeing all day. So Guardian Druid gets taken out, and then between Outlaw Rogue, Marksmanship Hunter, and Fury Warrior, they get to decide which two of the DPS specs they want to take out. So that is going to be a team's decision. I saw some people saying that the Marksmanship Hunter is getting protected, and I think that might be true, because that is probably also why we're sacrificing that Guardian Druid for them, is how my explanation is for Squish offering up the bear tank.
Yeah, I think someone who's a little more information about that and will be joining us in just a couple of minutes here when we do our next caster swap is Titles. He knows a lot more about this team than we do. And I think they're pretty comfortable playing all of the specs of their DPS classes, but Marksmanship seems to be a pretty strong pick in general. So we'll have to see whether or not we think that's going to be the play for them. Again, not everything is set in stone yet. Pretty much any of these teams can still qualify through given the right circumstances, so it's really important right now for RGC and Modicum of Skill to clutch up and get these 19s timed so they can still have a little bit of a chance to qualify through to tomorrow, but it's going to require both Holy Method and Physical God Comp to not time any further keys at this point, and at that point it would actually come down to time tiebreakers once again, just like it did yesterday.
I know, we've had some very close competition, and of course the pressure really gets on as we head here into the last 30 minutes that our teams will have to enter a key, although of course they will be able to finish any keys that are started within this time frame, even if it is up to that last minute before the 30 minutes are up. So everybody, we will be having actually the switch that was foreshadowed, the prophesized switch, as Zyro just told us. Tettles is coming in, and we also, I think, are going to have a Dratnos coming in. But Makes, you're going to be heading out. I'm so sorry.
No worries. I'll be watching. Bye.
Bye. We'll see you later. Now, as the prophecies have foretold, Tuttles, you're here with us. Dratnos, welcome in. And Tuttles, you had some insights on the team here with our incredible physical gods that are playing. And do you want to walk us through some of what you'd seen?
Yeah, so their route in this dungeon is actually very interesting. They do a back pull right after the final pull of the dungeon, which we have seen in the past. I think that one of the fastest keys on live does this, where they finish Giesel Gigazap and they immediately port to the very beginning of the dungeon to be able to get count. Now, it's unclear as to whether or not this was intentional or they were just 3 count short, but it is something that you can certainly do as an integrated part of your strategy, and I'm really interested in seeing if they are going to continue to do that as the key level goes up, or if this was maybe just a 3 count mishap. Because we did see them in Rookery, right? Dratnos do the 1 count short strat.
That made a lot more sense, though, because there was something you could focus down really quick, whereas here, I don't know, for 3 count, it seems like you could just do, 20 counts at the end of the dungeon, or 40, as we've seen some teams do. I think it was 07 that were doing a massive pull after the last boss. That's what we see on live servers often, right? Grabbing a Blood Warper and a bunch of hyenas. Although, I guess Physical God Comp don't have the Arcane Mage that makes the Blood Warper an attractive enemy to pull, so I think it's definitely an interesting thing.
I think it's the DK and the Priest that actually make the Blood Warper the attractive offer, because there's that Demolitionist that you have to be able to get gathered on top of the pack, and then mind controlling it and gripping it over and over again is valuable.
Well, something we need to talk about here with only 30 minutes left in the day. Where do each of our teams stand right now? So what do they need to get done in order to qualify through for tomorrow?
All right, so we have Holy Method currently at the top of our leaderboards with 56 points. As our Physical God Comp, they are about 44 seconds behind on the time tiebreaker to Holy Method, which doesn't matter right now for the purposes of qualifying to Sunday, but would if Modicum of Skill or RCG can catch up to that 56-point threshold, which both teams still have the time in the day to do that as well. We have 28 minutes left, not for teams to lock in their keys, but just to start the last key of the day. So Modicum of Skill or RCG, in order to qualify, are going to have to time the keys they're currently in, and then go and time another key, starting that key at some point in the next 28 minutes, which means they are in make or break territory. Meanwhile, Physical God Comp and Holy Method are still jostling for position against each other, and also for protection to not be the one that would be eliminated if RCG or Modicum of Skill do gain those points.
Exactly.
So it's pretty much anyone's field still is the point we're trying to make, right? It's going to be very close to the end of the day, of course, with a slight advantage for Physical God Comp and Holy Method, but they can't just rest on their laurels just yet. There's still plenty of dungeons left to go. I have an even more important question to ask, and this was covered in our previous shift. Dratnos. Oh no!
Physical God Comp.
Well, this is one of the
Having
things.
a wipe here to Big Mama.
This is what Modicum of Skill and RCG need. This is what they need.
2% on the kill block barrier going up. Definitely unfortunate here. One of those things that just happens when the key level gets this high. But yeah, it's okay. They can start another key, but they won't have time to do 2 keys now. So not that they necessarily needed to, but sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there.
Okay. Tettles, Dratnos, are you love watchers or hate watchers? Tettles first.
Oh. Okay, I'm going to go first. I am always a hate watcher.
Yes.
I love watching things go wrong in these keys. I'm rooting for the teams, but if you think about it, if you're rooting for a team in a dungeon, that's one team that would be happy if your outcome comes true. But if you're hate watching a team, there's 3 teams that will be happy if your desired thing comes true, right? And they wipe. So really, it's more, more people will be happy if the hate watchers have their way than the love watchers in any given key.
So here's my thought process as well. I am a career hate watcher. I actually want the mobs to win at any given point. I actually don't. I never want the players to be successful. If anything, I want the mobs to be victorious at any given point. If I can't get IO, I actually want nobody else to be able to get IO in my absence. And for some reason, I've also cultivated on my stream a culture of them all hate watching me. So I think I've done something incredibly wrong here.
Makes, can we please get you back on the desk? The hate watching balance has skewed horribly, and I'm the only love watcher holding down the fort, so please and thank you. We can finish the show out, just the 2 of us, I think, probably. Anyways, Ira, what are we seeing?
Well, okay, production. Hey, you're hate watching too, and we all know it. What are we seeing? Well, we're seeing RCG putting attempts into this 19 Rookery that we actually just saw them fail with very little time left. Unfortunately, Dragon XD does go down here. Wasn't in cooldowns, and they don't actually have to expend the battle res for it, as you can just release right where that jump down was, so he's right back with the squad. But from what we saw in the previous Rookery, it wasn't a really bad attempt at the Rookery 19, but they just didn't have that much time left at the end of the key. And I just don't know how doable this is. Obviously, they have to go for it. They have to get it. This is one of the keys they need in order to qualify through for tomorrow. But we know that the timer is very, very tight in this key for them.
I think it's one of those things. It's the mage difference is probably the most likely situation here, where that arcane mage really just accelerates your key at the very end, being able to kill off all of those large void stone mobs and whatnot. And the absence of that mage just really. It just makes this dungeon a lot harder. I mean, Arcane is probably the best spec in the game at this dungeon in particular, and just not having it, you better be doing like some really custom route like we saw from Physical God Comp to be okay timer-wise.
I think that's exactly the point, right? Physical God Comp also came in here with those constraints, but did find a way around it. However, this is one of the most dangerous pulls in a dungeon this season. We've now lost a Moonkin in CDs with Lust. The B-Res comes out, but the problem with this is that now this pull is going to live for so much longer. We've lost like 30% of our total DPS on this pull. Cooldowns are now expiring. That Deathmark, that Kingsbane is over. The Dragon Rage, not long for this world either, so this is going to start getting very dangerous very quickly. Normally you're relying on your players to have killed most of these mobs by now, but we still have a Diffuser active. We still have 2 Crushers. It looks like RCG are going to get through this pull, so they're going to survive and continue the attempt, but things have gotten, again, sketchier for a timer that was already sketchy based on their last run.
Another 15 seconds and death timer is gone, plus however much longer this pull took because they lost the Moonkin cooldowns. That was a 3rd Coalescing Void coming out from the Void Diffuser as well. Normally you're happy with getting away with just barely 2 of those. A 3rd one is out of the question. We'll have to see what consequences that's going to have for their timer. Another team also working on the 19 Rookery, his modicum of skill. Now, this attempt has gone quite well for them. They have only the 2 deaths,
timer's tight,
but they haven't actually used any of the battle reses. But like you said, yeah, this timer isn't the greatest we've seen.
So we want like a 1745 Stormguard Gorin to be like barely pacing to be able to time the key. I mean, you see Physical God Comp put up a 1622 Stormguard Gorin, and they were only barely able to time the key as well. Like, again, you want like a 1745 without the mage as well. You're probably going to want something like a 1715-ish, and you're just like all inning on the fact that you're going to get a 4 burn phase final boss on the Voidstone Monstrosity. It's just one of those things that you have to be super careful here at the very end. Modicum of skill, I think they're going to be on the good side of being able to time this dungeon, but if they have any mistakes, including any deaths, I think that they are going to be depleting this dungeon. So they just have to be able to clutch up here.
Yeah, we just need to get that boss pulled as soon as possible so that we can try and get through. Again, 4 phases. I think even with the Arcane Mage, you maybe have time for that with their timer, but definitely not 5, and definitely not time for anything to go wrong here. So this is going to be a very tight finish. Again, this is a vital key for modicum of skill. If they want to play on Sunday, they need to time this keystone and then some. So if they fail here, that would be the end of their chances to make it to Sunday.
The scary part is a 4-phase Voidstone Monstrosity is still a 5-minute, 15-second long boss. It's like we're like, oh yeah, 4 phase. That doesn't sound that bad. You realize it's nearly 5.5 minutes, and you're like, oh, okay, this is just. It's like, it's kind of like the last boss in Necrotic Wake, where the higher you go, it could become so much longer and more challenging just as an encounter.
Good big
All right,
bomb
physical
killer.
god comp.
They did
Yeah,
have benches
5
go
minutes.
down, unfortunately, in the middle, so they had to use their battle res, but still a solid kill, right? On this 19, what are you looking for in terms of actual boss timers in this dungeon here? Like, what do we think is going to be good enough to get this key down for them?
You want Big Mama dead by like 15:30 if you're doing a different route. I actually don't know what the timer-wise it actually looks like for this route. It's one of those things that they're playing a route that is the top. It was like a similar strategy to what the top Chinese teams kind of end up doing, but everybody just does like really different strats in here. I think that only they have their split timers for this kind of thing. If you want, I can go and take a look and see if they have splits on their streams.
I'm doing some investigating on Raider.io, seeing. I'm looking for teams that do Big Mama first. So there's a Chinese team that has the top ranked Floodgate in that region as a plus 19. 524 was their Big Mama split. Okay. So Physical God Comp looking great on that.
Right? Do they? I think they backpull trash after the last boss. So
yes, they are also on that idea.
Yeah, so I'm telling you, it's just like everybody's doing like weird stuff in here. It looks like Ortimus and Squish have timed this key at some point, and looking at their streams, they are 5 seconds under their previous best Big Mama split, having timed the 19 in practice.
Okay, all the keys I can see on Raider.io, all the 19s that did Big Mama first, have it at like 520, 530, something like that. So 502, definitely good news. Healer going down, definitely bad news. Tank going down, even worse news, though, for Physical God Comp. So they're going to restart this key. Not the end of the world for them. Again, they have a few more minutes to restart this key and reattempt it. But a team who a wipe would be the end for is Modicum of Skill and RCG. These are two vitally important runs that are going on in the Rookery here. These teams need to succeed right now at these keys. Modicum of Skill and RCG, those teams to watch here as RCG about to end Gorin. Now, Tettles, you said you wanted to see this at the 17:15 mark when the boss goes down. The good news is it's going to start with a 17. The bad news is it's not going to end with a 15. It's 1744.
1745 is good for a mage comp, but again, I just don't think like most of the mage comps start to accelerate in the final area because of how the civilians end up working out for the arcane mage funnel. Where you do have the assassination rogue and they get a decent amount of damage.
Assassination rogue does some exciting funnel as well, and devastation evoker I believe is a great class for Voidstone monstrosity in particular.
Is it so? How much devastation evoker knowledge do you guys have? Because they do have Unravel available to them, but is that actually very good for Devastation Evoker? Would you even spec that for this key?
No.
No, it's not especially good anymore. So you're talking about... So Unravel is an ability that deals damage to absorb shields. And it does quite a bit of damage as far as one global goes. But the thing about Devastation Evoker, especially Flame Shaper Devastation Evoker, is all your globals are already pretty good. So you're replacing a good global with a slightly better global. It's not even necessarily worth talenting, and I don't think Dragon XD has talented it here. It's pretty good if you ever play a Preservation or an Augmentation Evoker, because it is in the class tree, so if you're on a fight that has a Absorb Shield, definitely something to consider if you're playing one of those. Not so... The fact that it doesn't interact with either hero talent tree for Dev makes it a little bit less exciting than... You actually played it back on, like, Razageth, for instance. You would play Unravel and get some pretty good value. That boss had some Absorb Shields, but the spec has gone a different way since then. But the bad news does indeed come to pass for Modicum of Skill here, as 2 players are dead. They are going to have to leave. And this means Modicum of Skill can't get to 56 points anymore. But they should not stop playing yet, because they are still playing for 3rd place against RCG. So they need to go back in there and get another key on the board to try and contest RCG, because right now they're ahead of RCG on the time tiebreakers, but RCG are threatening to put another point on the board. Oh, here's the replay. And yeah, you can see the tank death leading to auto attacks from the boss on other players here.
I mean, he went into the boss with those crushers. So the crushers, everybody knows that they leap on players and they do damage to players. They have a kind of an invisible cast that only tanks are really aware of, but it's actually a tank buster that doesn't allow them to take increased healing. It's actually very, very dangerous. If it gets stacked up super high, tanks can end up going down, and by taking those crushers into the boss with that increased damage taken, or I guess reduced healing, of course, the tank can absolutely go down to those crushers with the white swings from the boss itself.
Interesting. Well, we have RCG now still playing to potentially give themselves an outside shot of making it through. Holy Method here is playing to secure their position for tomorrow. If they time this key, they are out of reach of RCG, and they will have qualified for tomorrow. And like you were saying, we want to see about a 17-15 here to be on pace, and they have the mage and the comp for that. I think they're going to be well ahead of that with the way they're playing this key right now. I
think with the mage, you can get away with like 17:45. It's kind of my prediction. So I think that they're going to be way far ahead of that. I think they're going to be like 16x. As well, I actually took a look at some of the RCG's Dragon XD's talents setup. So, Devoker can actually play two pretty different builds. They can play something similar with Flameshaper Evoker for what they kind of play in Raid, and they gain like 15% single target, or they can sack some of that single target damage and play for like a massive amount of AoE, and it looks like the Evoker from RCG is playing more towards that single target damage build. And I think that that's one of the reasons that Dratnos kind of pointed out that he was doing so much damage on the Voidstone Monstrosity. That plus the Dragon Slayer mastery value from Devoker, those are just two great things for being able to absolutely annihilate that last boss.
Yeah, it's a disciplined build that they're playing, not like an overall damage build. That, I play on my Devoker in keys where you're playing like Snapfire, Firestorm, Feed the Flames, and you're spawning all these Firestorms doing big AoE. But definitely something that I think it makes sense. Sort of like, especially in Rookery, so much of your time in this dungeon is spent on these important single target moments. And even in a lot of the AoE pulls, there is a single target that you should be prioritizing damage into. So that's part of the reason we saw Banchers playing Dark Ranger for physical god comp instead of Sentinel on Marksmanship Hunter. For the same reason, we're seeing the Devevokers playing that right side of the tree, the iridescence, the scintillation, instead of the left side with the Firestorm and the Feed the Flames.
Interesting.
Dratnos, I know more about Devoker than I think you realize. Right?
No, the last time I personally played Devoker was it was in the Sarkareth tier. I played a lot that tier when it was completely broken. Obviously,
it was
I'm a
just like
player.
this tier. Yeah,
it's really broken this tier too. So.
Yeah.
It's so good. And it's so fun as well. Flameshaper is such a blast because so it's the new hero talent tree. Devoker just has two insanely fun hero talent trees. Either you get Mass Disintegrate, where you just are casting Disintegrate on 3 targets, which is just inherently awesome, and you have Steerable Deep Breath, which is also inherently awesome, or you're playing Flameshaper, and you just have this button on your bars called Engulf that you can click, and it just goes into the game's source code and deletes whatever your target is from the game. It's crazy.
I was keying with the Sang a couple weeks ago, and he just deleted the scaffolding from the game in Operation Floodgate. The Engulf is just an insane ability.
Yeah.
And RCG, playing with that Devoker here, they have 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Let's get some predictions. Do you think that they are going to be on the good side or the bad side of this timer?
Good.
Good.
I'm a hate watcher, but I think this is more than enough time.
I'm also with good. They do have the Bloodlust available. Where do we think they're going to be pressing this Bloodlust? Do we think it's going to be on the first burn with all of their offensive CDs? Is there any reason to maybe save it for like an execute level Bloodlust? Any reason for that?
Nah.
I mean,
just slam it.
If it was back when Evoker Mastery was a lot more important, you could maybe save it for later in the fight so that the Dragon Rage gets more value. But as I've been told, it's not as big of a deal now as it was back in the tier that I played it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's still nice. You can see the opener is pretty solid for the Evoker here, even with no Dragon Rage. A lot of what Dragon Rage does is it makes your Mastery fully effective, even on low health targets. Right. But so on a boss like this, you just get sort of your cooldowns on pull, even without pressing them. But it's still not as big a deal as it used to be. It should be fine.
Yeah. It's kind of funny because whenever you look at different compositions, they will tackle this fight in a slightly different way. The Arcane Mage and the Unholy DK get a little bit more funnel damage. Ooh, dude, look at this. RCG here, grabbing some of those afflicted civilians as well for Zero Cool to be able to get some energy regen. Assassination Rogue last season, this was like especially true. They really wanted to get their Rupture spread on AoE to get bonus energy regen. It looks like the tank from RCG going ahead and getting Zero Cool a bit more of that energy regen, and that Bloodlust has been pressed on this Voidstone monstrosity. Let's see just how low they can get this boss in that 20-second 100% damage amp.
This boss is melting, man. If we can get sub 60 in the first push, that would be fantastic. Not quite there, but I think this is enough. And we saw on the previous attempt,
for sure.
If we saw,
yeah.
I think they actually break these shields a lot faster than you would you'd believe, because they were breaking. They don't have to wait for the Arcane Surge cooldown. They're 2-minute classes, so they can break it every minute, and it'll still be unbroken for the next set of 2 minutes. So they can get a little bit of chip damage in between, and I do think it's still going to be a 4 push, but it'll be in a little different way than we're used to seeing from other teams.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's going to be a fast 4, but I do think it's still going to end up being 4 total burn phases here.
I actually like how they have their positioning set up here, where Tud and Zero Cool are actually standing in that middle section, which allows Zero Cool to not actually have to go and break any of those pillars by himself, because their priest will then walk over and break it for him. And then the Evoker and the Moonkin are on the right and left side, allowing them to walk far and potentially get out of melee range of the boss. Because if you've ever played melee on this fight, you'll notice that sometimes if you have to walk away from the boss to break the pillars, it's actually a catastrophic damage loss. As you can see, like, even for RCG right here, they have to break those pillars during that damage burn. And if it was Zero Cool doing it, that would just be like losing a decent amount of DPS. Even though there's an Assassination Rogue, most of his damage is bleeds, it's still not good for you to get off the boss ever.
All right, second burn comes in and brings the boss down to 45%.
Jeez.
Next one, we should have CDs for. So, okay, looking at our cooldown situation, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the dungeon. We could get either 2 more, like, Power Infusion Dragon Rages, or we can hold it and use it in a burn.
You have to hold. If you send it, you lose the key, because I think you're going to have to 5 phase the boss.
No,
You're pressing it right on
You
CD
can send
here.
instantly, and it'll go into the burn phase a little bit, right? And then you'll get an extra use off at the very end, and hopefully that'll line up with the burn. I think you just have to try to send it, and that's what they've gone for here. It looks like that's the play. They'll still have the Assassination Rogue cooldowns here. Unfortunately, there's no Incarn available for this next push, so it's really all going to come down to that one final burn phase they're going to get on this boss. Let's see just how low they can get it with the delayed ending of the Dragon Rage. The Power Infusion is gone, and it's just going to be the one set of Rogue CDs they'll get. We'll get an extra Kingsbane later on, but it won't be paired up with the 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't... I mean, that's tough. So then they would have to, what, save the 4th burn for the Dragon Rage? They'd have to, like, stall if that's possible. I feel like that press... I don't know if I'm in love with it. I think it's going to kind of come down to how much work can this Deathmark and Kingsbane do together. Because I feel like if you were going to press that Dragon's Rage, you were supposed to press the Kingsbane and the Deathmark at the exact same time as well, because you were looking to optimize the amount of uses as opposed to optimal uses. And we need this boss to be probably sub 25%. If we can see like 23, 22% maybe, that would be optimal.
I think this is going to work out. This is going to be incredibly tight here.
Really
so,
close.
1 minute and 7 seconds left in the dungeon. We get a full Power Infusion pretty much, and we get 20 seconds-ish of Dragon Rage at the end of this fight. It should line up with the burn fairly nicely here. They need to make sure that they break this shield in time, though. So, okay, 50 seconds left on the clock here. Not a lot of cooldowns left. There is not going to be another Incarn, I don't think. So the Moonkin is pretty much done contributing to this key and could Hearth at this point. The other 4 players need to get this boss over the finish line.
Yeah, we do have one more King. So basically all we have is Kingsbane and then Power Infusion with Dragon Rage. In addition to that as well, you have to factor in the fact that it is 20 seconds of a 100% damage amp with a little bit of excess on the front side with that storm flying over.
We got to break the shield first.
Yeah, we're not going to get we're not getting a full damage amp anymore within the dungeon timer. I think this is chalked. I don't think there's a way to do it.
We gotta break the shield. There's the Power Infusion of the Dragon Rage. The shield is gone, but there's a little bit of RP time waiting for the damage amp to go on the boss. There's just no time in the key. 5 seconds left. Yes, the boss is stunned and is taking increased damage, but the damage is not there for RCG. And unfortunately, that is a depleted key.
Huh.
Man, I talked earlier about being a hate watcher, but now I'm still sad about that. I got converted to a love watcher for RCG over the course of the last few minutes, and it all went wrong for them. The boss shielding again at 6%, and they are toast in that dungeon run, which means RCG and Modicum of Skill now are competing for 3rd and 4th, whereas Physical God Comp and Holy Method are fighting for 1st and 2nd between each other. Both teams are in position to put another exciting point on the board here with one of these really high stretch keys for Physical God Comp and for Holy Method. These plus 19s, rounding out their scorecards if they can succeed in them, would be really, really impressive and really big for going into tomorrow.
You can see Holy Method are in the position that RCG was just in just now, onto the Voidstone monstrosity on their end. Let's see how they deal with this first burn here on the boss, with the Bloodlust, with the Arcane Mage Burst, with the Afflicted Civilians on top of the Arcane Mage for that extra perfect funnel. RCG with their comp got up to 62%, whereas Holy Method going to be actually higher, 64%. So you can see the possibility for the comp RCG is playing. I guess the added benefit is that the Arcane Mage could do that damage every single burn phase.
Yeah, I mean, that's the difference, is that the DK and the Mage can both do that damage every single burn phase if you want to, like, sandbag as hard as possible. I think that once you get up to a 19, you're just, like, fully committed to doing the 4 phase, and so you're not really worried about waiting for the DK cooldowns, but you do end up waiting for the Mage cooldowns every single time. And it's just because it's a minute 18 seconds, and you just end up pushing on that minute 18 every single time. And Mage also gets a little bit more value out of Execute, same with the DK, and so they're not so front-loaded like that other composition.
It's a really big deal to get the boss below 35% for Arcane Mage, which if your 3-phasing is not like that, the difference between 3-phasing and 4-phasing can often be whether you get it below 35%, quickly. Whereas if you're 4-phasing, you're just kind of guaranteed to always have it below 35% for the last shield and, of course, the last burn as well. Here comes another one of those Arcane Surges, though.
Yeah, I mean, and this is like perfectly timed, because look at this Voidstone monstrosity. It's pushing right as he starts pressing that Arcane Surge. The boss gets buffed with 100% damage amp, and then they're gonna, as long as they're below, I would 35. Say like 40, 47, 48%, they're probably fine to 4-phase it. They're at 41%. Our 4-phase is looking fantastic here for Holy Method. Is good.
Yeah. Always a bad feeling when the boss doesn't get below 35%, but it's kind of nice when it's this high above 35%. You know there's no way. There, though, we saw, for modicum of skill, a little bit of a incident on Kyrios here. This is a tough combination of, B-res, trying to recover, and then more deaths following from that, leading to them resetting their Rookery. But back to Holy Method, working on the end of this boss. Boss about to get shield broken once again here. About 20 or so seconds, the surge will be ready. And that'll be about when Holy Method do try and make that push.
Yeah. You end up having to sandbag a little bit whenever you're playing with Arcane Mage, but I swear it's worth it. It makes this fight just so much faster, because they are able to carry you during these damage burns. And I mean, that's why the Arcane Mage is just so valuable this season, is that there's parts of dungeons that no specialization can do as well as the Arcane Mage. And more often than not, this isn't actually a new damage profile for Arcane Mage. It's just never been good enough to where you've been willing to play around it. But now you are willing to play around it, and you yield a lot of time-saving potential whenever you're playing around this Arcane Surge, just blasting this boss. What do we think? 15%? 10%? Lower?
Maybe lower. It's already an Execute, so these barrages are going to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, I think 15 or so.
Ooh, we got PI here, too, even.
Yeah.
Did they kill the boss here? There's no way, right?
I don't think it dies, but it goes
so.
to about 10%-ish.
Could be, 12% when it gains the shield. So Holy Method just need to hold on for one more shield phase, and they can almost certainly deal with that last 12% of the boss's HP. And guess what? They have time to start another dungeon as well. 3 minutes left in our day. Holy Method could go for a +20, potentially being the only team today to succeed in a +20 and put that on the board. Meanwhile, Physical God Comp now will need probably that 57 points as well to be able to tie Holy Method and go to time tiebreakers against them, which actually could be feasible. They are about 30 seconds behind in the Priory, but Noxif goes down, getting hit by that Architect nail, and looks like they are now struggling to figure out how to recover from this, and it looks like the answer is going to be to put the keystone in another time. So one more attempt will be available for Physical God Comp. It's not going to work out this time. Holy Method closing in on the end of this Rookery. Last shield has been broken. The boss is taking damage once again. That hammer's in the air, and now the boss is stunned and taking bonus damage. Here comes the Arcane Surge. And this boss is just getting absolutely melted. There it goes. 27-20. So this is actually a little bit faster than Physical God Comp in that dungeon, which means now Holy Method would have about a minute of tiebreaker advantage over Physical God Comp, depending on where Physical God Comp end in this Floodgate 19, if they can time it. Physical God Comp looking to get a sub-30 on their +19 Floodgate to be able to contest that time tiebreaker against Holy Method. Holy Method, of course, could slam the door on them with a +20.
Here's the thing, though. Whenever you think of the worst possible dungeons for this composition, you were probably thinking Priory of the Sacred Flame and Operation Floodgate is two of the worst dungeons for this very heavily target-capped composition. If you think of the best dungeons for them, you were thinking like Theater of Pain. That is probably like their bread-and-butter dungeon. They had rank 1 Theater of Pain for literal weeks. You hear the cops coming for the other compositions as well. I think that, they're set up quite nicely to be able to have a good run at it tomorrow on the side of Physical God Comp.
So one way of looking at it is that. The other way of looking at it is they played these comps in the dungeons that they're not as good for, and now they're going to be banned going into tomorrow for the dungeons that you would like them in, right? Because looking at the spec variety rule for Physical God Comp, they are going to lose, as it stands right now, they will be losing Fury Warrior, so 2 of the 3 DPS and the Guardian Druid. They can choose which DPS to preserve, but that still means they're going to have to play a fundamentally different composition for whichever dungeons they are challenging tomorrow.
So Squish is going to play Venge?
Yeah, what are their options, Settles? Are they just going to have something like Squishy play a different tank? Do they have potentially Nox play Prot and Squish plays Feral?
No, I don't think it's like that.
Well, there's a workshop tomorrow. There's a workshop tomorrow, and Prot Warrior kind of slaps in workshop.
I think Squish is going to log in either a Prot Paladin or a Vengeance Demon Hunter. He's gotten title on both of those tanks in the past. So I suspect that he's actually going to be swapping to something new. And then if I had to wager a guess, Walks is going to Assassination and Noxiv is going to the Arms Warrior, and we're saving the MM Hunter. Although Nox really does prefer Fury over Arms in these high-level keys.
Yeah, I played a little bit of both this season. Arms is super fun. It's a blast.
The thing with Fury is the target capping is just brutal for them. I don't even think Fury is necessarily that bad. It's more, again, the target capping in some of these pulls is just very steep on them compared to other specializations.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have word from our admins. All of these are now final runs, which means we know how the day is going to shake out in terms of score. Holy Method are currently in first place at 57 points, and they are going for 58. If they can time this plus 20 Rookery, that would lock them up for first place. If they fail to do that, Physical God Comp can overtake them with a sub 30-minute Floodgate plus 19, which is what they are currently attempting. Then we have Modicum of Skill and RCG fighting it out for 3rd versus 4th place. Unfortunately, neither of these teams can make it to Sunday at this point, but there is still pride and prize on the line as they play to try and get to 55 points. If neither team accomplishes that, it is Modicum of Skill who are sitting on the time tiebreaker right now.
Yeah, still lots to play for at the end of the day, and like you said, all runs are final, so if you wipe at this point, there is no more restarting of the keys. I think the team that I'm most interested in watching at this point has to be Physical God Comp. They haven't had a run in this 19 Floodgate yet. Really get that far past Big Mama. They've gotten up to the double shredder area where they're about to pull the Demolition Duo a couple times, but the runs have fallen apart there for them, so let's see if they can crest that ridge and get a good run going in this 19 Floodgate.
What's the 3rd place implications for Modicum of Skill and RCG, Dratnus? Because we just had a death on RCG here.
So if either team times their run and the other doesn't, then of course the team that times the run is 3rd and the one that doesn't is 4th. If neither team times it, Modicum of Skill do have the time tiebreaker by 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Now the really bad news for RCG is that they are faster in the 18 Rookery. So in the situation where both teams time a 19 Rookery, RCG need to be like 3 minutes faster than Modicum of Skill, more than 3 minutes faster to take the time tiebreaker from them. I'm willing to say that's going to be really hard to do. So RCG's best bet is simply timing the key and having Modicum of Skill fail to do so. That's their best pathway to 3rd.
I love the positioning here from Physical God Comp, standing up in this corner so that all of the baits on the Mecha Drones kind of go right into the corner and they can keep everything nice and stacked, and they also have the Sonic Booms being faced just off to the side. Unfortunately, we did see Banchers going down on that Marksman Hunter to one of those Sonic Booms, but they quickly battle-rezzed up. And I like the way that they have their cooldown set up on this fight, too. It looks like they have everything perfectly planned out to where they can use that second True Shot on that final jumpstart phase, and with the boss now sub 15%, I'm pretty sure you can just comfortably kill the boss off before the next kill block barrier.
I don't know about comfortable.
Might be a little tight, actually. Yeah.
15% is what you commit to at like a 16 or a 17. I don't know if having never seen this dungeon on 19, I don't know what you can commit from, but 15% is quite high. At the same point, I mean, it looks like they're going to be able to do it, but the kill block barrier is kind of imminent here. Within the next, probably, it's like 15 seconds away, if I had to guess.
Now, it is an 80% damage reduction, so if it gets put up at like 1%,
yeah,
they can DPS through it. You wouldn't be happy about it. I don't think that's going to be an issue for them. I think they've got Big Mama down here beforehand. Yep. Cleanly done. And again, right over that 5-minute mark, so pretty consistent with some of their other Big Mama kills in the previous 19 attempts.
Yeah, 1 death as before as well, so it's not perfect, but it is definitely good enough still for Physical God Comp, and there's no more room for restarting. All of these are final runs, so it has to be now or never.
Walks accidentally got in combat with some inspectors, it looked like. And then he had to burn a vanish charge. Hopefully he's going to be able to join. Okay, yeah, perfectly. He perfectly got the box off to the side. I think he accidentally got combat with one of those inspectors that teleported him immediately, and he had to vanish it off, which is unfortunate for Outlaw. You don't really want to be using your vanishes for utility. You'd rather be using them for damage, but at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world here.
Bancher's back on that Dark Ranger for this dungeon, so even though there's some big AoE that maybe Sentinel would excel at, opting to index into some more single target instead for this dungeon, which makes sense. You've got Big Mama, needs to die, big single target check, Swamp Face as well, vitally important damage check, and then a lot of the pulls in this dungeon do have an important target to be blasting into as well.
This next pull for Physical God Comp is actually going to be very tricky. It tends to be what I would describe as a DK special, where Unholy DK with Abomination Limb has a very easy time of getting those Demolitionist mobs gathered immediately, where this composition has, let me look, High Explosive Trap, Ring of Peace, and Typhoon. So, a much more challenging time. Is it possible? Probably. It's going to be a lot harder for them to be able to get this next pull gathered compared to some of the other teams, and it looks like they're not even going for it. They're like, all right, we'll go ahead and deal with the next Blood Warper up at the top of the stairs.
High Explosive Trap, also a notoriously difficult ability to use properly. Just like casters are bad at math, most WoW players not very good at spatial geometry, so sometimes the knocks don't go quite in the direction you're expecting them to go.
Yeah, definitely a dangerous ability, although I think there's a talent option where, okay, yeah, so High Explosive Trap is the big knockback one. Yeah, that is scary. Very dangerous one. I'm always reminded of, you remember when Priest had Shining Force?
Yes.
And you could just, absolutely grief your dungeon by sending a mob over to Narnia? That's a good time.
Did you ever play with the Warlock back when Succubus also had a knockback too, and Warlocks were just not good at pressing it ever?
That sounds great, though.
They gotta bring that back. This pull that we see on screen right here for Physical God Comp is actually quite dangerous. So whenever you're playing this dungeon with a mage, you basically, if they press Arcane Surge, you're guaranteed to... Oh, Banchers is going down to the RPGG by the Demolitionist. A very unfortunate series of events here. Ortimus is going to be able to res him in a couple of seconds. But actually, Banchers releasing. I think he's just probably going to meet back up with the party as they click the gliders here momentarily. Yeah. But 2 deaths, I mean, we're minus 30 seconds on the timer just due to those deaths. Is that going to be a problem?
It should still be okay in the plus 19. It probably means that, again, remember that they're, in order to get first place over Holy Method, which wouldn't actually matter because the seeding will all change based off of how tomorrow goes anyways, but would still be good for the pride, for the glory. They will need like a sub 30-minute run, so even if they can still time this key, the chances of getting a good timer have definitely gone down as a result of those 2 deaths, but they can't worry about that right now. There's no more room to restart anyways. Got to just keep going forward.
Oh,
where did those mobs get knocked to? Did they get knocked off the ledge?
They might have got knocked into the next dungeon. We might be getting out of here. If they got knocked over the ledge, that means that the hyena is about to get body pulled here in just a couple of seconds. And if that's in combat with us, then we're probably wiping. I couldn't exactly tell, but yeah, it did look like they got knocked over the edge.
Oh yeah, I can see him casting reload down the stairs. No, that's just an RP cast. Okay.
Is that not social?
Oh,
okay, there they come. Yeah, there they are. Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
We might not be wiping. Hold on, maybe there's a chance that we can
Alert! Alert!
We're doing bear pulls. We're doing bear pulls.
Oh, there's big orange circles. Oh no, trick shot goes off.
Yeah.
That's gonna kill Noxiv. The RPGG takes out Ortimus, and Squish is gonna keep this pull alive for a little while longer.
Guys, in
But
the meantime,
unfortunately-
another wipe also happening from Modicum of Skill.
Oh man, Hate Watcher's eating good right now. Another team ending their run here. Very well. Can you keep this going? They're not all dead.
No.
Hold up.
Is their
Town
priest
Portal
with
Scroll.
them? No, I don't think their priest is with them. I think the priest released, so...
Yeah, Town Portal Scroll, never a good sign.
This
Looks
timer's
like
toast.
Modicum of Skill are going to be out of here as well. Now, Modicum of Skill are still in third place, pending RCG's result. So that is a very important dungeon run now. RCG are playing for third. If they can time this key, they will yoink that third place right out of Modicum of Skill's hands. Meanwhile, Physical God Comp and Modicum of Skill are done, but Holy Method are also playing. They are just playing to open up the lead against the rest of the field here, to pull a Wunderbar and just be super far ahead at the end of the day to get to 58 points while nobody else is past 56.
Dude, Zyro, I'm glad that you and I both noticed the physical god comp knockback where the mobs got sent. I was just like, where did they go? I was like, am I seeing things? They just get knocked off the ledge.
I was wondering why it was taking so long for them to get back to the group, and they were just like sitting down there casually reloading and shooting off bombs. Like, how are these not just pulling everything down there?
Waiting to grief us is what they're trying to do.
Either way, I mean, job done here for Physical God Comp,
Holy
right?
Method's wiping. Holy Method's out of here.
Yeah, same thing for Holy Method, though. Job done today. They've both qualified in the top 2 slots. They will be playing tomorrow against Miscount and Polish Mountain.
Okay, where's... Oh, the high explosive trap was on the other side. Oh, okay. That is crazy work there. We got to run this back again. That is an incredible replay. Okay, so look at this. Squish is going to put down the Ursul's Vortex and then deploy a Typhoon to try and do what's colloquially referred to as a bear grip, where you use Typhoon and Vortex, or just Vortex to grip all the mobs. Then Banchers is going to throw a high explosive trap to try and knock the mobs back in, but unfortunately, they already got knocked, so now they're on the wrong side of that high explosive trap, and that high explosive trap is going to send the mobs over the edge, downstairs to pull some more stuff, and end the run for Physical God Comp. Wow, that's one of those things where you'd be kind of mad if that happened and that cost you a result, but Physical God Comp are able to just laugh it off as they have qualified through to Sunday. An incredible performance out of them. Really excited to see what they have for us tomorrow.
So I called out that Holy Method were wiping, but actually Wexy got Thanner battle-resed immediately, and Thanner went to go res Fragments. And I thought that they were all going to be in combat with those Crushers and that Void Diffuser, but apparently it was only Thanner and Fragments, and everybody else was able to drop combat with those mobs, as you see all of those Shadow Melds being available on CD. So Wexy being able to save that with that battle res. At the same point, they did end up losing 30 seconds in a pretty tight plus 20 Rookery. Is it possible? I think the answer is likely yes, but at the same point, they have basically zero room for mistakes at this point now. They have 13 minutes going into Stormguard Gorin. We know they need around a 17:45 Stormguard Gorin split to be okay. I think that they're going to be getting about that, but they're not going to be... They basically have like zero room for leeway with any more mistakes from here on out.
And they're also pulling Crushers on top of the boss. All 3 of them at the same time, not split across like we saw from Physical God Comp. So there's going to be a lot of potential overlaps here that they're going to have to deal with. Probably going to use a lot of stops on these Crushers to make sure they don't go off at the same time as some of the AoE hits on this fight. The thing that I'm the most worried about is if somebody with the dock gets targeted by a Crusher Leap at the same time as one of those big collapses the boss does as well, as Crush Reality Cast. That overlap could very easily one-shot a player. I'll have to see if they're able to deal with it, though.
I think you just, like, at that point, you would, like, save the Ursul's Vortex until that possible overlap would happen, or the Abomination Limb. Both of those things can actually grab the Crushers out of the air and stop the projectile damage, and so you would only ever press it, instead of, like, most of the time you press it to try to get better melee uptime on those Crushers so you can do more damage, but if you just want to save it for safety purposes, I think you could just, like, carefully calculate when that stomp is happening from Gorin with the Crusher Leap at the same time, and then just press one of those stops on it.
Yeah, you can see the A-bomb limb comes out, although it's not a guaranteed thing, the A-bomb limb. You gotta be careful how it tries to operate. It may or may not actually catch all of them.
Yeah.
The Ursul's Vortex a lot more guaranteed, although you, of course, have to be far enough away for it to trigger as well. So, do have to be careful. It looks like the Void Crushes are not lining up too unfavorably. The Vortex is going to come down for what we know is going to be the last set of leaps. That makes a lot of sense. And Holy Method should be in the clear, at least from the Void Crusher's damage.
You love
How do
that
you feel about
value.
RCG's? How do you feel about RCG's timer there in that Rookery in the top right there?
That's a great question. So their split on Stormguard Goran of 1640 is encouraging to me. I think that would have timed their key last time, I think, because they were on like a 1740 last time. They did get the extra phase at the very end of the boss, but I think that's because they knew they were toast.
The 1640, I mean, that's like you kind of called out. I feel like they're in a good position to even be looking to 5-phase the boss if they absolutely have to. If they ran the boss back and played the damage strategy on that boss, on the Voidstone Monstrosity, I think that they would have been able to kill it off with the damage that they had. It was just unfortunately not in front of the timer, but now I think with the additional minute or so, they should be in front of that timer.
Yeah, in their previous attempt, they weren't really that far off of the timer, right? You know, extra 30 seconds or so to break that shield and get the full damage amp on the boss would have been enough. Like that one pull that we saw in their previous 19 where they lost their Boomkin cooldowns on the big AoE Lust pull right before the second boss. I think without that mistake, they would have been able to time on the previous attempt. So yeah, this 1640 timer, I think this is exactly where they need to be. As long as they can preserve this timer, no major issues here on these Void Ascendants, on these Colossal Monstrosities, I think we should be okay. And that would be a fantastic time for them, but also catapult them up into third place. A little bit of prize money bump as well.
Yeah, that would also be really nice for our scores, because we would have 54, 55, 56, 57 at the end of the day, potentially, if Holy Method don't time their key. So I love watching RCG and hate watching Holy Method so that we can get that elegant scorecard at the end of the day. I'm always rooting for those.
I'm down.
I'm not. I'm against the
You're
grain.
watching both still?
I'm a career hate watcher. And listen, if I'm not going to get IO, then I'm going to pray for you to not get IO as well.
Do they really get IO on the tournament realm? Does that IO count?
Yeah, you do. You get achievements. At least somebody got the Keystone Master achievement earlier today, I think.
That's great. That's congratulations to them for getting them out.
Yeah, a lot of great rewards this season for M+. If you're not aware, there's new rewards for Mythic Plus score all the way up to 3K as well. And then, of course, there's the super prestigious title way above that. But all the way up to 3K, Keystone Legend. Incredibly fun thing to push for. It's like 4 13s and 4 12s. If you enjoy Mythic Plus and you haven't had a reason to kind of push up the keys a little bit, this could be the great season to start.
In hijacking the Warcraft broadcast, I would like to request something humbly. Some nice expansion-wide CM sets as well. Could be some cool additional rewards past that 3K IO mark.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah.
See?
Start our wish list.
Yeah, exactly. Is this the right place to talk about it? I don't know. Probably not. But all right, continuing on with the MDI here.
Volatile Void takes out Zero Cool here.
Yeah.
The BRS is available, but we're in some danger. No Last Resort available for a tank either. Looks like maybe procced on this pull.
I mean, this pull is actually very, very dangerous for tanks. Also, something that you can use at home is if you Shadow Melt... So these Voidstone Monstrosities, they put an extraction debuff on you, and it makes you deal less damage. You can meld that debuff off, and that will allow you to continue to do more damage. You drop this, like, really severe damage penalty each and every single time you pull those Crushers. Or not the Crushers, the Voidstones.
While we're making requests, can I make one too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we add the Neural Synapse Enhancer to the Dinar vendor, please? That would be nice.
Let me guess, you play Mage this season.
For keys.
Production says, guys, who are you making these to? Who do you think is listening?
to the void. Just throw it, get out there.
Unfortunately, the Void is taking some damage here as RCG killing off its minions. Only 2 mobs left before it'll be the last boss. They have a little bit more time than last time, but that's not going to be true if this keeps happening. We have another player down. 6 million hit from that Unleashed Darkness.
Dranos, how's the timer feeling now? What would you say?
I think it's still okay. but I thought it was okay last time, and it wasn't. Bear form being used by a Moonkin as well. That's an exciting new discovery for Moonkins as a whole.
So what did we have last time? Like 540 whenever we pulled Voidstone Monstrosity for RCG?
Yeah, 540, I believe, was the timer they had, and they needed more than that. They probably needed 6 minutes to actually get it done without feeling too much pressure to just press their CDs instantly on CD.
All right,
This is gonna be
a couple more seconds.
so tight. Yeah, they're gonna have like 6 minutes by the time the boss spawns here, so they're gonna have those like 30 extra seconds, but they don't have any more than that. This is gonna be about as tight as it gets.
They are going to have some of those civilians going to be grabbed again for the Assassination Rogue energy regen here in just a couple of seconds. Like
They have full count this time, so maybe they're changing the plan.
I think that I don't think that that's like a we need these for count thing. I think it's we want these for energy regen for the boss damage type of situation. I think it's just like a pure this is better than not grabbing them funnel type of thing.
I see, yeah, we'll see if they decide to get anything extra pulled in here. The tank playing over to the left makes me think that that's not what they're up to this time, but we'll see. Maybe during the burn phase, they will grab some of those extra enemies. In the meantime, though, 5 minutes and 16 seconds now left on the clock as we are nearing that first burn phase.
Oh, he's coming on over. Look at that.
Yeah.
I think the tank's about to grab those civilians.
Could well be. Yeah, running over to the right. I think you're correct. I see a glaive get thrown. Is it at the boss? Nope, it's at those afflicted civilians. You are absolutely right. Here they come. And it's not just energy regen as well that you get out of these. Assassination Rogue plays a hero talent where they'll do extra damage to the target of their Deathstalker's mark based on the damage they deal to other targets too.
Okay. So nobody else is allowed to pat on our afflicted civilians. No Starfalls. Please do not fire breath them. Aim your fire breath away. And the first burn with Bloodlust has been pressed for RCG. What did we get it to last time? 64%?
62 was the last push, so 60 this time is
We're even
pretty good.
lower. Not bad. This is looking really good for RCG.
Here's some stats to consider. Holy Method in their plus 19 took 5 minutes and 43 seconds. Physical God Comp without the Arcane Mage took 5 minutes and 27 seconds. So RCG had more time than both of those, but not a lot more time. They definitely need to be able to do this in 4 phases. No more than that. And they can't take too long breaking these shields either, but they also can't overcommit resources to the shields and then end up not being able to kill it in 4 phases. So they are juggling 2 very difficult tasks here. The fact they got it all the way down to 60% on the first burn is really encouraging, though. That's going to give them a lot of wiggle room for the rest of this.
I think as well, whenever you're looking at the physical God comp situation, it's kind of a misleading setup because they have that Mistweaver monk that does, 1.2 million DPS to the boss as opposed to the Disc Priest, which does 300k plus a power infusion. Now the power infusion isn't 0, and this death is a huge deal. We don't even have a battle rest for him.
It's over.
And I think this is completely over. I think you guys are absolutely right. RCG are going to be going home, and they are going to be coming in 4th place to Modicum of Skill. A very unfortunate end to this 19 Rookery, which felt like it was certainly timeable.
Okay.
There's no well. There's no well.
I mean, oh no, there's a void stone.
There's a void stone.
Oh no,
they missed a pillar.
They got a raid boss.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of that one. RCG fought valiantly today, but they are going to be eliminated in 4th, which means there is now 1 key still underway. It is Holy Method pulling this boss on a plus 20. They've already made it out of this division. They've already done that in 1st place. They are playing now to extend their lead over the rest of the field, and that's going to require killing this boss in about the same amount of time it took them to kill it on the plus 19 here at this plus 20 keystone level. So by no means a foregone conclusion. They will have that lust available, potentially for this first burn, or potentially for the execute burn. That is, in theory, more efficient with the way that Arcane Mage works.
Yeah, it's kind of
saying?
a question as to... Sorry, what were you saying?
What were you saying their boss kill timer was on the 19?
543.
Yeah, 543. Yeah. And this time around, they pulled it at around that timer as well, left in the dungeon.
Okay, I think
this isn't a boss that gains that much time. Oh, it's over.
It's over. Okay, yep, we're out of here.
That's 15 seconds gone.
Okay, the B-Res comes out.
No,
but
we're
gonna try.
They're so toast.
We spawned an ad. No, we just spawned an ad. All right, it's over.
Yes, we did. Okay, yeah. That's not good at all.
No, it's
That's
just extra
very
funnel
bad.
for the Arcane Mage. This is actually huge. This will help their single target damage, and it'll be no issue whatsoever.
The hunt gets sent on it. A couple of civilians here, yeah, huge funnel available. The Awakened is down at pretty low health,
Okay,
but
yeah.
we've lost the Moonkin once again, and this is going to be the end of that for Holy Method. No way to recover from here. The AMZ comes down from Frag, fighting valiantly to try and keep this going, but
Okay.
with the healer down, the rest of the group is soon to follow. Holy Method will have to settle for first place here.
Wow,
I don't know,
that
Zyro.
sucks.
For a second there, it almost sounded like you were love watching at the end. Really, really trying to build them up there, but they didn't need to be built up too much. They are taking our first place tonight, and they will be moving on alongside Physical God Comp to our Group B finals tomorrow. An amazing day, though. Honestly, even just looking at all of these, the fact that we had so many teams come in so close within the same range that, you know, there were so many paths to victory for many of them as we came into the final hour was really cool, or at the very least, you know, secure that place into the group finals. But we will have Holy Method and Physical God Comp moving on tomorrow to face off with Miscount and Polish Mountain. I mean, Tuttles, today, it was a good competition. I mean, what did you think about our overall leaderboard and how it shook out?
I mean, we kind of called this the group of death coming into Group B, and I think it's kind of proving as to why. We have now Polish Mountain, Miscount, Physical God Comp, and Holy Method making those 4 teams that we are going to be seeing tomorrow. And I think that within reason, if anybody has a bad day, the other teams will be able to quickly capitalize on it and be able to make it to the global final slot. It's all about having perfect days, or at least the best version of your days tomorrow. Otherwise, there are teams just chomping at the bit trying to make it to the global finals and getting those juicy slots.
Yeah, I mean, with prize money on the line, as well as even more glory down the road if you can continue on. I mean, these teams really have to pull out all the stops. But of course, for the teams that we also have a lot of specs that have been in the mix. And now most of our teams, this weekend at least, it seems like, have managed to keep most of the picks they would want for tomorrow around. But Dratnos, I mean, thinking about all of our spec bans that will be going into effect tomorrow for both the Division 1 and 2 teams, what do you think about what we saw sort of today with the teams coming into that?
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise that Holy Method played to preserve that kind of meta comp to tomorrow, the same strategy that Miscount and Polish Mountain used. I'm really excited to see what Physical God Comp do, though, because, technically they've also preserved that meta comp, but I don't think they're planning to play it tomorrow. I want to see what they're going to decide to do. They're going to have to swap off of the Guardian Druid, and they're going to have to pick 2 of these 3 DPS specs to not play as well. The fact that they saved Mistweaver makes me think they want Mistweaver for tomorrow. There is a Darkflame Cleft tomorrow, which other teams have done some work to avoid banning the Resto Shaman, so that they can instead have that potentially for Darkflame Cleft tomorrow, we think. Physical God Comp maybe want that Mistweaver for Cleft instead, because Mistweaver also does a lot of HPS, and it's definitely what they are most comfortable on too. So really exciting day tomorrow. We have some very cool dungeons, Darkflame Cleft, Mechagon Workshop as well. Gonna be a really fun one. Maybe a place where Prop Warrior can get brought out. Maybe some more options to tech into these different things that the teams have saved for tomorrow.
I love it. I can't wait to see, honestly, how they're going to approach it. And today, we had a couple of the dungeons that were oftentimes called the hardest ones with Floodgate and Priory. So tomorrow, with some of the others being on the table, I totally agree. I think there's a lot that they can do. But, Zyronic, our teams, we're going to have Miscount, Polish Mountain, Holy Method, and Physical God Comp facing off. How do you think these 4 are going to go head-to-head?
Tomorrow is going to be an absolute banger of a day. Any 2 of those teams can make it out. All 4 of the teams have properly preserved all of the comps that they want for tomorrow. There's going to be no shenanigans where people aren't just playing on comfort picks. We're going to see the best every single one of these teams has to offer. And guys, I don't even know who I'd pick to be my favorites out of these 4. This is going to be so fun to watch. Do not miss it.
Seriously, I can't wait. I mean, today, our Heroes Physical God Comp chat, I know you were cheering them on. We'll get to see even some of their off-meta picks in play, but of course, we have these other powerhouses, the dark horses that Polish Mountain tend to be. Holy Method coming back with a vengeance and really steadily building on everything that makes their gameplay so excellent, and Miscount, who, keep coming so close, but haven't taken home the championship themselves before in the global finals. So a lot of teams with a lot to prove tomorrow, and we cannot wait to see what they put out there, but tomorrow they will face off to see who's going to emerge as our Group B champions. prize money, bragging rights, and 2 tickets to the global finals are on the line. And with Spec bans and fierce competition on their horizon, they are going to need all their skill to make sure that they can bring it home. The Group B finals start at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET with our pre-show beforehand, so tune in a little early. But otherwise, have a good night, everybody. We'll see you then.